Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became UA's Cuddle Cryptid? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was the first day back from the sports festival and Shoto was the first in the classroom as always. Surprisingly though, it wasn't the usual Ida or Mineta who came in next. Shoto watched in mild confusion as Midoriya stumbled into the classroom looking like he hadn't slept in days. His dead eyes met Shoto's and Midoriya shambled over to him before dropping into Shoto's lap and curling up against his left side, falling asleep almost instantly. While surprised, Shoto wasn't going to push him away or wake him up, and sat awkwardly with an arm around the green-haired boy to make sure he didn't fall. When Ida came, customary greeting shout on his lips, Shoto shot him an icy look and he shut his mouth with a snap. Walking over to them carefully, Shoto could already see Ida wondering why Midoriya was sleeping on Shoto in class. It was disrespectful to their teachers and fellow students to do so, and sleeping on a fellow classmate who is obviously feeling uncomfortable with it is rude. Ida opened his mouth, probably to say something along those lines, but closed it yet again when Shoto shot him another look. It was then that Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro and Ishido walked through the door, loud as usual. Ida and Shoto both looked at Midoriya in worry, but he didn't even stir. He must really be tired. There was a loud squeal and then Ishido was right next to them, cooing over Midoriya. Uraraka came in next and honed in immediately on them, cooing with Ishido over the sleeping boy within seconds of opening the door. Everyone came in quickly after that, and with 5 seconds left until class started, Mineta was the only one not in the room. Ida yelled for everyone to get to their seats and those gathered around Shoto's desk reluctantly did so. Aizawa slumped in seconds later, took one look at everyone and promptly decided that he couldn't be bothered to deal with them today. Todoroki, is he going to be a problem for you? Shoto shook his head and Aizawa sighed. As some of you may have noticed, Mineta is not in class today. He waited for everyone's sneers to fade and spoke deliberately. He is no longer in this class due to his poor showing at the sports festival. He waited yet again for the cheers to die down before continuing and motioning toward the open door. Your new classmate is here. I expect you to help him if he needs it, and if I hear of any discrimination or bullying, we will be having words. A tall boy with eye bags to rival Aizawa's and gravity-defying purple hair walked in with a smirk. Shoto's first thought it that he's Aizawa's child. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Well, Daemen. Love child then. Shoto thought when his first assumption was shot down immediately. Midoriya shot up straight with a large beaming smile. Best purple BOI. Shinso smiled back. Thanks Aizu. Midoriya gave a happy hum and fell right back asleep against Shoto. Aizawa directed Shinso to Mineta's old seat, behind Midoriya's and diagonal to Shoto's. With that completed, Aizawa tells them about internships and Midnight comes to help them pick their hero names. It goes pretty smoothly, until Bakugo blows up, then it's down to Ida, Shinso, Midoriya, Shoto and Bakugo. Ida goes to stand up, but suddenly Midoriya is in his lap, still sleeping peacefully. Everyone but Bakugo and Shinso looks shocked at the sudden action. They turn to Shoto in unison. Did you see him move? Shoto shakes his head and Bakugo scoffs. Thing Deku. Bakugo stands again shooting a burning glare at Midoriya and everyone's prepared for another variation of King Lord Explosion murder only to be surprised by his loud exclamation of Ground Zero. And oh, Midnight looks even more surprised than the students but smiles. That's a good one, kid. I like it. Bakugo scoffs and sits back in his seat as Shinso goes up to the front, displaying his board with slate on it. Midnight hesitates and Shinso fills in before she can say anything. It has personal significance. I also don't want to give my quirk away as I'm going to go underground. She still hesitates but nods and Shoto looks down at his board, only to be surprised that his Shoto was erased and Freezer Burn, Frostfire, Icy Hot, Ice Phoenix, Triumph, Creamer was written instead. He stared, then glanced over at Midoriya who was asleep on Ida and gave a little smile. Shoto wiped Creamer off because he didn't understand it and studied the rest, Before he could do anything though, Ida got up. Shoto looked around for Midoriya and found him in Shinso's lap instead, but one eye was peeked open and he twitched his fingers in a come here motion. Shoto looked back at his board before grabbing it and standing next to them. Shinso looked up at him bored and Shoto put his board on the table for them to see. Midoriya smiled gently as Ida announced his name to be the Rapid Hero. Imperium, thank you for the suggestion, Midoriya. He went ignored by most of the class who had started watching Shoto since he got up. Shinso grinned. I see Aiza got to you too. Which do you like? Shoto blinked. All of them. Except Creamer, I didn't understand it. 'Cause Kakin calls you half and half. Shoto blinked again at the cozy-looking ball of a human. What does that have to do with Creamer? Half and half is another type of Creamer. Shinso told him with a grin. It's funny, no one but the class would get it. Cute Aizu. Midoriya hummed. Triumph because you're better than in Dehor. There was a lull in the class because he said that just loud enough to be heard by everyone, and Shoto grinned at him before saying dryly, I'd rather not be associated with that man, thanks. Aizawa sat abruptly up from where he was cocooned in his sleeping bag and gave a dry, should I be concerned, Todoroki? Shoto shared a look with Midoriya that did not go unnoticed by the rest of the room before saying vaguely, no, it's being handled. Aizawa squinted at them before saying, don't make me bail you out of jail. They nod and he goes back to sleep as Shinso says, you can have a class poll if you're not sure which name to pick. Aiza gave you quite a few good choices. Aizu nods in agreement and then quickly writes down something on Shinso's board before holding it up. I'm gonna be Deku. Are you sure? Midnight and half the class ask. Yeah. I liked how Uraraka explained it. The class looked apprehensive while Bakugo was setting off mini explosions, but Midnight just shrugged. Well, if you like it, just remember, it might be hard to change it later on. They turn to Shoto, the only one who hasn't gone yet, and he shrugs, walking up to the podium and showing his board. I'd like the class to vote for their favorite. Ida counted the class's votes and announced that Freezerburn had won, followed closely by Icy Hot. Midoriya clapped along with most of the class from where he was still half dozing on Shinso. And class passed fast after that, Midoriya alternating between Shoto and Shinso to sleep on, not that either minded suddenly having a very warm sleepy boy in their laps while trying to take notes, not distracting at all. When class started, Midoriya wasn't even in class, and neither was Aizawa. Ida and Uraraka went to the teacher's lounge to find out where Aizawa at least was and found both their missing people sleeping on the couch, Mike, Midnight, and that blonde skeleton dude they keep seeing but have no idea who it is taking pictures of them and quietly fangirling. Snipe looks at them with pity, you've no homeroom today. Please don't destroy the school. And with that, they walk back to the classroom, only to find Midoriya laying across Ojiro's tail, hand calmly petting the soft hair at the end. Ida starts, Ho-how? Midoriya-sen. You were just in the teacher's lounge. Midoriya blinks at them and shrugs. Kaminari answers instead, Ida, man, he's been here for like a whole minute. They look back at Midoriya, but he's since moved over to Shoji asking, do 6 arms hug better than 2? Shoji blinked at the question, but opened his arms in invitation and almost immediately, he had an excited bundle of green wrapped in his arms. Midoriya hums and snuggles deeper into his hold. They do. Aizawa walks in and drags Midoriya back out, calling back to the class. Free PRD. Don't kill anyone. If they spent the next 3 lessons sleeping on the lounge's couch, both snuggled in Aizawa's sleeping bag, no one but the teachers had to know. Mei didn't even notice the sudden weight hanging limply against her back and shoulders, but she did notice the floppy hand that brushed her latest baby. Following the scarred hand up the arm hanging over her shoulder, her face was tickled with fluffy green hair. Mr. 10 million. She grins wickedly and goes back to her baby, explaining what it was as she went and receiving inquisitive hums in return. They got through most of the day like that, until lunch, where 3 people she vaguely recognized from the festival come rushing in and looking around like there's something on fire, which there isn't. She hasn't blown anything up yet today. They spot her and let out a sigh, walking swiftly over to her, and she excitedly starts asking if they need something fixed, if they want to see her babies, what their quirks are, etc. One of the boys gets a little fearful look on his face and mutters something about there being another Midoriya, which is rude. The robot-looking one waves his arms in choppy motions and cuts her off, screams saying that they were only here for Midoriya because he wasn't in class and they couldn't find him. She asks him what a Midoriya was and if she can play with it. That gets her surprised, confused looks, and they point at something behind her. She turns around and Mr. 10 Million almost falls over at the sudden action. When did he get here? She grabs his arm before he can fall completely and says excitedly, Mr. 10 Million. When'd you get here? The other three give her surprised looks again, but she ignores them and waits for the green bean to mumble, since school started. You explained your last 4 babies to me. She hummed. Was that why she had been talking out loud? They're looking for a Midoriya. Do you know what that is? Can I take it apart? That's me, he mumbles, blinking slowly at the group. Yura, Ida, Kaminari? What are you guys doing here? The girl is the first to respond, and Mei turns back to her baby, letting 10 Million lean against her back again. We were looking for you, Izukin. You weren't in class this morning. Oh. He stops leaning against her and she zones out, focused on making this baby work. She didn't notice when the 4 leave, nor when class started again. She was focused. Koji almost let out a squeak when a small warm hand found its way into his. He glanced down and was nearly blinded by Midoriya's smile. Midoriya raised his other hand to finger spell. Do you mind? Koji quickly shook his head, a blush rising as he got knowing looks from half the class and jealous looks from most of the other half. Even Aizawa-sensei was glaring just a bit more than usual. He felt something soft lean against his arm and didn't have to look down to know that Midoriya had leaned his head against him as he'd seen him do to Shinso and Todoroki a few days ago. It was nice, warm, and extremely embarrassing being watched by so many of his classmates for once. Needless to say, he doesn't pay much attention to whatever speech All Might is giving, the feeling of eyes on him making him uncomfortable. He hears something about battles and then his name is called out with Shoji and Azui's. He assumes that he's teamed with them. Midoriya squeezes his hand, gives an encouraging smile and is swept away by his team of Shiro and Yaoyorozu. His team explains what they're supposed to be doing without prompting, already familiar with the routine now that Midoriya has taken to clinging to everyone. Nobody was going to ask. Nobody really wanted to know as long as they benefited from it, so nobody was going to ask. Hey, Midori, Ashido called from the other side of the room. Izuku looked up from where he was writing furiously in his book and gave an inquisitive hum. Not that we don't like it, but why are you suddenly very clingy with everyone? The room came to a stop, everyone looking up from their training and over at Izuku. Aizawa grumbled something that resembled, you don't have to tell them, from where his face was mashed in Izuku's hair. Izuku's face flushed red. Oh, I should have asked before I did that, right? He trails off into mumbling that even Aizawa couldn't make out and Kaken exploded. Just answer the FING question. Shitty Deku. Well, there are a lot of reasons. I'm really clingy when I'm tired and IW's really tired on Titoshi's first D-Day. But then no one really objected and you're all so nice and it felt nice so I didn't want to stop. And I never really had a lot of people who'd leave me BB affectionate and you all do, and I just love you all so much. Izuku's explanation progressively got quieter and he was nearly crying by the end of it. No one moved for the longest time before Yura practically flew to comfort him, wrapping him in a hug, all but yanking him from Aizawa's lap. That put everyone else in motion, Toshi and Sho sharing a look, Ashido, Kiri, Denki, Shiro, and Aoyama joining the hug. Tsu pats his head from Kiri's shoulders, and everyone else standing there awkwardly, unsure what to do. They had just finished their written finals and the Baku squad had convinced Yamamo to host a movie night for the class, not that they had to do much convincing. Everyone was coming, even Shoto and Bakugo, to relax before what promises to be a grueling physical come morning. It was how the class found out the Yaoyorozu mansion had a theater room. And it was a big theater room, easily big enough to fit Yura's whole apartment in. They skipped the arguing and went straight to voting, as had become habit with the class to try and save Jiro and Shoji's hearing and not have to listen to Ida scream-scold them over what to watch, and settled on a Disney movie marathon, which Koda shyly signed and Izuku immediately agreed to, Everyone but Bakugo fell in line under the power of their combined puppy eyes, and the combined victorious smiles were enough to blind the world. Izuku started off in his own seat, much to the displeasure of nearly everyone there, but soon migrated to sitting on the floor and leaning against Mina's legs. She almost immediately started playing with his hair, braiding, unbraiding, finger combing, and scritching. Then he appeared in Sato's lap with his feet in Ida's lap and back leaning against Toru's shoulder. They all readjusted to have at least one hand on him, Ida's on his ankle, Sato's on his back, and Toru's arm around his chest. They finished the first movie like that, and when Sato had to get up, Izuku was already gone. By the time the next movie starts, Aizu somehow squeezed himself in between Kirishima and Bakugo, so he's pressed against both their arms, and by the time Kiri accidentally activates his quirk because of a loud noise in the movie, Izuku's already snuggled against Tokoyami, who wraps a blanket around them both. Dark Shadow even comes out to lay across both their shoulders and rest their head atop Aizu's. When the movie rolls credits, Tokoyami isn't surprised that he's alone once again, Dark Shadow brushing softly against his feathers with a quiet little whine. Izuku's already made himself at home between Yura and Tsu, pressed against their arms, head leaning against Tsu's and legs tangled with Yura's. Next, he's laying with Shiro and Denki on their mound of blankets and pillows on the floor, so tangled, you can't see where one begins and the other's end. Shoji and Koda are not surprised when Aizu appears, laying across their laps, hand playing with one of Shoji's. Jiro and Yamamo are similarly unbothered when he's curled up on their laps. Yamamo merely takes a pre-made blanket and wraps him in it. Ojiro barely notices the sudden weight on his tail or the tuft of hair at the end no longer being played with, as he is solely focused on the movie. Taoyama does notice the sudden addition of Izuku lying atop the tail on his lap and moves his hand from the blonde hair to the fluffy green hair without complaint. Shoto idly rubbed Aizu's back as he watched with confusion as 7 short men sang. Shinso continued his whispered monotone explanation, as he's done through the whole night once he realized Shoto didn't understand what was going on in the movies, as he massaged Aizu's calves. Needless to say, the night was a win for everyone. Yura was usually not up at 5 a.m., but today, she just couldn't fall back asleep after the usual 4 a.m. Dark Shadow screech. She went to the common room to get some tea and try and go back to sleep, but was stopped by Izuku, who sat on the counter watching her intently. "Hey, Izuken, have you been to sleep yet?" He tilts his head, not unlike a dog, and blinks slowly. "No. I was doing Samenta-sensei's essay." Yura blinks. "Isn't that due today?" He nods slowly, bring up a cup of coffee she hadn't noticed before and taking a long sip from it. "Don't you usually get all your homework done the day it's given?" "Usually, but I forgot about it." "But you read the assigned book, right?" There was a long pause as Izuku drank deeply from his cup. "Sure." Yura sighed at the obvious lie and went about making her tea and toast before dragging Izuku down to the couch and offering to give him a summary of the book. Izuku told her she didn't have to, that he had read some notes online, but she insisted, and soon enough, she was lying down, explaining it while Izuku played with her hair. By the time Bakugo had come down, Shinso was already down, getting pictures of Yura and Aizu cuddled up together on the sofa. They went about as usual and brought food to Yura, leaving Izuku asleep. Shoji offered to carry him, to let Yura change, but Aizu was not letting go easily and they gave up. Yura using her quirk to lighten him, because even with the strength training she undergoes, Aizu was all muscle and at least 40 pounds over her max. When they showed up to class with Aizu wrapped around her, clinging like a baby koala, Aizawa didn't even blink at the pajama-clad duo and started class as usual. There in the monitor room, watching Bakugo go off on villain bots as Kaminari rescues the civilian bots. All Might is standing in front of the monitors while the others are scattered on the various seating options available or standing against the walls talking to each other while keeping an eye on the fight. Izuku had already gone and had just gotten back from Recovery Girl, who had to heal his fractured ribs from where he took a punch to save Ida and the civil bots. In other words, he was tired, but not tired enough to warrant missing class, so Ida had carried him back to the class and let him cling to his back like a koala. Yamamo had already made and given him RG's energy gummies, and they were waiting for them to kick in. Bakugo had just blown up the last villain bot when Izuku leans against All Might's arm, prompting a startled, "My boy." With All Might's arms wrapped around him now, to keep him from falling, Izuku leans further into him, "Soft dad." And no one thought they'd see All Might blush today, but they were wrong. Shiro and Uraraka were just fast enough to get a picture before he turned, though his neck was still red. Todoroki has his "I knew it" conspiracy theories face on, from where he watches next to Shinso, who's grinning a lot like Aizawa does, that is to say, terrifyingly. Todoroki marks off another point on the Midoriya is All Might's love child checklist. Which is really just dumb at this point, seeing as how Izuku's already called Mike, Nizu, and Aizawa, Dad, and Midnight, Mom, when in this state. It has since become a coveted role to be Midoriya's pillow, the teachers, the hero students, even some other course students, like Hatsum, the Big Three, that 1D student, or those two business class kids often found themselves missing him when the boy wasn't around them. They'd created a group chat with everyone to keep track of who Midoriya was with, otherwise they'd never find the boy till he showed up. He appeared and disappeared randomly and very quickly. If they didn't know better, they would assume he had a teleportation quirk. He went from hanging off Hatsum in the support labs to cuddling Nizu in his office in less than a minute when it takes even Ida 5 minutes to run that. He's become UA's unofficial cryptid. The dorms really were the best thing to happen to 1A and UA in general. They meant Aizu was almost always on campus now. Which was nice, because it led to things like Dark Shadow carrying around a sleeping Aizu while going to class training on a Saturday morning. It started with 1A's weekly game night and ended with voluntary quirk training with Aizawa. Friday nights in 1A's common room was game night ever since Denki and Shiro proposed it and Izuku had excitedly agreed. Anybody who wanted could come down and join the fun. They had 4 different gaming systems set up and 3 tables for the dozens of board and card games they gathered. Nearly everyone shows up at one point or another. Ida usually played board games with Sato, Tsuyu, Shoto, or Ojiro until he went to bed at Koda was surprisingly usually crushing Shiro, Denki, and Aoyama in whatever first-person shooter they had decided on that week. Bakugo tended to play racing or shooting games with Kiri and Mina and refused to play with Izuku. No, he wasn't afraid of getting beat. Mind your own business, shitty hair. Tokoyami, Shoji, Toru, and Shinso were usually playing card games. I did not expect Hagakure to be the one who put that card down, geez. Uraraka, Jiro, and Yamamo were usually playing cards as well. BS becomes harder with Jiro. Yamamo almost always wins poker, and they aren't allowed to play Uno anymore after the last time Yura almost gave everyone a heart attack with the stain level intensity she was radiating. Aizu floats around the groups, sometimes participating, sometimes just watching. It was nearly 2 in the morning when their game nights started dying out. Ida and Bakugo had already left as they always do around 9 and 8 respectively. Sato had crashed soon after that, and Shoto, Aoyama, and Ojiro had taken their leave with him. Tsu joined the girls for BS and Izuku had decided to play with Mina and Kiri. Shinso had decided to join him and together they dominated the party. Toru, Koda, and Shoji left around midnight and Tokoyami took Izuku's place when he went to play with Shiro and Denki. Then Denki, Shiro, Yamamo, Jiro, Mina, and Kiri one by one left until Tsu proposed a quick game of Monopoly. The rest agreed. It took about an hour before Tokoyami lost all his money. Dark Shadow kept landing in jail and then hitting free parking before landing in jail again. Tsu had both Park Place and Boardwalk with hotels, and Yura was taking no prisoners as she had the most money. Shinso gave up after repeatedly landing on Boardwalk, and Izuku was half asleep on his arm. Yami, as he had now been dubbed by a sleepy Aizu, had migrated to the couch to watch them comfortably as Shinso was practically playing for Izuku, who was half asleep on his shoulder. Dark Shadow soon lost the last of his money and had to give Yura his properties as rent, joining Yami and Aizu on the couch almost right after. Shinso had combined Aizu's assets and began dominating the board but was taken out by repeated lands on Tsu's properties. In the end, Yura won, and she, Tsu, and Shinso cleaned everything up with Dark Shadow's help. Then they left Tokoyami with Aizu and headed to bed. Bakugo was the first to wake up as usual, and didn't even blink at the couch where Yami and Aizu were snuggled up together. Ida came down next and they made breakfast for the class together. Denki, Shinso, Shoto, and Koda were up next, followed by Sato, Ojiro, and Toru. The rest slowly trickled in, until it was nearly time to go and they decided to wake Tokoyami, who thanked Tsu for bringing him food. They couldn't get Aizu up, but they didn't try all that hard to begin with. Yura made him float and in dark shadows snuggled up to him and carried him around as they went to training. When Aizawa comes into the dorms on a Sunday afternoon, when he'd normally be dead to the world, the class was not expecting him to be carrying a child with him. And they definitely weren't expecting the child to be a 6-year-old Izuku. The clamor in the commons stopped abruptly as everyone noticed the newcomer. Eyes boring holes into the small skittish boy who attempts to hide behind Aizawa's legs. Aizawa sighs. Alright, he gets their attention. Izuku was hit with an out-of-control quirk about an hour ago. He's 6 and doesn't remember any of you. It'll wear off by Tuesday, hopefully. I'm leaving him with you, please don't do anything. With another sigh, he tries to leave, only to have Izuku still clinging to his leg, eyes wide and fearful. He starts to try and detach him, but frees when a loud bang echoes through the dorm, causing the boy to jump and look around wildly. Bakugo charges into the room, already set at something or another, and looks around the room for someone, nearly passing over Izuku before an almost audible record scratch as he zeroes in on the kid. The fuck dash. Kaken. The boy cuts him off, barreling right into his legs. Everyone freezes again, wondering what Bakugo will do. Izuku launches into a mumbling spree so fast they're amazed to realize that Izuku's usual mumbling is actually slowed down for their convenience. Shut the f down. Yes, I know this is FINGU. Yes, IFNG no Eraserhead is our FING teacher that I don't give a shit about his quirk or hero record. No, this isn't a DMN dream. Go bother your FNG friends, shitty Deku. There was another moment of pause where they realized Bakugo actually understood that word vomit. Kaminari, as usual, opens his mouth. Bakubro, we didn't know you were a Midori whisperer. The deeged boy jumps, having momentarily forgotten about the rest of the room, and hides behind. Bakugo's legs, eyes wide. Who are they, Kaken? Your shitty FING friends. Go annoy them. Bakugo says roughly, then reaches down and grabs Izuku by the scruff and pushes him onto Shoji, who happened to be closest. Shoji stands there awkwardly holding Izuku as Bakugo storms off, everyone watching him disappear and turning back to Izuku. Izuku blinks big green eyes up at him, before looking around the whole room, seemingly analyzing all of them before stopping at the empty doorway. Tears started falling down his face, setting everyone into a panic, Mina rushing over to try and calm him only to scare him into screaming. Uraraka tries next but he ends up crying harder, wailing for his mom or Kaken. Finally Siro comes over, talking quietly and telling little jokes until he calms down. Giving weak hicks, Izuku reaches out for him and Siro easily takes him, continuing his steady stream of chatter until he laughs and reaches for his face. You smile funny, sir. Half the people watching let out sighs of relief, the other half grab their chests where their hearts are melting at the cute display. Siro laughs. Well, thank you Izuku. I'm Siro, these are your friends in the future, you want to meet them? Izuku blinks before nodding slowly and Siro turns to his classmates and starts introducing them. Soon enough, he's comfortable enough to walk around talking to all of them, fanboying over their quirks and giving excited feedback and commentary. Midori! Midori! Izuku! Oh hey you're Mina. You guys need something? Izuku asks as Mina all but crashes against his back. The girls and Kendo are having a little get-together and we wanted to invite you. Mina cheered, hanging her dead weight against him. Izuku takes a moment to process that before launching into a storm of stuttering and mumblings with a pink face. The girls can't make out much but get the general picture that he shouldn't intrude on a girls' night and that he's happy they offered, but he really shouldn't. Mina waves off his concerns. It's cool, Mito, the girls won't mind, and you're a nice guy, nothing like the grapists. We trust you. Yura nods enthusiastically. Yeah, and all the girls want you there, so you're not intruding on anything. If you're sure. Mina squeals and helps Yura drag him to the gate, where the other girls are waiting. When Izuku makes it back to his dorm that night, Half his hair is in braids and the other half was combed nicely into a pigtail. He had makeup on his face that he didn't even remember getting applied, so it must have happened when he was asleep. He had a handful of bags with new clothes because the girls had insisted he needed a new look, and he felt like he had new cavities from all the cakes and sweets they had eaten. He now had an even healthier fear, for the girls after having to keep them from getting into at least 10 fist fights over clothes and food, and that one with the guy taking panty shots they had to hold him back from killing very violently arresting. All in all, it was a very good experience, and at the same time, he never wanted to do it again. There was various text alerts sounding from all 3 phones, meaning someone was either trying to or has found Midoriya, but considering the boy was lying across Mirio and Tamaki as Hato took pictures, the alert was probably to find him. Hato sent a text back along with a picture, as was now customary, and went back to quietly cooing over the cuddly green bean and how he made Tamaki blush bright red. This started about 10 minutes ago, probably, they couldn't remember, just that Tamaki came in anxious and near tears, and somewhere along the way Mito had shown up, already hugging the boy. He had haltingly explained what a reporter had said that had gotten him worked up, and Mirio swore he felt a shiver run down his spine right after, but shook it off in favor of reassuring his friend that he wasn't disturbing. Mito gently chimed in with what amounted to, some people shouldn't have the ability to talk if all they do is talk shit about amazing people, and Mirio couldn't agree more. Not that he said that, he was a hero, he couldn't verbally approve of purposely maiming people, not even the stupid ones. After he had calmed down, Mito had lulled him to sleep before falling asleep as well. Mirio and Hato still had classes to take, but he wasn't about to move and wake the pair. That was like moving when a cat napped on you, morally illegal, and sent Hato off to class. Eventually, he was lulled to sleep too, and woke up all but cuddling Tamaki, Mito nowhere to be found. And if said reporter lost his job and was blacklisted from most media jobs the next day, no one but Mito had to know. Karma's a beach when Midoriyas are involved. Like all good things that happened to Shinso, it started at a cat cafe. It was a week before the sports festival, and to say Shinso was stressed was an understatement, and a pretty big one at that. He was working out far more than he was used to. Once he had gotten 4 different essays to complete, and his classmates still wouldn't talk to him, so the group project fell solely on him to do. Yeah, he was stressed, and the cat cafe was not as relaxing as it usually was, either because he brought his work in with him, or because almost all the cats were lying on someone sprawled on the floor. Probably a combination of both, he thought, watching a fat white Maine Coon adjust itself to better smother the lucky person's face. Yeah, it's both. He shakes his head and turns back to his work, only to get quickly annoyed and look away before he can give in to the urge to burn the stack of papers in front of him. The cats wouldn't appreciate the smoke. He almost jumps when there's suddenly a person in the chair opposite him, a rather familiar person with green hair and the fat white Maine Coon from earlier in his lap. Shinso whipped his head to the spot the person used to be lying, only to find most of the cats still lying in the same position, just without the person under them. How? He asked, because really, it's almost impossible to move out from under a cat without waking them, especially that many cats. The boy just shrugs and smiles. You're the boy who called out all of 1A, right? Shinso narrows his eyes, looking him over. Oh, that's where I've seen him. He was going to open his mouth when the boy talked right over him. It's amazing how you could say that in front of everyone. And how you talk to Kaken. I've never seen anybody do that before. I'm Midoriya Izuku. What's your name? Shinso takes a moment to sort through that, and he's about to answer when he gets cut off, again. Oh, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I shouldn't have asked. You probably don't want to talk to me anyway. I'm sore dash. Hey, Shinso cuts him off, activating his quirk as the boy, Midoriya, gives a startled yelp and quickly takes control. Calm down, I can't say anything, you keep talking, and releases it. Midoriya stares wide-eyed at him and he braces for disgust or anger, but he's just watching him silently, and Shinso takes a breath. I'm Shinso Hitoshi, it's nice to meet you, I guess. Midoriya blinks slowly, then blinks again, before a wide smile breaks across his face. Shinkun. That was so cool. Was that your quirk? Is it some sort of emotion or herm control? No, I wasn't in control of my body. A body control quirk? No, Given that I responded to you, it's more likely a mind control quirk. Wow, I've never seen one that strong before. Most are suggestion-based. That was absolute control. What are the limits? How's it activated? What are the conditions? Any backlash? How much can you make someone do? Can they escape from your control? Oh gosh. The things you could do with that quirk. You'll make a great hero, Shin-kun. You'll probably go underground, keep your quirk a secret and all, easier to get the drop on people when they don't know not to respond to you. You could solve a fight without further injury or property damage. Hostage negotiation would be a breeze. Information gathering, too. Such a versatile quirk. He trails off when he starts to notice Shinso's stare. Face getting progressively redder, he smiles sheepishly and mumbles, "I was rambling again, right? I'm sorry." Shinso just blinks, astonished. His father was the only one who ever said things like that. Without his permission, his eyes start to tear up and he quickly looks away, blinking rapidly. He wasn't going to cry just because some random boy told him he could be a hero. You'll make a great hero, Shin-kun. Midoriya was freaking out, hands all over the place, mouth going a mile a minute in high-pitched, anxious tones, a continuous stream of, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry, oh my gosh." He quickly gets himself under control and waves the boy's concerns off, with a small smile. "It's fine, Midoriya, I just don't get told that often. You can call me Izuku, Shin-kun." And why wouldn't they? It's such a great quirk. There's a small blush on Shinso's face, but he shrugs. Most people see it as villainous. The boy tilts his head. But why? I mean, sure, it's not a, he scrunches his nose, flashy quirk, but it's extremely strong and perfect for hero work. They fear it, I guess. Think I'll use it on them. And would you? Shinso scowls, his almost good mood dropping instantly. Despite what happened earlier, I don't just use it on everyone. Midoriya smiles wide. They don't know what they're missing then. I can already tell you're a great guy, Shin-kun. Shinso's mood shoots back up with that smile and they talk till the cafe closes, and exchange numbers once they get kicked out. Shinso goes down as Best Purple BOI, and Midoriya goes down as Best Bush. It was a known fact that Jiro hums almost all the time. It was also a known fact that Midoriya like a constant stream of noise when dozing. It really should have happened earlier. Jiro and Yamamo were hanging out, as they usually do, and getting a head start on their classwork for next week while they hummed songs back and forth. The soft calming noise was obviously what drew Izuku in as he wandered in from the 1B dorms, having been escorted by Vlad King, who was looking rather sad that he didn't get a hug, but that's what you get when you insult one of Izuku's people within his hearing range, which is quite frankly, terrifyingly too large. He curled against the side of Jiro, not wanting to get in the way of their homework, and drifted off to their humming, which quickly led to soft singing and a hand running through his hair as Yamamo taped the whole thing, a gentle smile on her face as her mind drifted to the future with an emphasis on what a great mother she'll be, which is honestly probably a weird thing to think when your girlfriend is cuddling with your friend, but it's Midoriya, common rules and logic don't apply to him. If that video was played at their wedding several years later, well, nobody complained. Vlad King walks into 1B with a kid wrapped around his leg. Sounds like the start of some really bad joke. It's not a joke. And as soon as Monoma realizes just who the green-haired kid is, all hope for a peaceful day is ruined, because that's a 1A kid. And not just any 1A kid, it's the 1A kid, the 1A kid who gets to do practically whatever he wants, the 1A kid that has all the staff and most of the students wrapped around his finger, as evident by who willingly brought him in. It's Midoriya Izuku. 1B collectively groans as Monoma rears up for a long and vicious rant that he never gets to start because Vlad gives him the look. The one that says, "If you push me, I'll send you to detention with Eraserhead." Needless to say, Monoma clamped his mouth shut, but glared all the same. Halfway through homeroom, Vlad got a text, which he replied to with a scowl, before leaning down and patting Midoriya's head. Less than a second later, Eraserhead slid the door open, capture weapon flying out and back in a blink, and sliding the door closed again. Vlad sighed dejectedly as the class noticed their green intruder was gone, which started the Monoma rants. That no-good 1A brat thinks he's so much better than everyone else, thinks he can just do whatever he wants, hang off whoever he wants, sleep wherever he wants, skip class whenever he wants. He doesn't dare touch me. Is he so afraid I'll be better than him with his quirk? Is dash. He didn't even get to finish before he finally noticed the weight on his lap and limited range of motion. Green hair tickled his nose as the boy slept contently in his lap. Midoriya was like a mini heater. Monoma could actually feel his stress, anxiety, and anger melt away. He almost became a puddle. He swore he could feel Midoriya almost purring, a deep rumble in his chest that sent tingles to Monoma's fingertips. Eyes blown wide, mouth gaping, he silently sat there till lunch, only snapping out of it when Kendo came to collect him and he noticed Midoriya was no longer there. And probably hadn't been for a while, but he could still feel the warmth and tingle, the relaxation. Midoriya gave him. It was a gift, and Monoma swore to cherish it. When Snipe came into 1B for 3rd PRD, he was not expecting a completely zoned-out Monoma, eyes blown like he was high and completely silent, but he recognized the effects of a first-time Midoriya cuddle, and inwardly celebrated the quiet class. Mike did not have the same thought, almost mourning the loss of more Midoriya cuddle time as Monoma now got some. Izuku stumbles out of the elevator with a little permanent pout, and into the common room where at least half the class were milling about doing their own things, with a few guests like Kendo, Tokage, and Tetsu. He spots his favorite heater and makes his way clumsily over to the couch, standing in front of Shoto until he notices and looks up. When he does, Izuku makes grabby hands and gives his biggest puppy dog eyes, and Shoto melts, along with anyone in the vicinity, like Koda and Toru. Shoto immediate throws his arms out and within a blink, Izuku is on him. Deku's sleepy. That draws everyone's attentions to where Izuku was cuddled up between Shoto and Koda, wrapped around Shoto's warm arm with Koda rubbing his back. An invisible hand was running through his hair in a way that would look weird if they all weren't already used to it. They look back to Ashido in confusion. She seems to understand their question without a word and explains, there's 4 different levels of tired for Aizu, helpful tired, sleepy toddler, sleep-deprived decoff, and sleep-deprived dark roast. Helpful tired is usual. Sleepy toddler is a little rare. Sleep-deprived decoff is Shinso's normal. And sleep-deprived dark roast is Hatsume's normal. They all shudder at that. It was training camp. Everyone was excited, even Bakugo looked less angry. Aizawa had the same bored, unbothered look, but it was softened every time Izuku came to lean against him during the bus ride there. About half an hour from their destination, Izuku had ended up sleeping on Aizawa, and being the teacher dad he welcomed it, even managing to fall asleep too. He was woken by the bus full of teenagers muttering in confusion. They were at their stop. Slowly and carefully, Aizawa gathered the still sleeping Izuku in his arm and led the class out of the bus, where the 2 pussycats and a literal child were waiting for them. Blah blah blah. He wasn't really paying attention to the usual routine by now, more focused on the warm boy in his arms. He blinked. When did he change out of his school uniform? In place of the slacks and button-up, Aizu wore a soft green-colored cat onesie. He blinked back to the others just in time to catch a look from Mandalay that he responded to with a glare, unconsciously holding the boy closer. Mandalay blinked, but shrugged it off. Pixie Bob was not so inclined to show the same. Oh, is that your kid, Eraser? He's so cute. Cat themed liked us. She was right up in his face and Aizawa had to resist the reaction to flinch back or strike out and protect his student. With a gruff huff, he turned around and walked back to the bus, seeing the other child already sitting there. The 2 heroines followed him onto the bus and they were off. With a silent sigh, he settled in for the 30-minute bus ride, ignoring everything and everyone that didn't sound important. About halfway through, Pixie Bob screeched about something that caused his Kizuku to shift. Aizawa shot her the most venomous glare he could without activating his quirk, and she looked slightly remorseful. He deemed that enough and went back to zoning out until they arrived at camp. Ragdoll had the same reaction as Pixie Bob and he just gave up at that point. Their squeals of cute, so cute, woke Izuku up and that's when he notices the cat whiskers drawn on his cheeks. He can almost see how Yamamoto talked him into wearing the onesie she made with the help of Ashido and Hagakure, who probably did his whiskers seeing as how one side is pink and the other is purple, which should have clashed with the green onesie and hair, but somehow didn't. Their squeals doubled and Aizawa was pretty sure his class could hear them from the forest. He wasn't quick enough to keep Tiger from getting He-Boy from his hands as the other three huddled around him to coo and pet him like he was an actual cat. Izuku took it in stride, curling up in Tiger's arms and somehow managing to purr for them, and no, Aizawa's not jealous at all that they got him to purr when he didn't even know that was a thing Aizu could do, but really it's his own fault for assuming Izuku couldn't do something if he really wanted to. The pussycats took turns cuddling and coddling him for a good hour before Aizawa stole him back. And that's basically how training camp continued, intermixed with some of the kids getting up enough courage and energy to steal Izuku from whichever pro was cuddling up on him at the time. Midoriya was, of course, asleep. It was almost as common as seeing Aizawa asleep now. And you would think that with how much Aizawa sleeps in the teacher's lounge, that teachers wouldn't be coming in screaming. You would think, right? Wrong. Present Mike has almost made it into a game. See how fast he can run after rudely waking the sleeping Grinch upon his arrival. The other teachers won't stop it, it's free entertainment, and if the students get an even more healthy fear of Aizawa, well, no harm done. So when Present Mike bangs loudly open the lounge door, already screaming at the top of his lungs about his class, he's not expecting to be quickly and violently thrown back through the door by a pillar of cement to the gut. Nor is he expecting to be almost instantly knocked out when he tried to get back up. But really he should have known better. Especially given how much time Midoriya seems to spend in there, sleeping on or with one of the teachers. And nobody wakes the boy in front of the teachers. Nobody. When they can't find Izuku this time and no one from the group chat knows where he is, with Nizu being the only one to have not replied, they decide to go to him. If anyone would know, it'd be Nizu. And Izuku seems to like him quite a bit, as the 7 or so pictures the staff had managed to sneak of Nizu being used as a teddy bear is evidence to. When Aizawa, Sato, and Tsu arrive, Izuku is tucked into the corner of a sofa with Nizu on his lap, both dead to the world and very much so staying that way. As they turn to leave, they notice a huge stack of papers on the desk and at least 3 of Izuku's quirk notebooks next to them, and they collectively shudder thinking about what they must have been doing with those. What they didn't notice was the chess set out, with Nizu's black king captured by Izuku's white pawn. They also didn't notice the chess set was custom with specific heroes as black pieces and certain villains and vigilantes as white pieces. They would never see the footage of Izuku carrying around Nizu in his arms like an oversized doll. What they would later notice is the pictures they thought they had been able to sneak mysteriously vanishing from their phones, only to be saved to Nizu's computers. Aoyama was doing what he usually does in the commons room with Ishido and Kaminari, skincare. Shiro and Kirishima were off to the side watching a video and discussing whatever it was. Yamamo had just walked in and was making her way to join the group when Izuku walked in from outside, where it was pouring rain. He blinked at them and they all knew it was one of those days, where for whatever reason, Izuku did not sleep the night before. Kiri was the first one up, but Momo beat him there anyway with a towel she had just made to wrap around his dripping hair, which was flattened in a way that would have been hilarious at any other time. Kiri offers the blanket that was wrapped around his shoulders and helped Momo usher Aizu over to where the others had rearranged the couch so they could smother him with love and cuddles. Kaminari cradles Aizu in his lap with Ishido on one side and Shiro on the other. Aoyama has moved to Shiro's side, with Momo and Kiri on the floor, leaning against Aizu's legs. Ishido and Kiri paint his nails and toenails, while Aoyama applies his skincare routine to the boy's face. Shiro, Kaminari, and Momo talking and telling jokes to distract him and gently massaging whatever muscles they can reach. Under their watch and care, he slowly falls asleep, waking up in a pile on the floor with a lot of blankets and pillows probably donated from the others in the dorm who came out once they were all asleep. Izuku was walking back to UA after his internship for the day, relatively tired, when an arm slides across his shoulders. He doesn't jump or lash out like a normal person would. Instead, he leans into the touch, much to the surprise of the person the arm belongs to, if the sudden tension is any clue. Izuku doesn't say anything, just continues walking, pulling the person along with him. The silence lasts about a minute, until the arm tightens and presses him snugly against the man's chest. I was not expecting this reaction. Izuku hummed, "Well, you seem like you need a hug, a lot of hugs, really. But I figured you wouldn't take it well if I approached you, so I had to wait." They fell silent again, still stopped in the middle of the mostly deserted sidewalk, as the man processed that. "You're not that afraid?" Izuku hummed again, smiling widely as he patted the man's arm. "If you wanted to kill me, Shigaraki, you would have done it already. I could change my mind." "I suppose you can," Izuku agreed before disappearing in a flash of bright green and reappearing right behind the man, arm around his waist. "But I can move faster than you can twitch, so I'm not all that bothered." There was a moment of quiet before he let out a raspy chuckle and wrapped his arm back around the boy's shoulders. "Interesting, Izutan. You're a very interesting playable character." Izuku smiled up at him. "Thanks, but I'm a player, not a character, Tomokun." He chuckled and let go of the boy, who let go in turn, and walked into a nearby alley with a simple wave over his shoulder. "We'll be seeing each other soon." Izuku watched as he disappeared into a warp gate before smiling and heading back to you. No one had to know about this, no one at all. If, a day later, Izuku got a text from an unknown number with a meme only hardcore gamers would get, well, no one had to know he had one more contact than before. And if they sent memes and recommendations back and forth in the middle of the night, no one had to know. And if it suddenly takes an hour longer to get from his internships to UA most days, well, no one had to know he spent that hour cuddling a man people would generously call psycho. Snipe had been tense lately. It usually happens around this time, when his students start actually using real firearms for practice, so no one really gives it much thought when Izuku starts spending less of his cuddle time with the others in favor of following around Snipe. He hangs off his back, walks with their arms entwined, sits against his side, wears his hat, decorates his mask. The only place he reluctantly doesn't follow Snipe is into the shooting range, at Snipe's plea to keep his mind at ease and stay away from loaded guns after the first disastrous time where he almost gave Snipe a heart attack. Snipe had been working his third years through the first practice with real firearms when Izuku had popped up on his shoulders with Snipe's hat on his head. Snipe had barely noticed the now familiar weight, but it caught his students off guard. One of the boys had screamed and startled one of the ones shooting, who whipped around to see what had happened. His arms followed his head, his finger twitched, and now Snipe's hat has 2 holes in it and more gray hairs than his mother. Needless to say, Izuku was not allowed into the range again, and both the boys got detention for reckless handling of a weapon and causing a disturbance. "You know, I haven't heard anything about Endeavor in a while," Kaminari says, and Izuku gets some mix of pride, anger, and disappointment at his mention of the flaming garbage can. "You know, you're right, Kami. Maybe we should ask Todoroki?" Siro comments, earning nods from Kaminari and Mina while Kirishima looks a little uneasy and Bakugo looks angrier. "Don't mention that shitbag in front of me," he snarls, and Kiri puts a hand on his shoulder almost on instinct. "Endeavor's no longer a hero," comes the cold voice behind Aizu. Everyone whips around to face Shoto. He hasn't been for a while. And there's a look on his face that Aizu doesn't like at all. He quickly spirits them away to the classroom, missing the rest of the Baku Squad's conversation and Bakugo's not so quiet about DMN time, half and half. Aizu spends most of the day with Shoto and Toshi, who had overheard the last bit of the Baku Squad conversation and pieced together what had happened upon seeing Shoto in class. And together, they draw Shoto's attention away from his old home life. Aizu offers his bed when they turn in for the night, but Shoto declines. Aizu doesn't sleep that night, waiting for the familiar tug of fear on his mind that tells him someone's having a nightmare. At almost midnight he feels it and makes his way down to the kitchen, already preparing the calming tea Shoto likes to drink after nightmares. It only takes 10 minutes until Sho's down there with him, face pale, hair a mess, and body running high on adrenaline and yet lethargic with sleep. "He can't hurt you anymore, Sho, we made sure of that. It might not have been public, but he's gone now, in jail, where he belongs. Your mom's recovering, your brother and sister doing what they want. You're free, Sho." Aizu soothingly reminds him, giving him the tea to drink, but not touching him like he so badly wanted. He keeps mumbling similar things as the boy drinks, trying to distract and calm him, reminding him of the harmless, and not so harmless, things they'd done to get the evidence to put the fire dumpster away for life. Eventually, the tension seeps from his shoulders and Aizu knows it's okay to touch him now, but still waits for him to initiate contact, not wanting to startle him. Shoto reaches out and Aizu's already there, giving him a soft hug and leading him to the couch for snuggles. If they fall asleep like that, well, no one's going to complain about a sight even Bakugo would mentally, never verbally, call cute. And if there are pictures circulating in UA, and even outside of it, with a sleep-softened Shoto and the always cute Aizu cuddling on the couch, no one says anything about it. Why was Minoma in the 1A dorms? Simple, Aizu dragged him in, and no one was going to tell Aizu no, not even Minoma, so he sat grumpily on the couch and sneered at any 1A brat that looked his way. Aizu was happily sitting on his lap, arms around him and face pressed to his neck as he listened to what one of the girls was telling him. Minoma didn't dare say anything, not with Aizu there to hear it. He definitely does not take kindly to people bad-mouthing his friends. He's almost zoned out when he hears a whispered, "The Midori effect's taken hold." He's going soft, from somewhere he doesn't care to decipher. Well, he can't have the high and mighty 1A brats thinking he's gone soft now, can he? Channeling his inner Bakugo, he grunts and growls, "Get this sheet away from me," motioning to the boy in his lap. The blonde boy, the electric one, comes forward quickly to take him and Minoma panics, not actually wanting Aizu to leave. He swings an enlarged kendo fist at him, which just barely misses, and growls out a, "What do you think you're trying to do, electrodolts?" The boy backs off and the pink acid girl Aizu was talking to smiles while the shark-toothed redhead grins and whispers something about, "Just like Bakubro," to the elbows boy who sits next to him. Minoma almost growls again. How dare this 1A brats compare him to one of their own? He's far better than anything 1A has to offer. He contents himself with Aizu's body heat and endeavors to ignore the rest, lamenting the fact that Aizu was not in his class. There was an open secret in 1A that everyone knew, but no one would dare to talk openly about. Bakugo was at Sundra. He cursed Aizu out and beat him up, and wouldn't let him touch him in class, but when they were alone, or thought they were alone, Bakugo almost refused to let go of the boy. Izuku had obviously already known that, but the first person in class to find out was, unsurprisingly, Koda. You see, the birds like to gossip, especially about any of his classmates they see, so Koda had known since the first week that Bakugo would walk home with Izuku's hand in his when there was no one else around. Kiri had seen him panic slightly when everyone had gotten split during the USJ attack, muttering that Deku had better not die without him. He thought it was cute that he was worried. Toru was the next. She had walked past them cuddling in Recovery Girl's office about a week after the USJ, when Aizu had hurt his arm in a fight against Shoji. Aoyama had felt it. He still had no evidence, but he had felt it when he noticed Bakugo fought to stay in Midoriya's sights at all times. Shinso and Todoroki had gathered as much from Aizu, who would almost always accidentally say too much when mumbling. When finals came, Sato noticed how close they were when walking, but before he could really think on it, his sugar crash practically erased his brain. Jiro overheard Aizu muttering during the mall trip and pieced it together with Momo's help. Tokoyami had heard it from Dark Shadow and didn't much care anyway, shrugging it off with a murmured rivalry in the dark. Shiro noticed how close they were in the bath, but tactfully ignored it. Denki almost fried his brain when he was surprised by the sight of the two practically in the same futon. Denki couldn't keep his mouth shut and Mina found out. Shoji had the misfortune of being stuck on the same floor as Bakugo and had accidentally overheard their little exchange of, "You're too effing clingy, him nerd. But you love my hugs, Kaken. Where the F do you think you're doing, shitty Deku? Get back here." And the soft giggles and content sighs that followed until Bakugo had fallen asleep. Yura, Ida, and Tsu had walked into the common room late one night and saw them cuddled up on the couch, Bakugo's arm wrapped possessively around Aizu even asleep. Toru and Aoyama were discussing it and Ojiro happened to be close enough to hear. Aizawa couldn't care less, as long as there was enough Midori to go around. It was an hour into the bus ride to the summer training camp. 1A was loud and rowdy as ever. Midoriya was sleeping on both Hitoshi and Shoto, who were talking quietly with each other. Aizawa was lightly napping in the front of the bus, keeping an ear out for trouble from the class. Everything was normal, especially when Midoriya cuddled into Aizawa's sleeping bag and lulled the man into an even deeper sleep. They pull up to a stop and Aizawa is jolted awake by the sudden increase of confused noise. He takes a second to process, then orders everyone off the bus and to the rest stop. Moving carefully, so as to not wake the precious green bean napping on him, he discards the sleeping bag and follows them out. They're greeted by Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and a child. They do their little catchphrase GG thing, and promptly toss the class off the cliff. Mandalay makes a vague motion to where he's holding Izuku, and Aizawa gives her his best, try it and they'll never find your body look. It works like a charm. And she doesn't mention it. Unfortunately, Pixie Bob is less inclined to drop it, and skips over in spite of his glare to get a better look at the kid. Ah. She coos, isn't he just the cutest? Don't you want to put him through the forest too? Aren't you being too soft with him, Eraser? Eraser just grunts and heads back to the bus. The other kid, the one that isn't his, is already on it, glaring at the world like it personally offended him. Geez, kids these days. Pixie Bob drops it, in favor of concentrating on her quirk, giving out a surprised comment on one of his kids every now and then as they make their way to the camp. Mandalay explained that the other kid is her nephew, Koda, and the circumstances surrounding why he came to live with her and the pussycats via her telepathy. By the time they make it to camp, Izuku is no longer snuggled up to Aizawa and they had no idea where he'd run off to. Mandalay seemed surprised when the boy was no longer anywhere in the bus, but Aizawa just brushed it off as problem child being a problem and not to worry about it. Mandalay is obviously still worried for the boy and asks Ragdoll to look for him with her quirk. Odd. I can't find him. That causes Mandalay to panic even more. Aizawa gruffly assures her that Izuku is fine and that he probably went to help or hug his classmates. He tells her it's common for him to disappear like this and that if something was wrong, they'd know. He's proven right half an hour later when he appears once again, clinging to Aizawa, who's taken the opportunity to nap. He grunts a little when he gets a pointy elbow to the ribs and a soft sorry. Aizawa warns him that he can't disappear like that without telling them during the trip, citing Mandalay and Pixie Bob's near heart attacks. He gives a shy sorry to the pussycats who are all watching him with shock. Aizawa ignores them and focuses in on Izuku's murmured ramblings of how well the class is doing, the teamwork, the moves, the commands Momo and Ida give, gushing about their improvements and picking apart what they can work on more. Aizawa grunts affirmatively when necessary, mentally noting down the important bits. After an hour of that, he mumbles that he's gonna go check on them and disappears before anyone can reply. The pussycats are left with questions they know Aizawa won't answer and take the oddities in stride. This class must be very good if there's still 20 of them. It's almost dark when the class finally shambles through the edge of the woods. The only one who doesn't seem exhausted is Midoriya, who is carrying Denki, Aoyama, and Uraraka, with Momo leaning heavily on both him and Todoroki. Denki fried his brains, and to keep him from tripping or running into beasts, Aiza decided to carry him. Aoyama had sprained his ankle in the fall, but had tried to push through until he couldn't and Aizu offered to carry him on his back. Yura had overused her quirk and just the thought of moving made her sick, so Aizu carried her too. Momo had exhausted her fat reserves and was light-headed and weak. They gathered around for medical care first, before the pussycats started complimenting and criticizing them, commending Bakugo, Todoroki, Jiro and Ida on their ability to destroy the earth beasts, saying how they destroyed the most, to which everyone questioned, because Midoriya had been the one to take out at least 100 in the fragment of time he'd been with them. Ragdoll blinked then shrugged, my quirk can't see him, so I attributed the kills to whoever was closest to the beast when it fell. Aiza's eyes widened, really? Search can't see me? I wonder why though. There's no particular reason Search wouldn't be able to pick upon me normally, re-dash. Izuku, Aizawa interrupted, if you're going to quirk rant, at least speak up. Aiza blinked and blushed brightly, hiding behind the nearest person, who happened to be Tokoyami, who wasn't quite tall enough to cover him and thus they looked adorable, with a mumbled sorry. There was a pause as everyone internally cooed at him, before Pixie Bob clapped, getting everyone's attention, right. Well, I'm sure everyone is hungry dash, she didn't get to finish because as soon as she pointed to the open dining room door where the food was laid out neatly, everyone found the energy to imitate Izuku and disappear, running to the food with happy little cries and general chaos. Izuku was stuck in his own little world, moving his mouth to words no one could hear as he nerded out, being pulled along pliantly by Shoto, who still had Momo leaning on one side. The next day found them with Midoriya laying across Shiro, Denki, Shoji, and Koda, not that any of them minded the pleasant weight and soothing presence. Shoji carried him out until a surprisingly awake Ishido stole him for cuddles. They split up for training, Aizu taking the time to Cuddly acquaint himself with Koda, and around 8, Midoriya signaled Mandalay that he was gonna disappear for a bit. He reappeared about half an hour later with 1B, hanging off Monoma, who seemed far more zen than usual. Mandalay quietly asked Vlad if they had stopped to pick him up somewhere, but he denied it, saying he simply showed up about 30 miles out, already cuddling Monoma and having a conversation with Kendo. Neither remembered when that had happened, just that by the time they realized it, it had been happening for a while. They went about training as usual, Izuku even managing to catch Tiger in a tackle hold that turned into a cuddle quite a few times before Aizawa moved him to stealth training. He was moved to strength training after about the 30th time he scared a 1B student into screaming because most weren't yet used to his random sneaky appearances, the only exceptions being Monoma, Kendo, Shiozaki, and Aways. Then he was moved to speed training with Ida because he completely destroyed the mountainside he, Sato, Kendo, Pony, and Kiri were punching and stabbing with their horns, which led to more training for Aways as he had to try to weld the mountain back together. He was then moved to quirkless combat with Tiger and Aizawa after he lapped Ida for the 50th time. They ended up just giving up on him by the time dinner came around as he had probably worked more than any of the others and was the least tired one there. Day 2 of the training trip was completed with Curry and Aways mercifully avoiding getting kicked in the nuts by a baby. Aizu did his talking understanding thing with Koda and then slept between Manga and Shota, his legs tangled with Kaibara and Rins. He woke up before most with an uneasy feeling and found Aizawa to talk it through with. Aizawa happened to be with Vlad and the pussycats in the little kitchen when Aizu found him and promptly attached himself to Aizawa's back to mumble his thoughts into his shoulder. "Speak up, kid, I can't hear you," Aizawa grumbled, taking large sips of his coffee as the others watched with poorly hidden smiles. I said, "I don't like how this feels today. Something's wrong, it's making me uneasy." Izuku repeated, louder, hands fisted tightly in Aizawa's jumper. What are you thinking, problem child?" The tightness in his tone told Izuku he was serious and the sharpened gaze of Vlad echoed that. So he shoved down his nerves and answered, "Well, the nearest backup would be 1.5 to 2 hours away. If they strike after dark, when the students are exhausted from training and the heroes have already done their check-in with the school and their families, because there's no way you'd be out here without consistent checkups with Nizu after the USJ, then they'd have a pretty decent chance of catching everyone off guard and getting about a 2-hour window to wreak havoc and complete their objectives. Personally, I'd strike between midnight and 2, when most are just far enough in their sleep cycles to wake up groggy and uncoordinated. It also happens to be right after Aizawa gives his last check-in for the night. Of course, I can't guarantee that'd be their strategy, because Shigaraki is a man-child and we don't know how much information he has on the camp and its workings." He takes a deep breath, then mutters to himself for a couple seconds before adding louder, "Actually, given what I've seen from Shigaraki, it's likely he wouldn't be in charge of this since he would have attacked already, the first night if his objective was 1A, or last night if his objective was 1B. He's not potent enough to wait even just a few days. If he's planned it but not leading it, he'd attack right after dinner. When everyone's still tired from training and lethargic from food, it's the perfect purely strategical attack." He stops to mumble to himself again, hand twitching away where it's clinched around Aizawa's clothes, itching to write. Again, he says louder, "Of course, if it's not Shigaraki taking the lead for this attack, but Kurogyri, he's likely to wait a while longer to make sure his pieces are in order and plans are properly set. It's hard to say what someone else would do though, there's many ways to successfully pull off an attack on this camp with the right resources." He blinks a bit when he ends, then blushes at the looks they're giving him and shoves his face into Aizawa's back to hide. No one questions how he knows all this. Aizawa just hums, draining the last of his coffee and letting Mandalay refill it as he pats Izuku's head. That's a good analysis, kid. What would you suggest as countermeasures? Izuku bites his lip as his mind raced, hand twitching even more until Aizawa takes it and moves it to a piece of paper and pen Vlad had set out for him. Less than a minute has the paper filled, front and back with small, cramped writing. I think, he says slowly as he crosses out a few sections of the paper, that the best thing would be to keep the students in groups with at least one heavy hitter, a stealth or speed-specific student, and someone who can take the lead if need be. It would be good to have at least one pro with them at all times. It's probably best to have two though, considering everything. Mandalay and Ragdoll are probably the best to pair together, even though it's not your usual partners, given that Ragdoll's quirk lets her know if anyone is in the area, and Mandalay's can alert everyone to possible villain attacks should Ragdoll find anything. Then, given the Pussycats already work so well together, Tiger and Pixie Bob for another group, closer to the forest, as a first line of defense to attacks from there, with your knowledge of the area and complementary quirks. Vlad and Eraser grouped closer to the building with the most and more troublesome kids. Who would you assign to who? Vlad asked, taking out a notepad of his own as he jotted down the important parts. Oh well, that's pretty easy for one. Kakin and Shoto can't be in the same group, so Aizawa gets Kakin and Tiger gets Shoto. With Kakin has to be the Baku squad to keep him calm, so Kiri, Siro, Kami, and Mina. Minoma has to stay away from Kakin too, so he goes with Ragdoll. With Minoma goes Kendo, and with Shoto goes Momo, so you have your fire power and brains for each group there. Ida should go with Momo, and Tokage with Kendo. Shinshida, Shiozaki, Manga, Tetsu, Kamakiri, Komori, Kuwaro, Koda, Tsu, and Toru with Kendo. Rin, Yanagi, Bando, Kaibara, Pony, Shota, Yami, Sato, Jiro, and Shinso with Momo. Shoji, Yura, Aoyama, Ojiro, Tsubiraba, Kodai, Hananuki, and Aways with Kakin. With that, you have long distance, close combat, stealth, speed combat leaders, power players, and scouts pretty evenly distributed. I also tried to take into account possible quirk combos, who is more likely to get along, who's willing to follow the orders of someone they don't know well, and whose quirks won't heavily negatively affect others. The most volatile are separated, the more calming are paired with them to help. I should probably stay with Kakin, just in case, given his last interaction with most of 1B was the sports festival. He trails off into muttering before giving a firm nod. That's the best I can do with my limited knowledge. It's good, kid. I don't see any faults that are avoidable. We should be working on inter-class partnerships and teamwork anyway. Aizawa shares a look with Vlad, who nods. We'll do that then. You're free to travel between groups so long as you let us know. I'd like you to analyze the kids as much as you can today. Give any advice you see fit, whether it's quirk combos or quirk improvements. Keep your notebook on you so you can give further analysis later. Consider it extra credit. Izuku nods and Aizawa turns to the others who are somewhere between shocked, impressed, and unnerved. We'll be doing group combat today then. Within your group Izuku laid out, you'll split them into 2 or 3 teams and have them battle. Each round, we'll switch up the teams. You can even have hostage situations if you feel like. Just make sure you're always watching and free to move and intervene in case of villains or out-of-control fights. They nod at him and he turns back. To his kid, who's a lot less jittery now. Anything else, kid? Ragdoll should actively use her quirk every 5 to 15 minutes. It might be strenuous for you, but just think of it as training. With Minoma in your group, you can even teach him and let him do it if you need a break. If you go that route, try and lengthen the time he's able to hold a quirk for. I'm sure with practice he can get it up to at least 10 minutes by the end of next semester. Also, it'd be good to be in constant contact with each group via comms, just so that, should we be attacked and they have a similar quirk user as the one at the USJ, we'll have a backup early warning system. And if they don't have a quirk user or EMP, we'll be able to easily keep contact through more than just Mandalay's quirk. Momo can make comms if you didn't bring any. He breaks off to mumble just loud enough for Aizawa to hear. I have to ask her about those invisible knives and batons for Toru. Without breaking for breath, he continues to the rest. It'd be good to increase your check-in times with Nizu to once every half hour or so, as opposed to the previous 3. That would shorten the possible time we go without backup from 5 hours to 2.5 at most. I'm sure Nizu would agree with being more careful given this year's general chaos. He takes a break to breathe and make sure he's covered everything. I wouldn't alert the students about the reasons for the changes. It would cause panic and/or elevated stress levels, which wouldn't be good for their training. But I would warn them to keep their eyes and ears open, especially those with enhanced senses, like Jiro, Shoji, Shinshida, and even Koda and Tokage. They all nod and Midoriya tilts his head to listen. I hear Koda coming and it's about time for everyone to be getting up anyway, so I'll go get the boys up. He gives one last squeeze to Aizawa, pats Vlad's arm, and is out the door. That was terrifying, Pixie Bob whispers. Are you sure he's just a kid? I'm getting flashbacks to Nizu-sensei, and I don't like it. The others shiver at the thought, and Aizawa sighs. He's just that special. Natural intelligence that, when focused, can rival even Nizu, gut intuition that would make me question if he was psychic, had I believed in psychics, and power to rival All Might. We're lucky he's such a pure-hearted kid. The world would fall to him had he the inclination to become a villain. They all shiver again, before jumping at Izuku's voice. Now that's not nice, Aizawa. It may be true, but it's still not nice. Aizawa shrugs. Did you get your classmates up, problem child? Yep. He chirps with a smile, rummaging around for food and coffee, which he eventually just steals from Aizawa, who's unbothered by it. Aoyama, Koda, and Shinshida are waking the girls, since they're, quote, trustworthy. The 2 teachers nod in understanding and Midoriya chooses to lean against Vlad as his rice porridge cooks. Koda comes in and the pros notice he looks slightly less angry than usual. Aizu's so jumpy with nerves that when his timer dings, he flinches before jumping up to pour it into 4 separate bowls and adding different fixings on top. He leaves with the bowls and comes back a second later for 4 cups of different drinks, then leaves. He's back again for his own portion and cup of milk before leaving to eat with Shoto, Hitoshi, Ochako, and Ida. Slowly the rest of the classes zombie walk through the kitchen to grab their quick pre-training breakfasts. Aizu tells Momo to eat a lot and bring plenty of snacks before asking her to make the comms and discussing the invisible knives for Toru. They train as planned. Izuku is able to get quite a bit of data on each person and freely gives advice and suggestions. Everything goes smoothly and it just puts Aizu even more on edge, and he's not the only one. As the day went on, Aizawa, Bakugo, and Mandalay had started to feel what Aizu had felt. There was a weird tension in the air that wasn't coming from the camp, but rather directed toward it. It was subtle. The pros wouldn't have even ordinarily noticed it had Izuku not brought it up prior. Aizawa had even told Nizu as time went on that they'd like for a few nearby heroes who have free time to head down, just in case. Nizu said he'll send Hawks down, since he was curious about his intern's progress, Manuel, who was nearby, and Present Mike, who'd volunteered. That being said, Hawks would get there in 3 hours, Manuel in 2, and Mike in 4. It was nearly dark and they had just finished their training when Manuel arrived. He helped make food and sat with the pros to talk. He even admitted to feeling something off when he arrived. They were just beginning to get ready for baths when Izuku snapped his head up and looked into the forest. Ragdoll, can you do a search? He asked, drawing everyone's attention. Ragdoll nodded. Sheet. Her face hardened. There are 11 people in the forest, quirks. Muscle augmentation on the mountain, blade tooth going fast through the forest, compress in the forest, magnetism and gecko nearing the edge of the training clearing, gas on the left side of the forest, transform running around, double and cremation in the back right corner. I have something else that's just a mix of at least 3 different quirks that's moving pretty slow toward us. Warp gates popping up randomly. I think they're looking for something. Vlad was already on the phone, telling Nizu as Izuku listened intently, nodding. Momo, please make enough comms for everyone. Hawks is set to arrive in around half an hour, Mix an hour behind that. Nizu is sure to send all available pros, but they'll be about 2 hours away. Warp gate is likely Kurogyri. If he's looking for something, we shouldn't be in groups of less than 5. Blade Tooth is probably the recently escaped death row inmate Moonfish. Keep an eye on him, he's a cannibal. Everyone was listening, Momo already handing out comms as Vlad relayed what was happening to Nizu, who had already called for speedy backup. Four heads turned at the same time toward the back of the forest. Smoke, Shinshida and Shoji say at the same time as Koda signs about blue fire and something with a chainsaw. Okay, that was likely the cremation user. Blue fire is unique, but not enough to narrow down the person. Momo, see if you can make water molecules for manual to use. Hopefully we can put out the fire before it spreads too much. Koda, you said chainsaw arm? That could be the transform user or the unidentifiable one. Unidentifiable is likely. A Noma dash, he cut himself off to push Aizawa and Manuel out of the way of a burst of blue fire. Oh! A deep voice chuckles, you're a sharp one and fast too. Ragdoll? Aizu asks as Aizawa erases the man's quirk, letting Pixie Bob envelope him in earth. He's not on my radar, I don't know how? Toshi, Aizu calls, snapping the boy from his panic. Well, you're a hot one, Scarface, what's your name? Hitoshi says with a grin as he leans casually against Monoma. Dabi doesn't answer, not even looking in the boy's direction, and Hitoshi scowls, pushing off Monoma toward Shoto. Monoma takes his chance to talk, with an aggravatingly cocky grin. What? You think you're all that, you raisin? 'Cause we caught you pretty easily, you know? Dabi scoffs, and what wow dash? Gotcha, Monoma, Hitoshi, and Aizu all say, grinning. Keep an eye out everyone, Ragdoll especially, let's question him. Aizu says, walking up to the man with the other two, Shoto, Kendo and Toru, in invisible mode. Answer truthfully and to the best of your ability, Monoma commands, keeping constant contact with Hitoshi just in case. What's your name? Dabi. What's your quirk? Cremation. Cremation is still at the end of the forest where the fire started, Ragdoll calls. How are there more than one of you here? Twice quirk duplicates people. How many duplicates can he make and how many are here? 2 and 2. Name the people who came with you and their quirks. Twice, duplicate. Toga Himiko, transform. Muscular, muscles. Mustard, mustard gas. Mr. Compress, compress. Kurogyri, warp gates. Moonfish, sharp teeth. Magna, magnetism. Spinner, lizard. Nomu, chainsaw arms, maybe. What are your goals? Capture Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku, and Monoma Nito. Make people lose faith in heroes. How can we disable twice clones? They lose form with a few broken bones. When they lose form, do the memories of the clone go to the one cloned or twice? No. We have incoming. Magna and Spinner from the left, Moonfish from the right, and Kurogyri's warping closer and closer, Ragdoll calls. Break his ribs please, Pixie Bob. Aizu calls and after a moment of hesitation, she follows, the fake Dabi melting to goop. Remember your groups from earlier today. Get into them. Remember the combo moves you practiced today and use them where necessary. Momo's group against Moonfish, over there. He points in the direction Moonfish is supposed to be coming from. Kendo's group against Magna and Spinner over there. He points again. Bakugo's group over there, providing long-ranged support when necessary. Manuel please go with Kendo's group. Momo's group just barely gathered in the right spot when Moonfish comes bursting from the trees. Shoto puts up a reflexive ice wall, which is smashed almost instantly. But by then, Bondo had already thrown some Semidine around where the teeth were going to land, while Yanagi used her telekinesis to make sure the teeth that landed in the glue stayed until it hardened. Shoto iced over the trapped teeth just in case and Hitoshi was ready to brainwash him if need be. While that was happening, Manga dropped a splat on the two who had just entered the clearing, giving Shiozaki and Monoma enough time to restrain them with vines and pull their weapons away. Quick and easy takedowns. Pixie Bob then entrapped all three villains into the ground until only their heads, or in Moonfish's case, his nose, was above ground. Izuku made sure to note any things that should be worked on, but for the most part, the moves were quite well done for being used in their first actual villain fight. That Nomu thing is coming from the back, Ragdoll called, pointing between Bakugo's group and Momo's. Compress is about a minute out, pointing between her group and Bakugo's. Bakugo's 1B, Aizawa, Pixie Bob and Aoyama, help Kendo's group with compress. Everyone else, Nomu. Aizu called, flinting to Aizawa's side. Don't let him take Monoma, but let Monoma get his quirk. The Nomu attacks first, one of its chainsaws nearly hitting Mina, but she dodges in time, spraying acid on it as she moves away. Shota uses twin impact to break the chainsaw that almost got him while Pony and Rin bombard it with scales and horns stabbing into it, which doesn't do much as it can't feel pain. Izuku tells them to direct their ranged attacks at its exposed brain, and the two do so, causing it to slow or JRK to a stop for a few precious seconds every 10 or so hits. Bando and Shoto work together with Yanagi again to glue and ice its feet to the ground to stop it from moving. Vlad is using his crystallized blood to shield people from the chainsaws as they set up to attack while Tiger pulled people out of the way. Tokoyami takes the chance to pull out Dark Shadow to distract the Nomu as the rest attack it. Sato and Ito work together to immobilize an arm while Shota breaks the chainsaw on it. Ojiro and Shoji do the same with Mina's acid breaking them. Momo, Jiro, Kaibara and Shinso tackle the back arms with Bakugo, Kaminari and Uraraka. Ciro's taping all the arms together once the chainsaws are broken while Kirishima and Midoriya are covering for anyone Vlad and Tiger can't get to. Within 5 minutes, they've successfully taken it down and captured it, which is about the time Hawks shows up. Over with Kendo's group, though the fight had been over for about a minute and they were discussing ways to restrain Mr. Compress. Aizu wandered over to ask Pixie Bob to capture the Nomu in the ground like the others and decided to weigh in on the discussion. How's his quirk activated? He just has to skin contact with his arms or hands to shrink things into a marble. Monoma answers, demonstrating it for him on a rock. Momo! Izuku calls her over. You know how to make quirk erasing restraints? She blinks. Yeah, give me a second. I'd prefer if you hurry, Aizawa says, and it's gruff and strained. They go on and Pixie Bob takes him into the ground as well, letting Aizawa put his eye drops in peace. Don't worry, problem child, I'll give you a play-by-play when this is over. Izuku smiles. All right, back to your teams? Hawks, you're free to fly around and join whatever fight you feel needs you. Here's a calm. Hawks blinks, then gives a grin and a salute and takes off, watching from the sky. We have 5 down, 6 to go and perhaps 2 clones. Ragdoll, where are they? Dabi and Twice haven't moved. Muscular is headed this way now, as is Toga. She points in one direction then moves it slightly to the side. Kurogyri hasn't reappeared. For a few minutes, and Mustard hasn't moved either. Izuku nodded slowly. Okay, Muscular's weakness is going to be his face, everything else is going to be covered in muscle, so his face is the best spot. The water hose duo took out his eye in their fight against him, so we know it works. Be careful of his power, he's fast and strong and enjoys killing people. He stopped. Where's Koda? The pussycats freeze, before Ragdoll answers. In a bunker. Good, as long as he's safe and away from Muscular. Aiza continues. I don't have much about Toga other than that she might be the serial killer, Love Bite. She's good with knives and obsessed with blood. Don't let her appearance fool you, she may be our age, but she's fast, agile and probably quirk crazy. Just as he finishes, he jumps out to grab a knife before it can hit Sue, and the blonde comes skipping out of the forest, crazed smile and eyes alight. Izuku, you ruined the surprise. She stops just a few feet from the edge of the woods and pulls out 2 more knives, her face going feral. Surprise. She jumps at him, lashing out with both knives only to get knocked off course by a horn to the side. Pony, Rin, focus on Muscular when he comes. Hananuki, Thoas, try to weld him into the floor. Kamakiri, Tsuburaba, Bakugo, Kiri, Mina, Shinso, distract him. Aizawa, do as much as you can with Muscular, but don't strain yourself, we still have Kurogyri to get. Toru, Bando, Yanagi, you're with me. The rest of Momo and Kendo's groups try and locate Dabi and Twice. Put out the fires if you can as well. Yami, you're switching to Bakugo's team, Kodai's leading, take out Mustard. Momo, make some mini-gas masks for them please. As he's calling orders, he's also dodging Toga's knives. By the time he finishes, Muscular has made his appearance and the other teams leave. Hawks, please try and direct the smaller group to the center of the pink gas. He just barely misses a knife to the neck thanks to Yanagi or Toru pulling him away. He gets agreement from Hawks and turns his full attention to Toga, who just laughs. You'd look so much cuter with some blood on you, Izuken. Shigi may want you alive, but he probably won't mind you a little bloodied. She lunged again, and nearly landed in Bando's Semidine when Aizu dodged before she back-flipped away with a cackle. Come on, Izuken. I know you stalked me. Don't you want a closer look? I followed Love Bite, so unless you admit you're her, I don't think I have stalked you, Toga. That was a lie. Izuku totally stalked her, but what she doesn't know will only help the police. Ooh, so did you like the cute little bodies I left behind? Because you can be one real soon if you want, Izuken. I'll make you look all pretty with your blood. You want that, right, Izuken? He grabs her hands, while Yanagi grab her legs. Then her knives float out of her hands and Toru holds them like she knows what she's doing with them. He pins her to the ground and Bando covers her arms and legs with his glue so she can't move. They turn to help with Muscular, but they've got him well in hand, welded to the ground in a way that it's nearly impossible to gain the torque needed to escape. Just to be safe, Shinso brainwashes him to sleep for 8 hours. Izuku then goes to the comms. Momo Kendo team, how's it going? We've put out much of the fire along the way and defeated a compress clone, but Ragdoll says Dabi and Twice have both left. Kodai team, we got Mustard and defeated a muscular clone along the way. Okay, both teams meet back here, bring Mustard, Kodai. Ragdoll, what's the status of Kurogyri? He's reappeared a few times, seems to be circling the whole valley. Okay, keep me posted on that, Mike should be here soon. Keep on guard for any more clones. Hawks, please keep an eye out for Rank B villain, Kurogyri and any of his warp gates. Roger, Green Bean. Aizu blushes red, but ignores it as a Toga clone comes out of the woods with a creepy laugh. He gives an irritated sigh. Yanagi, can you just slam her into the ground really hard please? She didn't have to as Toru had already come up to her and slammed her leg into her knee, causing it to bend back and break. Mike is on the road here. Hawks, think you can do a pickup for us? Sure thing, Sprout. Less than a minute later, Mike is lowered gently to the ground by 2 red feathers. Aizawa starts explaining the situation to him as we wait for the other groups to come back. About 3 minutes into the wait, Ragdoll calls, Kurogyri about 30 meters north of Kamakiri. Hananuki and Aizawa immediately turn in that direction, to cancel his quirk and stick him in the softened ground. It didn't work, he warped out quick, and suddenly multiple warp gates were opening all around. Move! Izuku pulls Hitoshi away just as a warp gate opened under him, Kirishima and Mina doing the same for Bakugo. Yanagi is just fast enough to pull a ways away from the gate that opens under him. Pony uses her horns to yank Mr. Compress and Aizawa out of the way of the one under them. Tsuburaba uses his solid air to block both the Nomu and Moonfish from going into the one under them, but that doesn't stop Toga, Mange, and Spinner from falling into theirs. Muscular is, thankfully, welded into the ground, and no warp gate would be able to get him out by itself. The warp gates disappear and Aizawa can't hold back his curse, as Ragdoll calls again. What happened? 3 of the villains just disappear. Ragdoll? She's gone. Monoma's missing too. Kendo's slightly panicking voice answers. Sheet. Kodai, any gates on your end? No, but we're keeping our eyes peeled. Okay, both groups get back here as fast as you can, still be careful though. There's a good chance that they aren't finished yet. He turned to his group who all look a little worse for wear. Mike, call Nizu, explain what just happened and see how long that backup is going to be. I want to know the odds of them being done or coming back to complete their mission. While Mike did that, Aiza looks over the group carefully, checking for injuries or strain, which he finds. Toshi, Aizawa, Yanagi, no more quirks? Kaken, Kiri, be careful, Hananuki, rest before you fall over. Mike keep an eye on Aizawa and Toshi. Pony watch Yanagi please. A ways, Hananuki if you would. Nizu says there's a 60% chance that they come back, the number falls to 30 if you evade their first attempt. There was actually a long string of numbers, but I rounded up. Mike says as Tiger comes into view, Izuku catches the slightest. flicker of black and leaps for it, pinning Kurogyari to the ground before another toga comes leaping out with a psychotic smile and sharp knife. Whether it's a clone or not, he can't tell, but she forces him to dodge, letting go of the warp gate user in the process. Aizu tries to grab for him again as a vine wraps itself around Toga's body, but Kurogyari just warps himself away. Move! He calls again just before 4 warp gates open under where various people used to be, now familiar with this little dance. The gates disappear and they're down another villain as Mr. Compress gets warped away too. Izuku runs some fast mental math. Mike, ask Nizu the chances if they get another of their objectives in the next attack? 25 if they don't get anything on the 3rd pass. He also says that's not a smart plan. Momo, get me 2 trackers, aways, weld one on me and one on the Nomu. If he comes back again, let him take us both, but don't make it obvious. Aizawa, make sure Tsukachi is on this and the rescue effort. Bakugo, don't be reckless while I'm gone. Aways had just finished welding the tracker to a bit of Izuku's hair when the warps opened again. Aways pushed away, in the process, knocking Aizu off balance in his jump and he toppled into a waiting warp. He hit the floor hard and bounced up quick with a curse on his lips that he didn't get to finish before he was somehow pulled through the air and into a chair where Toga and Twice quickly chained him down. He spotted Monoma a few feet from him in a similar situation. No sign of ragdoll, there's static in his earpiece. Shigaraki looks like he's about to start talking, but Izuku cuts him off with a furious glare at Monoma. 1B is the FNG worst. Monoma looks shocked for a second before he catches on and his face turns to arrogant anger. Oh yeah? And how did 1A do any better? You're here too, aren't you? Yeah, because your 1B classmate pushed me into the FING warp gate. He snarls back, using the time to get a better look around and observe as much as possible about the villains and the dot bar. They seem to be in. It gives the added benefit of distracting Kurogyari from warping again, keeping the people at camp safe for a little longer. Probably because your big-headed 1A self was in their way. I'd have pushed you too. Thinking you're better than everyone just because you beat some D-list villains already. Police, I'm certain 1B did a better job today than 1A ever could. Before Izuku could respond, a hand clamped over Izuku's face. The dry skin and 4-finger hold told him it was Shigaraki. Monoma's eyes widened slightly in fear and Shigaraki leaned down so their faces were even, his bright red eye shining malice through the gaps of his hand mask. Shut up. Midoriya swallowed and slowly Shigaraki removed his hand and pulled back. Kurogyari, we've got the priority now, no need to waste more time. Kurogyari nodded. Of course, Shigaraki Tamura, and Aizu all but sighed in relief. Part 1 done. Now, you Blondie would make a fine villain, don't you think? With that antagonistic attitude of yours, I'm sure your classmates and teachers think the same. They didn't respond and it seemed to anger Shigaraki. What? Got nothing to say to that? Dabi rolled his eyes from his little corner of the room. You just threatened them to shut up, now you want them to talk? At least I'm not the only one thinking that. Both Monoma and Izuku think with slight amusement. Shigaraki scowls at him behind the mask before turning to Izuku. Aizun, I expected more from you, I really did. Izuku shrugs the best he can. I mean, I organized the teams that took down nearly your whole squad, and with only a gut feeling that you'd be attacking, I'd say I did pretty well, Tamura-kun. Toga said you recognized her. How? You mentioned unlocking Love Bite one day and I decided to look into it. I'm amazed the police haven't found her yet. It was ridiculously easy to narrow down the suspects to her. Toga popped into his face, eyes bright and smile manic. Oh, is Izuku a smarty and a cutie? Shigaraki pulled her back before she could put that knife to use. Aizayan is my player too, Toga. Only I get to hurt him. Izuku gave a cheeky smile. I knew you cared, Tomokun. Pretty much everyone but Izuku and Shigaraki were confused at that point. Did they know each other? How do they know each other? Was Midoriya in on it? I have to take care of you if I want you on my side. And you will come to my side, it's only a matter of time, Aizutan. Shigaraki smiled beneath his mask. A smart kid like you can only go so long ignoring the injustices in the world. Izuku bit back a sigh. Tamura-kun, really, I can only hear the same lines so many times before it becomes annoying. Please spare me your morality debate until you get a set of morals to debate about. Morals? You said you'd turn a blind eye to me, how's that help your morals? No, I said, as long as you aren't actively hurting people, I wouldn't arrest you. There's a difference. But now, you went and ruined what we had. Aizu trailed off, shaking his head sadly. Shigaraki scratched his neck rapidly. But you're here now, I don't have to wait anymore. Stop scratching your neck. Izuku bites out with authority few knew he could possess. Shigaraki drops his hands on instinct. He continues with a softer voice. I've told you it's not good for you. Kurojire's told you it's not good for you. Have you tried what I suggested since last time we talked? It didn't work. Aizu eyes the sulking man-child doubtfully. Did you try it for more than 5 minutes? He didn't get an answer, didn't think so. Not everything is instantaneous. I've told you that, Tamura-kun. Shigaraki scowled, then turned away and stormed through some doors that probably led to the stairs that there are his moody stomps on the floor above. Well, if that's all for today, I'd like to sleep tonight. You don't stay this cute by chance after all. With that chirped dismissal, most of the other villains started filing out, leaving Dabi, Toga, and Kurojire. Minoma was watching him like he couldn't figure out if he was friend or foe anymore, which is fair. Toga watched him with crazed, bloodlust-filled eyes. Dabi looked slightly intrigued. Kurojire was likely just here to make sure no one tried to do anything to the two. Go to sleep, Minoma. Tomorrow will be a long day. He wearily did so, but Izuku was not going to be getting any sleep tonight. He didn't trust the villains to follow Shigaraki's orders when he had just been verbally reprimanded by a kid. At least he didn't have to really worry about any sort of rescue attempt from their classmates. If Kaken took his warning to heart, he'd make sure the teachers are aware of any plans the students tried to make if Kaken couldn't convince them not to do it. So he's not all that surprised when he's jolted from his thoughts by a hand in his hair. He glances over, and it's Shigaraki. When did he get back down here? Over his shoulder, he can see Dabi watching even as he pretends he's not. Toga had left sometime in the past hour he'd been drifting, and Kurojire is still cleaning the same glass? He blinks the thought away and smiles up at Shigaraki, whispering so he doesn't wake Minoma, you know, you always give some of the best head pats, Tomakun. Shigaraki just hums, ruffling his hair further. What's the real reason you don't want to join me, Aizu? Izuku flicks his gaze over to Minoma, who's still sleeping peacefully, then to the other two at the bar, one of whom is obviously eavesdropping. His smile falls a bit before he pushes it back into place. I don't want to be associated with your sensei. There's a twitch in his hair and he resists the urge to tense as Shigaraki visibly restrains himself from clenching his hand. Kurojire's eyes flick up to them as Dabi looks even more interested, if at all possible. Why not? And that's a whine if he ever heard one, Sensei's strong and powerful dash. He sees the world as a chess game, Tamura-kun. Izuku cuts him off with surprisingly soft venom. I don't like being used as a pawn and I know you don't either. But he doesn't see you as a player, he doesn't even see you as a king piece, Tomo. You've got to realize that, right? Shigaraki is quiet, his fingers clenching almost painfully in Aizu's hair. Kurojire's turned his full attention to us now, Dabi's watching intently, and Minoma's still thankfully asleep. Yes, Aizu continues softly, he's strong and yes, he's powerful, he's 2 centuries old, I'd be more surprised if he wasn't. But he's left his bishops to do whatever they wanted with his resources and backing. He doesn't care what you do, he never really did. He took you in on a whim, had Kurojire raise you, filled you with anti-hero propaganda, and released you to wreak havoc on society. He doesn't care about you or what you do, as long as it helps him or amuses him. He lets that sink in, before continuing, which is why he's listening in right now, to see what you'll do. Will he lose a chess piece, or will he watch a murder? There's tense silence, 3 sets of eyes focused on the TV in the corner. The last is keeping his burning blue eyes on Shigaraki and Izuku, wondering how the kid had so much confidence. The TV flickered to life, and a dry, slightly raspy voice that just oozed enough power to make your blood freeze said, I'd expect no less from you, Izuku. There was something in the infliction he put on his name that Aizu couldn't quite place, so he put it aside for later and gave a cheeky grin to the TV. Well, it's an honor to finally speak with you. Kurojire's mist flickers in surprise at the name drop. Shigaraki tenses further, but the voice just huffs a laugh. So you figured out who I am. Not surprising considering your mentor. That was definitely hostility in his voice then. Just because he nearly killed you doesn't mean you need to hold a grudge. Need I remind you that you killed his mentor? It's only logical that he would seek revenge for it. She struck first, I was only protecting myself. The voice sounds almost amused. If you noticed, I've never started fights with Ofa's holders, I just end them. Izuku scoffed. You started this whole 2-century-long war when you forced a quirk onto someone who didn't want it. Aizu let that sink in for a second before continuing, and I can guarantee you, your brother? Did not want it. There was a long pause and the three villains tensed further as the silence got drawn out. Finally, Fo spoke, and it wasn't what anyone expected. Kurojire, warp him to me. Shigaraki tightened his grip in his hair, looking at Kurojire over the boy's shoulder as they shared a silent discussion that Aizu couldn't have cared less about at the moment because he was in a staring contest with Dabi. And DMN if those aren't some familiar eyes. Oh sheet. Endeavor's kid? That checks out. The eldest, Toya, ran away 8-9 years ago? Well sheet, if I didn't already hate Endeavor I would now. Shigaraki eventually, reluctantly, released his hair and he was warped away instantly, still chained to his chair. He looked around when the mist cleared and could barely make out a shape in the darkness that vaguely resembled a human. Well, I'd shake your hand, but I'm a little tied up at the moment, forgive me. Ah, way to go, Izuku, annoy the person who can kill you with a snap of his fingers. I have to admit, the Thanos ripoff ignores his comment. You're a very interesting character. I didn't think much of you at first, being quirkless as you were, but you've managed to get Tamura to genuinely like you. I wonder how. Oh, well it's simple really. I didn't pick him up off the streets for the sole purpose of morally wounding All Might by turning his mentor's grandson into the villain that's poised to kill him. Izuku gave an absolutely vicious grin, words dripping venom. I didn't give him a quirk, without his knowledge, that killed his whole family. I didn't neglect to teach him how to control said quirk. I didn't brainwash and torture him until his whole world revolved around me. I didn't break and mold his mind until he was completely dependent on me. He took a breath and sweetly finished, in essence, I didn't do anything you did. There was a ringing silence, then all for one laughed and the lights turned on, and that suddenly, Izuku wished they hadn't. And his discomfort at the man's scarred-over face must have been obvious, because he huffed, yes, All Might did quite a number on me, far more than any of the previous holders ever managed. I'm not here to talk about All Might or what he did to you. I'm here to talk about Tamura-kun and perhaps you. You amuse me, I'll answer a few of your questions, the man said with a smile that stretched out from the edges of his oxygen mask. Is what I said back at the bar, about your motives with Tamura-kun, is it true? You said it, and yet you don't even know if it's true? I said what I think is true, only you know if it's true or not. Aizu retorted quickly. Yes, I suppose it's mostly true. But they aren't bishops, Kurojire and Shigaraki, the whole of the League of Villains is my queen piece. Izuku hums, you're looking at your larger picture chessboard. I was thinking of the smaller scale one, with the people you personally interact with more than just when you're giving them orders. As a whole, they're queen-level effective, but separately, they have movement and range, the ability to preach your ideals, granting them bishop status. But more to the point, what was your game plan here? Why didn't you just fall into hiding for a few dozen years until everyone who knew about you had died, especially since All Might and his group had thought you dead anyway? Then you could have come back with no opposition. That would have been the smarter move, true. And what's a few dozen years to a man who's lived centuries, right? But I had already had Tamura in my repertoire, it would have been wasteful not to use him as intended. Izuku sorted through that. So, you're saying you were impatient and had no control over your own asset? Because it would have been rather simple for you to find 2 or 3 more anti-aging or immortality quirks to give to Tamura, Kurojire, and whatever miracle working doctor you have in your pocket. Well, when you put it like that, it does seem as though I'm impatient and incompetent. If only I had picked you up before All Might. Though I would have had to wait until after he told you quirkless people were practically useless. Izuku doesn't flinch, he doesn't, and AFO continues, it seems your classmate is soon to wake up, better send you back. I hope we can continue this another day. He presses a button and suddenly Izuku is back in the bar, with 4 villains staring at him. What? He asks into the silence, do I have something on my face? Well, kid, Dabi says blandly, face set back into his mask of nonchalance. We weren't expecting you to come back, much less alive and uninjured. Izuku almost scoffs at that. Please, that man is in dire need of conversation with someone even remotely near his intelligence level. There's almost no way he would have killed me. But he doesn't say that, simple shrugging like it wasn't a big deal to insult someone who can easily kill you and not end up dead. He checks the newest arrival, Spinner, the Gecko Man, whose costume looks like a ripoff of Stain's. Easy conversation starter there, you a Stain fan, Spinner? He looked surprised to be addressed, but nodded uncertainly. Aizu nods with him, so is Toga, but I guess you'd know that already. Are you a fan of Stain, Dabi? I like his ideals, Dabi easily responds, motioning for a drink from Kurogiri. Killing the fake heroes. You're focused on Indehor, I assume? Man's a fake hero if I ever saw one. He catches the way Dabi tenses up slightly at the name, but doesn't comment. Indehor? That's gold, kid. Thanks, but I can't take the credit for that one. Dear Shoto came up with it while we were father bashing. Dabi chokes on the drink and Spinner uncertainly pats his back while he's hacking and coughing. How did you know Toga liked Stain? Izuku quirks an eyebrow at Spinner's question and responds dryly. She calls him Stainy Waney. And he's complained to me multiple times about the amount of fan letters she sends him, so. There was silence, then Monoma says, you talked to Stain? Most of the villains jump, not knowing he'd been awake, but Aizu shrugs. I mean, it's pretty hard to get into Tartarus, so I limit my visits to once a month. It wouldn't do to have a hero student get caught breaking into a prison, after all. Everyone blinks taking that in before Monoma bursts out, where do you find the time to do that? And that's what he asks about, not why are you breaking into a prison, not how, it's where does he find the time to do that. Really got his priorities straight right there. In the middle of the night, so the few people still up won't alert the school chat you think I have no idea about. Monoma blushes red, whispering a strained, how do you know about that? Izuku shrugs with a secretive smile on his lips. Better question would be how wouldn't I know about it? For a bunch of pros and heroes to be, you'd think you'd all be better secret keepers. One would think that, and oh, is that AFO being a hypocrite? Yes, I do believe it is. You have no room to talk, you Deadpool wannabe, all it took to find you was a throwaway comment and a 3-hour dark web search. Literally the last person who should be saying that is you. Dabi holds back his snort, just barely, and Kurogiri looks like he's about to witness a genocide, which is a fair assessment, but wrong all the same, as AFO just laughs. Dabi dear, I didn't even need to search to figure you out. Dabi straightens, ramrod straight and glares at Izuku, who just smiles back sweetly. Truly a wonder no one's caught any of you yet. What did you do? Roll a nat 20 on luck. Shigaraki snorts at the D&D reference, but before anyone could say anything else, AFO directs their attentions to the TV, which turns to a news channel that's broadcasting the live press conference from UA. They listen to it in relative silence, a few muttered comments here and there, until one of the press accuses Monoma of being villain material already because of his quirk. Vlad and Nizu turn it around and accuse the reporter of quirk discrimination, calling him out on live TV. Shigaraki turns it off after that, having already gotten what he wanted, and turned to Monoma, see? The world already sees you as a villain, why don't you prove them right? Izuku rolls his eyes, don't listen to them Monoma, anybody whose opinion matters already knows you're perfect hero material. Blatant quirk supremacists and quirkists like that ex-reporter don't matter and would say that about even me and Shinso. Aizu, Shigaraki starts before being interrupted by a knock on the door and a call for Kamino Pizza. The wall behind Aizu and Monoma's chairs gets blown through, would come snaking in to wrap around the villains. Torino lands a solid hit to Dabi, and All Might grabs the students and passes them through the hole for the other heroes to free. Izuku stops paying attention, lost in his head, mind reeling that he had gotten through most of his spiel without any kind of violence. He blinks back into focus suddenly, with a blanket around his shoulders, sitting on the sidewalk facing the bar, Monoma a few paces away going through the same process. There's a small panic around him, the cops shouting on their walkie-talkies and running around, the heroes scrambling in one direction, like it was a race. He noticed All Might was no longer there and overhears one of the police ask for more heroes, evacuations and ambulances across the city where All Might was fighting someone who took out the heroes on sight including Best Jeanist. Shaking off his shock, Aizu checked over Monoma quickly, but other than light injuries and shock, he was fine. Activating One for All, he lit up and disappeared. Over with All Might, the fight with All for One was going about as well as last time. The area was destroyed, the few heroes that were still conscious were fighting with the rest of the league, minus Dabi and Kurogiri as they were still knocked out. The few police and rescue units they'd had as backup were either destroyed or doing their job in the piles of rubble that used to be buildings. All for One was talking, but really, All Might was tired of listening, so he just ignored it, punching and distracting the man until backup could hopefully arrive or one of them was taken out. All Might had no real hope it'd be him that won by the end of this. AFO was winning just by being alive still, by coming out into the light. It was a depressingly sad mindset the symbol of peace was in, but you can only believe a lie for so long. So All for One was still talking and All Might was still ignoring him, until he mentioned Midoriya and Toshinori's own back in. And that Midoriya boy, it's a shame you got him first, he'd make an excellent villain. It's too bad he'll never see his full potential under you and the heroes watch. All Might had yet to land any real blows to the man, but the reverse was also true as he'd managed to avoid or negate nearly everything thrown at him. He doesn't bother talking, knowing that's what AFO wants, knowing it'll distract him from the actual fight. I should kill you now, before you can rust and corrupt the boy's skills any more than you already have. Tenko still has his eye on him anyway, it'd be a nice gift for my successor. Who is Tenko? Toshinori suddenly got the feeling he'd missed something big while he was zoned out, but put it aside for later. I won't let you do that, All for One. I got so comfortable hugging young Izuku, I can't let you take that from me. Let's finish this fight quickly so I can make sure my Midoriya is well. He coughs awkwardly at his slip-up, but before either are able to continue, a bright green blur flies out from the way All Might had come in earlier. There's a small shock wave as it lands right where AFO had stood seconds before. All Might expected that the man was fine, having moved out of the way. He was not expecting to look down and see a flattened AFO pancake under a lightly sparking Izuku's feet. Izuku smiled up at him and held his arms open. I heard hugs. All Might just gives a small sigh and smiles back, wrapping him in a hug and letting the newly arrived Gran Torino slap some quirk-suppressing cuffs on the perhaps still-alive boogeyman of the underground. And if Aizu doesn't let go of All Might for the next 3 hours, well, it was a traumatizing experience, for both of them. It was 3 days after the Kamino incident and the media was still up in a storm about the green-haired boy who took out the villain many are calling Japan's Bane, since neither his real name nor his villain name was being released to the public, and defeated the hero killer, Stain not 2 months before, since the arrest was originally credited to Endeavor, but, when the man was arrested, it came to light that he hadn't actually been the one to take the serial killer down. Nizu had persuaded All Might to do an interview so the media would get off their backs about everything, so, of course, Nizu had recorded the live broadcast for future teasing. It went a little something like this. Hello, and welcome back. For those of you just joining us, I'm Nagisa Ikeda, and our next guest is a hero who's been in the news a lot recently for his battle with Japan's Bane 3 days ago. Please welcome the #1 hero, All Might. All Might walks into screen, waving at the live studio audience and bowing slightly to Nagisa, who hastily bows back much deeper than necessary. He goes to sit in the armchair facing the blue-skinned host. Thank you for coming, All Might-san. It's an honor to have you. It's an honor to be here, Nagisa-sen. Now, there are a few rumors by some of the survivors who were stuck in the rubble during the fight that I think everyone would like addressed. Is it true that Hero Corps student, Deku, who in the end defeated Japan's Bane, did so on accident in an attempt to get a hug from you? The woman's yellow eyes glowed as All Might fidgeted, just slightly uncomfortable. Ah, well, I didn't ask the boy. While his reasons for intervening are unknown to me currently, I can say with certainty that my All Might coughed, just barely suppressing the blood that threatened to spew at his slip-up student, had a plan and took out the villain on purpose, and not by any accident. A smile spread across the Nagisa's face as she sweetly said, "Of course. It might not have been an accident, but was your son's main goal to take down that villain, or was it to hug you, as the rumors say?" All Might's face was pink. Again, I cannot confirm or deny his intentions merely. His pink face gradually became red as he spluttered, nearly spitting out blood as his mind processed her sentence again. Her smile only grew at his struggle until he was able to put a coherent sentence together. I would love for Deku to be my son, but unfortunately he is only a precious student to me. Oh, are we going to be seeing an adoption in the future? No, the boy has a very loving family and I don't wish to break that apart, All Might assured. My family loves you, you wouldn't be breaking or intruding on anything, a voice mumbled sleepily. And that's when everyone noticed the green-haired kid in All Might's lap. Nagisa blinked, eyes going over to the cameraman for confirmation that the boy is really there and they just hadn't noticed until now. All Might, for his part, just smiled down at the kid and patted his head as Izuku laid his head back into the cradle of All Might's neck. The interview continued from there, All Might a lot more calm and relaxed now. It was finally brought to everyone's attention that the boy was no longer there when All Might got up to leave after he'd been given a small outro right before their commercial break. The next day, nearly all the social media sites' top tags were Deku, UA Cryptid, Deku Hero Cryptid, All Might 2.0, and some variation thereof. It became the most watched clip on HeroTube practically overnight. If Nizu applauded Aiza later that week during one of their chess game cuddling tea break, no one else would ever know. Aizu was suddenly brought back from his mind when he realized that AFO had the perfect way to get under All Might's guard. Quickly he dropped his shock blanket and disappeared, on the hunt for All Might. Meanwhile, All Might had just arrived at the warehouse scene, nearly all the heroes knocked out or bleeding out like Best Jeanist. The backup police and rescue units were already working on getting both heroes and civilians out of the rubble of the collapsed buildings. The few conscious heroes were fighting what was left of the League as All Might and AFO face off. All for One has barely finished his first taunt when an acidic green streak lands on his face. All Might blinks, hoping it wasn't what he thought it was, but no such luck. Midoriya was there, clinging to the man's front, arms around his helmet. "I think it's time for you to be quite all for one, don't you?" Izuku said with a cheery voice, but anyone could feel the threat under it. "As much as I love the free information you give away, some things are best not said to some people. Don't you think?" All Might unconsciously swallowed, backing away, as did most of the heroes and villains still watching, either because of the tone the boy used or because they figured AFO would lash out violently. But that didn't happen. FO just laughed, raising one hand towards the remainders of his little league, the other coming up to Midoriya's back. "Very well, my boy," he sends the villains off with Kurogyri's warp quirk, not giving them the chance to argue as he pats the greenette's back. "Very well. You can keep this secret if it amuses you. But be warned, Izuku, some secrets are better told sooner than found out later." There was silence for a minute before Izuku hummed and called for someone to put cuffs on the man. As Efo was being carted away, he murmured, just loud enough for him to hear, "I'll keep that in mind, sir. But you should start reflecting on your plans, don't you think?" Fo laughed at that, continuing long after he'd been driven off to Tartarus. All Might broke out of his shock about the time the door closed on his wheezy laughs and set a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. The boy quickly leaned into the weight and nearly buckled as his adrenaline came to a crashing halt. All Might picked him up carefully and Izuku tried to keep his eyes open. No one asked what secret AFO was referring to. Tsukachi made sure no police harassed them and UA did the rest. Izuku told the detective to look into Nana Shimura's descendants but didn't say anything beyond that. It was something best figured out themselves. Recovery Girl was actually the first teacher at UA to be called a parental name by Aizu, of course. It happened while he was concussed and tired from her quirk, but it still counts, as she has bragged many times in the staff group chat. He passed out right after his week, thanks, Grandma, so he didn't notice her soft smile or feel her pat his hand in response. All Might was next. He was halfway through a quirk dissection, rambling away about hawks, when Yagi used a napkin to wipe off whipped cream from his face that he somehow had failed to notice. Blushing lightly, he quickly mumbled a, "Thanks, Dad," before launching right back into his rant, steadily growing redder and redder as he realized what he'd said, voice slowly dying out into a squeak. Yagi didn't fare much better, his whole face red, mouth hanging open, unable to compute. There was embarrassed silence for a minute before Aizu cleared his throat and with a voice 3 octaves too high, thanked Yagi for lunch and left. Yagi stayed there for a good half hour before paying the bill and leaving to call Torino in peace. Torino just laughed at him and his reaction when he'd finished. Then came Aizawa, who had pulled Aizu away from training to try to convince him to take better care to not hurt himself with his own attacks, to which Aizu replied, in English, "Okay, Dad." Aizawa did not let his deadpan look even twitch, he didn't, and waited, like a respectable adult, until Izuku was back with his class to simultaneously smile and roll his eyes. Present Mike was going to be getting words on what and how he taught his kids. He had a reputation to maintain, damn it. And Mike knew all the ways to get Aizawa to crack. It wasn't fair to be teaching the kids, that kid, those ways. Obviously, lunch rush was next. Aiza gets tired when he's hungry and he can't be held liable for his mouth when he's tired. So lunch was almost cancelled when lunch rush almost imploded after Aiza gave him a tired but bright smile and a chirped, "Thanks, Nissan." Present Mike had the unfortunate task of having to move Izuku because he'd chosen to fall asleep on a wall that had to be taken down. He didn't want to do it, nobody did, but he'd literally drawn the short stick. Slowly, he'd gotten his arms under the curled-up boy and was beginning to move him when he disappeared and just as suddenly reappeared clinging to his chest, arms under his jacket for warmth. He'd mumbled in his sleep, how was the boy still sleeping? About birds in English and what Mike was almost certain was, "Dad," in Thai, or it might have been a snore. Mike was hoping for Thai though, giddily walking off to find another sunny place for the kid to sleep in. 1A was redoing their trip to the USJ. This time thankfully without the villains, when Aizu hugged 13 from behind and mumbled into their suit, "You'd be the best sibling ever," and ran off before his blush could be noticed and before 13's reaction could be seen. Not that it was much of a reaction, they stood there for the rest of the class PRD, frozen. Mike had taken a video with the caption, 13AXE had stopped working, and sent it out on the staff's group chat. Power Loader was practically asleep on his feet after almost a week of Izuku coming down to help Mei with her projects, so he can't really be blamed when he called them his kids and implied Aizu was trying to help her take over the world. Aizu blinked before smiling, "Don't worry, Pops. Mei could do that without me." It didn't hit him until Nizu had posted the video to the staff group chat the next day. He buried his head in his hands and mourned the loss of his dignity. Nizu finally got his turn during an after-school tea session, where they played chess and discussed morally dubious things most heroes and hero hopefuls probably wouldn't or shouldn't. It was about 3 minutes into Aizu's side of their debate and said so fast most people wouldn't have noticed, but Nizu did. An offhand, almost throwaway, comment in the middle of their rather serious theoretical debate on early heroics and government conspiracies, something Nizu can always appreciate, Dadzu. It could have been a slip of the tongue, was it not Izuku who had said it, Aizu who never slipped or stuttered around Nizu. He almost didn't catch the rest of the 15-minute theory, but thankfully his quirk allowed a small part of his mind to pay attention while a large majority of the rest of it was focused on breathing and looking like he hadn't caught that. The last little bit was calculating the amount of time it would take to adopt him. Midnight was beside herself. She hadn't yet been called Mom by Izuku when half the staff already had been. She didn't like it, not at all. But her time eventually came when she was leaving the teacher's lounge at the end of the day. Aizu was running, being followed by Kaminari and Ishido, all three of which were laughing and looking behind them, loud swears and explosions coming from an adjoining hall. None of them were looking, neither was Midnight. Aizu somehow managed to avoid her without looking. The other two, not so much. They plowed right into each other, sending them all down to the ground. Loud, harsh laughing came from the end of the hall, 3 guesses as to who it came from, before it trailed off, back down the adjoining hall, leaving the 3 on the ground with Aizu fretting over them. "Oh gosh, sorry Mom dash," Aizu had started, before freezing up, a huge smile blown across Midnight's face, mirrored by the other 2 on the floor. "Night," he continued awkwardly coughing, "Yeah, Mom Night. Totally what I meant to say." Midnight squealed with happiness, pulling him down into a hug. "Kid, I'll 100% be your mom. Call me that anytime." Aizu disappeared promptly, a wild blush on his face, leaving the 3 to pick themselves up while snickering and cooing. Vlad was surprisingly used to his students calling him Dad, so he hardly blinked when Izuku said it before finals. Hound Dog was similarly not surprised when Izuku called him Hound Dad towards the end of one of his biweekly sessions, having been called worse things many times, usually when they can get Bakugo to attend his own biweekly sessions. Izuku is very thankful that Ectoplasm never knows what his clones go though, because he's called at least 3 clones Dad before the summer even came around, and Nizu recorded and sent each one through the staff's group chat. Not that Izuku knows that. Ectoplasm doesn't know how to feel about that when he gets the first video, but by the time the 3rd one came around, he's warm and content, being able to put one of his students at ease enough to call him Dad mistakenly. Snipe doesn't know when it started, just that by the time he realized it, Izuku had gotten rather comfortable calling him Dad, so it must have been a while. Cementos isn't used to being called Dad by his students, having it happen only once prior, but he can say without a doubt that Izuku calling him that felt right. The first time it happens, Shinso is confused, and rightfully so. One second he was listening to the chatter of the class while resting his eyes, the next he's on something arguably less comfortable than his chair and the chatter is quieter now, farther away. Opening his eyes, he can barely see his nose, the only light coming from the grate in the floor a dozen or so feet ahead of him. He blinks, trying to adjust, both to the low lighting and the new surroundings, when a soft giggle comes from behind that has him relaxing, lying back onto surprisingly soft muscled thighs. He grins lazily up at glowing green eyes, bright with amusement. "So," he drawls, "come here often?" Aiza's giggles turn into a snort which only widens Shinso's own grin. He gently pushes Shinso off his lap and crawls around, not making a sound. "Holy sheet. Come check out my nest, Toshi." Shinso follows him, making far more racket than he thinks Izuku even could. "Your nest, huh? Isn't that a bit fast? We're not even on first base yet, Aizu." He can't see the blush, but he knows it's there when Aizu abruptly slams into a wall. He backs up, sniffling a bit, and Shinso can already imagine the big, wet eyes and cute pout when he whines, "Tashiai." Chuckling, he urges Aizu to keep moving, and soon they make it to a little dead end that's tall enough to sit up in, and then some, and big enough to fit a twin mattress, TV, a not-so-mini fridge, and a metric ton of blankets and pillows. Shinso gapes, he can't help it. How did he fit a mattress through the vents? And the fridge and TV? How even? There's different colored fairy lights on the walls and hanging from the ceiling, what looks like a small bookshelf and lamp in the corner. When he tunes back in, Aizu is already lost in the pile of blankets, the only evidence being the slight movement as he gets himself comfortable. Then he pops his head out, grinning at him. "So? How?" And there's not enough inflection in the world to stress the absolute disbelief in his voice. Aizu shrugs, or at least, Shinso thinks he does. The blanket pile moves a bit. It's right under Nizu's office, so it was probably built as a shelter of sorts. What Izuku won't say is, he has to protect his cryptid status, after all, that after the first time he wandered in here and napped, it was filled with most of the stuff when he came back. He doesn't even have to suspect, because it's most definitely something Nizu would do. He is somehow pulled into the nest and they spend the rest of lunch watching low-quality anime. And that's how it usually goes. Neither of them show anyone else, and sometimes they even pull pranks on unsuspecting victims walking under the vents. And if there's rumor of UA being haunted, well, that's neither here nor there. Nizu's having a field day with all the blackmail material of his staff he's able to collect. If he puts chocolate and coffee into the mini fridge as a gift, well, no one's going to acknowledge that. When the majority of Class A walked back into the dorms after an eventful day at the mall, they were not expecting to find Izuku on the couch, watching Bakugo explode as Shoji held him back from reaching his target. Kiri immediately dropped his bags to go. Calm the blonde down as Momo was automatically looked to find out what was going on. There was something off about Aizu, but none of the class could place what it was over Bakugo's enraged, indistinguishable shouting and explosions. Momo walks to the boy slowly, voice soft as she gets his attention. Izuku, is something wrong? Aizu tilts his head in a way that was not quite normal for him, the tilt just a little too much, the eyes not shining with Izuku patented joy or love or anything, an edge to them that isn't quite anger or irritation. Momo couldn't place it. Why would anything be wrong? Bakugo's noise gets louder, his struggling more frantic at that. The only thing the class could make out was, not Deku. Shinso was not liking the implications of that, stepping forward and asking, Midoriya, is Bakugo bothering you? A few of the kids looked at him in confusion, but Izuku just grinned. Nope. Bakugo's just fine. A second of silence, even from Bakugo before he exploded again, managing to pull away from the shocked and confused Shoji and Kirishima, the rest of the class watching on as the explosive blonde picked the greenette off the couch by the front of his shirt and growled a low, threatening, "How'd you get his blood, Barbie Beach?" A girlish giggle came from the boy before he disappeared and reappeared with another Izuku, cuddling on the couch. One looked slightly shocked, the other was holding that one, looking over them nonchalantly. Does it matter how she got my blood? She's not doing much with it, are you, Toga? The confused one blinked. Then a giant crazed smile lit up his face before he started melting. The other Izuku wrapping a blanket around their dripping form as green hair quickly gave way to blonde and the boy turned into a girl. She was instantly chatting away at him, fanged teeth glinting in an overly excited smile, eyes wide and alight with something. Oh, Aizu-chan, your blood tastes so good. Your form is so nice too. How did TNT boy know I wasn't you? Is there dash? Toga-chan, calm down. Bakugo's known me for years, there's no way you could fool him. Izuku says with a smile to the boy that instantly has him unclenching his sweaty fists and letting out a huff of agreement. After a few more minutes of watching them interact, most of the class splits off, a few going to get Aizawa, just in case, the others heading to their rooms for the night. When Aizawa arrives, he takes one look at the protectiveness radiating from the green and yellow duo and decides it's not in his pay grade to deal with. The problem child can handle himself anyway, it's not worth the headache to try and keep up. And now, it's no longer uncommon to walk into the commons to find two Izukus cuddling on the couches. How Toga keeps finding the blood needed to keep turning into Izuku, no one knows, though many suspect Aizu is happily giving it to her in exchange for notes and or experiments on her quirk or just cuddles, who knows. She's so much tamer now than she was in the camp, causing people to put far more faith in the Aizu effect than that theory should have. The real reason is a mix of a near-constant supply of willing blood and positive reinforcement to help negate her quirk craze and Izuku's overall calming effects. Aizu got hurt during Super Moves training, when he accidentally put too much power into one of his kicks and subsequently broke not only Ectoplasm's clone and the cement pillar under him, but also a good majority of his leg. Once Recovery Girl checked him over, set his bones, and kissed him, he was good to go back to class, albeit sporting a cast till morning. Not 3 steps from the room and he was being picked up and carried. The thin fingers, cushioned hold, and soft, sweet smell had him relaxing into Midnight's arms. The combined effects from Recovery Girl's quirk and leftover tiredness that he always feels drawing him into a comfortable sleep. They camp out cuddled around each other on the teacher's lounge couch for the rest of the class. Midnight telling cute stories and Aizu going off on tangents that his tired mind somehow connected to whatever she was saying. Quite a few times in there, he called her Mom Night, having grown used to it after the last half-dozen times she'd asked him to. The first time still enough to squeeze her heart if she thought too much about it. When classes end, teachers start to trickle in, being quite as they've grown accustomed to now. Aizawa, though, is almost ready to fight over the couch, preferably with Izuku in it. It had been a long day and he just wanted to sleep. The only thing keeping him from doing that, besides the possibility of making Aizu mad, was that Midnight looked like she was one twitch away from outright murdering him. Her glare said it all. If you take one more step over here, you and your cockatoo boy toy are going to disappear. He didn't push her, well aware that she would hold up that threat. All Might was not so quick to realize the danger he was in when he came in half an hour later, Aizu now asleep in Midnight's arms. He took a step too close and dropped like a fly when Midnight lashed out with a kick to his soft parts and a small cloud of sleep gas. The others left him there, not daring to go near her space while she's guarding Aizu after that. They were smarter than that. If rumors soon spread that Mom Knight was very protective of the resident green bean, well, all the better for her. Is Aizawa surprised to come back to his on-campus apartment after an unscheduled patrol from a sudden villain alert only to find 3 children passed out together on the couch? No, he is not. Does that keep him from pausing at the entrance to look at them? No, it does not. While he's looking them over from afar, making sure they're all still alive and uninjured, he takes pictures, because, despite what he tries and fails to portray, he's weak to cute things and can't resist. Luckily, he set up a nanny cam so he could see all of the cuteness. When he wakes up tomorrow because he's about to faceplant into the carpet, he's so exhausted. And watch he does, after Aizu and Koda leave in the morning, and Eri is picked up by Zashi and Muri, he settles into his bed with his cats and watches. He skipped through the part where Koda is dropped off, where he gets the emergency call out, where he calls for Izuku to babysit, and starts watching at the time where he had just left. Izuku walks in with a bag full of what he can only assume are blankets, pillows, and games. Eri looks up from their coloring books first and nearly blinds them all with her positively radiant smile. Deku I. He dropped his bag and knelt on the floor, arms wide for a hug, smile just as bright as the girls. Eri-chan. Koda-kun. Hey you too. Eri had already thrown herself into his arms as Koda slowly stood up. Customary scowl lightened when he walked over to them. Izuku snaked out an arm and, before the kid knew it, he was pressed against both Eri and Aizu in a tight and comforting hug. He was stiff for less than 10 seconds before he let himself melt into the hold. Aizu stood up and relocated to the couch, easily carrying the kids with him. They stayed like that for a few minutes, in silence, before Aizu asked, "So, how are my 2 favorite kiddos in the whole world doing?" That prompts Eri to go on a long, excitement-filled explanation of what she'd done the past week, even the parts Izuku had been there for. Aizu's heart melts at the beaming smile Eri gives, as does Aizawa's, though he'll never admit it, and when she finished, Koda gives his own brief overview of what he's been up to the past few months. At both the kids' insistence, Aizu tells them the bare bones of what he's been up to and they go back to coloring after that, neither willing to move very far from the green-haired boy. Aizawa watches the full 2 hours of them coloring and complimenting each other's works. Once Eri is visibly tired, Izuku pulls out 2 of the fluffiest, softest blankets and wraps one around each of the kids' shoulders. Soon enough, the soft warmth is lulling them both to sleep, but not before Eri and Koda team up to bully Aizu onto the couch so they could sleep next to him. Then there's another 2 hours of them sleeping, barely moving except when Eri accidentally slaps Koda's face when she flipped to her side. Whether or not he watched it multiple times is up for debate, and he'll take that secret to his grave. It was 5 times. Nizu sent pictures of his soft dad face to the staff's group chat. And if there's a warm clinching feeling in his chest when he watches it, well, no one's there to call him out on it. Not that anyone would. Eri makes everyone soft. Add in Izuku and you're guaranteed to melt. Endeavor is forced to go to UA for the briefing of some operation the rat is planning. He's planning on seeing Shoto while he's here. The dorm system was a pain in the butt for his plans and Shoto's training. He's still not gotten over the disappointment of a sports festival Shoto had, refusing to use the quirk Endeavor gave him, like a tantrum-throwing child. Since the boy refused to answer his summons to the estate, Endeavor will just have to commandeer a training room and show the boy how disappointing he is. After the briefing, no need to get the sadistic rat on his tail. He almost turned around to find another way to the meeting room when he glimpsed bright blonde hair and too bright smile of the number 1 hero, but the man was turning the corner already and there was no need to go out of his way, even to avoid the condescending hero. He noticed a green-haired boy hanging limply from the man's broad shoulders, talking animatedly to him, and Endeavor got the feeling he knew the boy from somewhere. One hallway later, in the opposite direction that the blonde distraction turned, some pink-haired boy with purple tips was half dragging, half carrying another green-haired boy, and from this new angle, Endeavor could finally make out who the kid was. It was that self-destructive boy from the sports festival, the one that almost beat his Shoto, the one that forced him to finally use Endeavor's fire. While he was scrutinizing him, the boy noticed and gave what Endeavor was pretty sure was a warning glare. Brushing it off, he moves on, somehow suddenly desperate to get this over with. The briefing is as boring as they usually are when the rat BSRD Nizu is involved, a lot of talk, very little action, and it takes nearly 3 hours for it to finish, but when it finally does, it's almost dark out. Endeavor demands, for a training room from Nizu so he can spend some time with his Shoto. Nizu agrees easily and points him in the direction of an open gym. On his way there he once again comes across the green-haired brat, this time sitting in a group of kids, next to his Shoto, talking animatedly with them. As soon as he gets within 30 feet of them, the boy's eyes are on him, green bright even in the darkening setting, glaring for no obvious reason Endeavor can think of. The rest of the kids notice and his Shoto dares to tense as he gets closer, fire flickering at the look the two boys dare to give him. Endeavor was right, the dorms were a bad influence on his Shoto, he was wasting his time making friends instead of training. He's 3 steps away from a red-haired pointy boy when he starts to hear a low growling sound, but thinks nothing of it until, with another step, it gets louder. He stops and tracks it to the green boy, who has a hand on his Shoto and hasn't stopped glaring once, not even to blink. "Shoto!" he barks, causing quite a few of the assembled teens to flinch. "I can tell you're slacking in your training. Come." He turns to leave without looking back, and gets quite a few steps until he notices the boy wasn't following him. Growling he turns back around, but the green brat was now on his Shoto's lap, keeping him in place as he started talking once again to the group, his glare spitting acid to Endeavor as he meets his eyes head-on. "Yo dash!" He's cut off from his enraged bark not even halfway through by a rather unimpressed and simultaneously venomous drawling voice. "Sho-chan's not going anywhere with you, sir. Besides, it's far too late to be training on a school night. Wouldn't want him falling asleep in class, would you? It wouldn't look too well for you if his grades suddenly dropped after you visited him, would it?" The green-haired child is daring to talk back to him, to deny him. His flames grow ever bigger, brighter, hotter. A few of the kids between them shuffle around, uncomfortable with the heat, but neither Endeavor nor the child notice, too busy staring one another down. Surprisingly, it's Endeavor that blinks first, unused to the heat and accusation in the glare directed to him from someone other than one of his failures of children. In the corner of his eye, he can see 3 teachers coming towards them, including All Might. With a deep growl at the boy, he backs off, turning away with a barked, "This isn't over, boy." His chest aches a little, probably from how angry he is that the boy thought he could stand against him. Somewhere deep in the back of his mind whispers that it's because the boy was clinging to seemingly everyone, but wanted less than nothing to do with him, and he could feel the boy's glare even on the car ride back to his estate. Back at you, everyone has found a new reason to never PSS the green bean off, and Shoto finds he'd do anything Izuku asked him after that, loyalty for life and all that. Dabi was not necessarily surprised so much as he was confused the first time Izuku appeared on him. One would think that his first reaction to that would be to set him on fire, but that wasn't what happened. He had a calming feeling, like he belonged there, and Dabi couldn't bring himself to scare him off. Not to mention, the first time it happened was on a train, and as much as Dabi didn't much care about collateral damage, there were a lot of children around. He was cold-hearted, not merciless. So Dabi allowed the boy to lean into his side until his stop came. He didn't even heat the area to make it uncomfortable. It was nice. Dabi will freely admit that, though never allowed, he almost missed it when the kid left. Then it just kept happening at least once a week at random times in random places where the kid shouldn't have even been or known about. Leaning against his side during a cold night, getting a piggyback ride during the day, holding his hand, sitting on his lap, talking his ear off, humming softly, sitting in silence, it didn't matter, he did them all. The one that kind of left him a little shocked and in awe was about 3 months into it. He'd been going out for more recruitment and wasn't expecting to be ambushed by about 10 guys 3 blocks from his target. Obviously, he handled most of them easily, but now quite a bit was on fire from their little spat, and one of the guys was using some kind of quirk to throw his fire away from him, which only set Dobby off more. Before he could really unleash his quirk, a warm and familiar weight settled on his back and Dobby cut his flames to keep the kid safe, scowling the whole time. "Be careful, you demon bush, I coulda burnt you." Slowly the flames around them died out. The last guy had already been knocked out, probably by Izuku, and Dobby was feeling pretty good as he made his way to his meet-up point. He didn't even bother to shake the boy off, seeing no harm in letting him stay. He even snaked an arm behind his back to make sure the kid wouldn't fall off as he went, which was completely unnecessary, but it made him feel better. Did Izuku know why he was doing this? No, he didn't. He was hidden in the Bubei trapped vents in Tartarus, waiting for the latest guard patrol to pass so he could get to the room literally 3 meters from his hiding place. What was he doing there at 2 in the morning? Well, that even he doesn't fully know yet. There was something drawing him here, to this person. Did he know who he was about to be visiting? He had an idea. Once the guard passed, he slipped from the vents and zipped over to the right door, not even bothering to open the door as he appeared across the room from the person sleeping in the bed. He had barely settled when dull red eyes opened to land on him. Stain looked different without his mask, obviously, but Izuku could tell it was him immediately. A spark of light entered the man's eyes when he saw who had decided to pay him a visit. A wide smile bloomed, showing off far too many teeth. Well, if it isn't the hero-to-be, Deku. To what do I owe the pleasure? Izuku shrugged. Well, I was thinking about your convictions, and I think we should discuss the morality of heroes. Stain raised an eyebrow, but given that this was his first talk with someone other than guards in the past month, he agreed. They debated for well over 3 hours about the morality of the modern heroics industry and how turning heroics into an occupation changed society as a whole, and multiple other things. By the time Izuku's phone alarm buzzed, he had somehow managed to cuddle into the man's lap without him really noticing. With a promise to come back so they could finish their debates, Izuku disappeared to get ready for school. No one in Tartarus understood why Stain was so much easier to handle. No one at UA realized where Izuku disappeared to some nights. Neither noticed that Izuku was steadily converting Stain's views on the world. Stain couldn't pretend not to like Izuku's company or hugs. Izuku couldn't deny that his weekly debates with Stain were far more fun than he had originally thought they would be. Katsuki used to be prime cuddling territory. Izuku's favorite place. He's warm and fluffy and soft in the right places. Mitsuki and Inko have 1,000,001 pictures of the two, or rather mostly Izuku, cuddling each other. But then the quirks come in. And Katsuki gets the best quirk. And Izuku gets nothing. And suddenly, Katsuki can't be seen with Deku, who is weak. And Bakugo Katsuki is not weak, so the cuddles have to stop. And Izuku eventually learns, rather painfully, that Kakin is no longer cuddle-safe territory. But Katsuki actually really likes the cuddles. But his pride demands that no cuddles are to be had. So if he can't have cuddles, and no one can have cuddles. And so everyone around Izuku, and Izuku himself, often rather painfully, learns that there are no cuddles to be had ever. And poor Izuku is deprived of his cuddles everywhere, except at home. This continued until UA, since only until then does Izuku's and Katsuki's social and community circles change. Now, it's high school, and Katsuki is ready to assert his rightful place as top dog. But that's no longer the case. He is no longer the most talented in a pool of mediocrity, but at most, slightly average in an ocean of prime talent. In fact, Deku, somehow, has begun to outshine Katsuki of all things. Katsuki can no longer enforce no cuddles ever. Not without backlash. So, now when Izuku begins to get the cuddles he has so desperately needed and has been so terribly denied, Katsuki must watch and burn silently. Because Kakin is not a cuddle-safe area. And Katsuki has no idea how to fix that. Especially without showing the oh-so-dreaded weakness. So, how does he fix it? Or maybe he can't and it's just up to Izuku? Heat Salamence. I just wanted to showcase this lovely piece of inspiration from the comments. I hope I do it justice. Katsuki's not blind, he can see the looks the extras are giving him when he's the only one Deku doesn't touch. They're wondering if he did something to the nerd. They aren't wrong, but hell would freeze over before Katsuki admitted that, and his palms burn with the need to blow something up because he's made it very clear to Deku that he's not allowed to cuddle him, or anyone, but that went out the window as soon as Half and Half and the pro hobo allowed it. Just watching them let him cling all over them sets his already short fuse alight, because Deku was weak, and the weak shouldn't hang out with the strong. And now that Deku is surpassing him, and not weak and quirkless, relief and anger are warring away inside him. Relief that, since Deku is no longer a weak Deku, he can allow the cuddles he's missed for years. Anger that quirkless Deku somehow outshines Katsuki, that he's no longer quirkless, that he's going to become a hero. But he's dealing with that. It's nothing different than Half and Half and the other extras actually standing a chance against him. He doesn't know how to get Izuku cuddles now that it's been years since Deku last tried, and got a nasty little scar in retaliation. He doesn't know how to do that without tossing his pride. There must be some way he can get cuddles without showing weakness, right? Izuku's not blind, he can see Kaken's even shorter fuse lately, he can see the others watching them, he can even guess why, but between the incessant instinctual fear response and the tingling scar tissue on his arms and back, he can't bring himself to do anything. He knows, logically, that Kaken would never try something like before at UA, he knows that the staff and his friends wouldn't allow him to get away with it if he did, but he can't shake the thought that he'll do it anyway, that everyone will abandon him again, so he doesn't approach. He stays away from Kaken, as much as he can with his seat being right behind him. He ignores the almost longing look under the boy's perpetual anger. He distracts himself with his friends, keeping his mind off the books full of photos with the two of them cuddling before Kaken got his quirk and Izuku didn't, before he became Deku. But plans are always easier to follow when the fates don't enjoy messing up your life, as Izuku knows all too well. The change happened suddenly for the rest of the class. They heard about the suspension the two got for fighting, Bakugo no doubt dragged Aizu into it, and the next thing they knew, Aizu was hanging off Bakugo like he did the rest of them. They didn't pry. If they worked it out, they worked it out. It was none of their business, Mina, Toru, and Kaminari excluded, because they definitely pried and investigated. Turns out, they only needed to fight on equal grounds to open up to each other. Whether Bakugo apologized or not is still up in the air. He did in his own Kaken way, but Izuku forgave him anyway, almost soaking him in tears when he tackled the other boy in a suffocating hug. Neither wanted to leave, even when Aizawa came to get them, quickly dealing out 3-day suspensions to both of them for waking him. And if Aizawa bemoaned becoming a teacher to a bunch of hormonal, emotionally constipated teenagers as he reviewed the recordings of their unsanctioned fight and subsequent emotional breakdowns, well, only half the staff were there to silently pity him. The first call Nizu got, he can honestly say he was not expecting. It was about 2 weeks after the USJ, the day after the first year's sports festival, and Nizu had planned for a lot of things for the second years, but he was not prepared for this. It was during the second event that he got a call from Tsukachi, not unusual per se, probably about a case or something. Nizu answers on the third ring. Before he can get a greeting out, the detective is already saying, "Come get your student Nizu." I don't know how, but he managed to get into the Noma's cell without any alarms going off. The officers are going crazy. Nizu is already texting All Might to retrieve their student, only letting a little of the amusement he feels color his words as he asks, "Which student you are referring to, detective?" "Midoriya, of course, don't act like you don't know." "And may I ask what he is doing with the Nomu?" There was a long pause before the detective answers, slight awe in his mostly confused and panicked voice. "Sleeping." Nizu blinked again, not what he was expecting. "I'm sorry?" "He's sleeping on it. Curled up like a cat." "Ah, and that's the tone of someone who has given up trying to understand. He has now joined Aizawa in that endeavor." "I see." Nizu says, trying to suppress his smile. "Yagi is on his way to pick the boy up if you'd be kind enough not to bother him until he gets there." There's a hum of agreement before the words register, then a soft, "Thank Kami," and Nizu has lost the battle with his smile. "Have a good day, detective." The greeting is returned and Nizu ends the call, only to immediately turn to his computer to find pictures of what is almost definitely something Nizu needs to see. And he's right. He saves the pictures of Izuku draped across the Nomu's shoulders like a scarf, curled in its lap like a cat, and even the video of the Nomu copying Izuku and curling up on the ground with Izuku snuggled safely within its arms. Nizu does not question how the boy got the creature to move when no professional could prior to bringing it in. He's not foolish enough to think that he'll be able to figure it out without the boy telling him. When All Might gets there, he immediately takes pictures to send to the group chat, captioned, "Called in on my day off to deal with this chaos." After that, he was quick to extract the boy from the Nomu's grip. The Nomu looked reluctant to let him go, but did so without a fight. And that marked the end of that mess and the relapse of Nizu's boredom. Nizu was starting to consider putting Hatsum in the support labs underground so she'd have less contact with Midoriya, but soon came to the conclusion that not even 300 feet of Earth could keep him away from her if he wanted. He had just fielded more than 24 calls from major support companies, not just in Japan and Island, but also in the Americas, China, Korea, and Europe asking about one Hatsum invention or another. Turns out that Izuku had helped Mei make 10 revolutionary technological items in the last 5 hours that were then somehow leaked to a select few of the best support companies around. To figure out how such a thing happened, other than the fact that that was just Izuku, he looked through the cameras. And well, he saw something he wasn't entirely sure it was human, but it was something. Izuku had stumbled through the support lab's doors 7 hours prior, looking like some unholy cross between drunk, high, and extremely caffeinated. In other words, he looked like he was on whatever drag Hatsum was born on. And it terrified and excited Nizu in equal measure. One Hatsum was enough to throw UA into chaos every day, but 2 of them? The second of which already threw UA, and the heroics world, into a different kind of chaos? The ending would either be extraordinary or catastrophic, but both promised to be spectacular to watch. Nizu couldn't wait. Hatsum, in a display that was quite unlike her, looked up as soon as Izuku opened the door, a gleam in her eye as she discarded the item she had been enthusiastically working on until then. It seemed she could tell when there was someone worth her time and attention as she immediately grabbed blueprint paper and pencils, sweeping everything else off her work desk as the boy approached. The few students still in the lab, who had intended to work through lunch, looked up from their own projects at the sudden change in atmosphere, taking one look at the 2 and promptly deciding to go to lunch and stay there until the coast was clear of manic inventors. They didn't return for the rest of the day. Power Loader was half asleep at his desk, and Nizu felt some small ounce of pity for the man, but only because he'd seen him in the teacher's lounge 3 hours ago staring at the wall with a 1,000-yard look absolutely covered in black soot, neon blue slime, and bright orange sparkles, his clothes and metal costume bits absolutely shredded, but he hadn't had a drop of blood nor bruise mark on him, so Nizu had ignored it. He was currently wishing he had microphones with his cameras, but he was already pushing the privacy laws just putting cameras in the classrooms, so he had to settle with lip reading, which was pretty hard when Izuku almost constantly had his hand over his mouth. Mei thankfully had no such habit, and he could tell that their first blueprint was a device that would mimic Uraraka's quirk in that anything within a certain perimeter would become weightless. In theory, the perimeter could be anywhere between a circle the size of a car to a quadrilateral the size of a building. Izuku had commented that it would help cut construction costs and aid rescuers in case of a building collapse or something similar. They spent half an hour sketching it out, deciding on the parts to use, and anticipating problems. When they were done with that blueprint, Izuku handed it off to Hatsum and got to work on another blueprint. Nizu couldn't tell what it was for right off the bat, as Hatsum had decided to leave the chat and focus solely on building what they had just planned out. It exploded. Neither seemed dismayed, though the whole room was now absolutely shredded from what Nizu assumed was the wind. There were no pieces of metal anywhere that would indicate that the cuts had come from them. It was confusing, but it woke Power Loader up. The man watched in horror as the girl tossed the broken machine aside and started over again. Izuku didn't even seem to notice that something had exploded less than 3 feet from him as he was immaculate, completely untouched by anything. They were mumbling back and forth, but Nizu only caught bits and pieces as their heads were down, focusing on their projects, and the camera couldn't see their mouths from that angle that well. What he did get, he was able to connect the dots enough to understand that it would be essentially a 3D printer, but for anything, any type of metal, fabric, alloy, any material. Yes, they already had machines that could do such things, mostly, but this one would be able to do it all, not just one specialty like they had now, but everything. Izuku set it off to the side when he was finished and started on another one as Hatsum kept building and tweaking their first project until she also finished it, setting it off to the side and starting on the next blueprint, by which point, Izuku had already finished 5. When Izuku seemed to run out of ideas and paper, he looked over the finished projects, making sure it was right and fixing where it wasn't. By that time, the lab was absolutely covered in multiple questionable substances that came from whatever Hatsum was working on malfunctioning or exploding. Power Loader had already given up and left, and they had an audience they hadn't noticed yet in the doorway. Parts of classes 1A, 1B, and 1F were there, staring. Even a few teachers were watching. The 2 inventors didn't even seem to notice, stuck in their heads, cranking out technology many can only dream of. They were almost done when Izuku quite literally crashed. He was fiddling with one of their last few machines when he just dropped. Nearly all the onlookers surged into the room, trying to catch him before he hit the floor, but Mei was faster, catching both the boy and their baby before they could get very far, all without looking away from what she was working on. Uraraka delicately approached where Mei had draped the boy across her back and replaced the tech he'd been fiddling with. Gently she removed Izuku from the girl's shoulders and pulled him out the door, most of the rest of the crowd following after them. The support students stayed behind, inching their way back into the room to look over their new inventions. When she was done, she too crashed. One unlucky student was close enough to be pulled to the ground with her and completely flattened. A few kids called for medbots and the 2 kids were taken away. It was certainly an eventful day at UA. Nizu wonders why he hadn't heard about it until those companies called. All Might is pretty used to being called at all times of the day and night to go pick Izuku up from somewhere he shouldn't be. He was even called into top-secret government facilities once or twice to retrieve the sleeping boy. That being said, he was not expecting a call from Tartarus at 3 in the morning. Basically, he answered, got out a groggy, All Might, before the woman on the other line started speaking. Please come to Tartarus to retrieve your son before we are forced to officially acknowledge his presence and arrest him for breaking in. She hung up before he could reply, and it took him a second to process her words. As soon as her words registered, he was dressed and out the door. He blinked and was at the gates of the prison, and he couldn't remember if he had drove here or just run. The guard took one look at him and rushed him through security, handing him over to the woman who had presumably called him. She nodded curtly and took off at a brisk pace. He hurried to follow, slightly jogging even with his longer strides. Must be her quirk, he thought idly as they turned through many corridors and took quite a few elevators down. The path felt familiar and he had to tamp down his increasing dread as they neared the many doors to All for One cell. As the woman opened the last door, she said quietly, "We don't know how he did it, and we don't want to know. Just get him out of here." The door opened and they were met with the sight of Izuku sitting on All for One's lap, talking animatedly with the villain. They both look up at the loud noise of the door opening fully. All for One hums when he sees them, "I guess you were right." Izuku beams, "Of course. He's my dad after all." Something akin to irritation flashed across All for One's not face before he merely hummed again. Izuku popped up in All Might's arms, still grinning, almost maliciously, at the villain. "Thanks for coming to get me, Dad Might." All Might just shook his head, mouth fighting off a smile at being called that as his mind warred between affection and exhaustion. "Kid, it's 3 a.m. I still need sleep to function. You gotta stop doing this every day." They all turn to leave when the extremely old man calls, with a grin, "Izuku, think about it, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon." Izuku looks over All Might's shoulder with a similar grin. "It's a nice offer, sir, but I prefer what I have right now." He cheekily gestures to All Might carrying him and another wave of irritation floods the villain. The door closes with a thud and they all head back the way they came. All Might brings the now sleeping child back to his apartment. He had run to Tartarus, settling him in the spare bedroom that's since become Izuku's in all but name. He carefully doesn't think about the offer All for One had given Izuku, nor what Izuku was doing there in the first place. He just thanked Kami that this incident wasn't going to be made official and any and all evidence that proved Izuku had been there was being wiped, so no photos of the boy being comfortable and cute around the villain were going to surface again. They had had enough problems with that back in Kamino when they had caught the man. They didn't need that chaos again. Nizu was at a hero conference for one day, and at the end, when he finally looks at his phone, he learns he has over 100 texts, 5 missed calls, 2 from Aizawa, 2 from All Might, and 1 from Snipe, along with 3 voicemails, 1 from each of them. He starts with Aizawa's, the first 3 minutes of which are just filled with cursing out the Chaos Child, Buff Bunny, Hell Class, and Incompetent Number 1, who all apparently decided that the one day Nizu was gone, they were going to do something to give the sleep-deprived man a heart attack. That was followed by a quick plea for Nizu to never leave campus again. It ended with a brief summary that was basically, Izuku did something stupid again. All Might's was next. It was 5 minutes of the man switching between scared sobbing and proud crying, which was cut off by the sudden boom in the background. Now fully curious, he listened to Snipes. Hey, Nizu, you might have already heard from the others, but I don't think those two are in any shape to properly explain what happened right now, so, basically, visited Izuku, and a few other hero students stumbled across her. She asked, is a not the right word, but she pulled Izuku into a sparring match, and after about an hour for break, where I got the cutest pictures of Izuku cuddling Miruko, the other kids egged them into a who can jump higher competition, which turned into a who can land harder competition, which somehow led to 3 broken buildings, multiple students having panic attacks thinking there were earthquakes, and a large swath of broken pavement. Aizawa and All Might managed to stop them before it got any worse, and they've already doled out punishments to all of them, even the rabbit. Cementos already fixed up the pavement and buildings, and we managed to reassure all the students that it wasn't an earthquake, so everything's fine now. I just thought you should know since the other 2 have already no doubt called you without specifics. Bye. Nizu stared at his phone before closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. Why did I decide to take over UA again? Taking a deep breath, he got up to fix himself some calming tea as he opened the staff chat to find the pictures Snipe had talked about, and yes, they were extremely cute, almost cute enough to forget anything happened. When he returned to Aizawa and All Might both pretended those voicemails never happened, and because Nizu was feeling generous, he let them. Miruko was banned from coming on campus again unless there was an emergency, and Izuku was given the "don't fall to peer pressure" talk, along with the "stop doing stupid things" talk again. As 1A knows, Izuku's quirk makes his body temp run warmer than most everyone else. It's why he loves cuddling Sho's left side so much. It's the only thing that's naturally warmer than him. They are also aware that Tsuyu instinctively gravitates towards warmer bodies, so finding them asleep on the couch in the morning is not all that surprising. Honestly, waking up to find Aizu on the couch with someone else is almost a daily occurrence at this point. What only the 2 know, though, is that they aren't down there just because they wanted to cuddle. Like usual, Midoriya had somehow known that Tsuyu was in need of assurance, grounding, and distractions, because as soon as she woke up from her nightmare and made her way down the common room, Izuku was already there, her favorite tea brewed and waiting by a plate of frosted cricket flour cookies her mother always made her. Where he managed to get them, or how he even knew about them, was not something she was going to ask about. It was Midoriya they're talking about. He's magic like that. They sat on the couch and drank and ate until Tsuyu managed to calm down enough to be able to speak, at which point Midoriya asked if she wanted to talk about it, like he did every time. And as she did every time, she did. Describing the nightmare in vivid detail, recalling the feel of water, the heightened senses due to adrenaline, fear, and panic. The dry, rough skin of his hand on her face, the tension in her body as it refused to respond to her need to get away, the desperate red eyes glaring holes into the deranged man-child. Then her mind started to get creative this time, and instead of the usual rush of electrically charged air and flash of neon green passing her and ripping the hand from her face, there was a burning sensation. Dream Midoriya was too frozen to move before Aizawa was forced to blink, and Tsuyu could feel her skin flaking off painfully, turning to dust. Deranged laughter echoed around them as Shigaraki laughed, the water she was being held over steadily being dyed red. She had woken up before All Might had shown up, a phantom pain in her face. Midoriya listened as she described the dream and assured her that none of it was real when she finished, reminding her what actually happened and explaining how grateful everyone is that she's alive. Eventually his warmth lulled her back to sleep, and that's how the class found them come morning. Izuku, like most of the UA Hero course, had been really looking forward to the inter-school training sessions with the Ketsubutsu Academy's first-year students, not just for the new quirks and new cuddle opportunities, but also to see the difference in schooling between the top-rated UA and the lower-tiered Ketsubutsu. Now, that's not to say that it's a bad school, not at all. In fact, 10 of the top 50 heroes came from Ketsubutsu. Anyways, the point is, Izuku is excited that morning. Yura and Toshi have taken to holding his hands so they can make sure he stays with the rest of them. Aizawa was smirking off to the side, trying to be sneaky about it by hiding it behind his capture weapon. He failed that endeavor, but Aizu is too energetic to point that out. When the other school arrives, well, let's just say, everyone was less than impressed. Nearly all of them behaved in a way that highly reminiscent of Monoma, before Aizu therapy, and not even Monoma liked it. Aizu was far less excited when he realized very few of the 43 new people would welcome his hugs, not that he wanted to hug most of them, just their looks made him want to leave and cuddle one of the league, but he couldn't do that right now. He still had quirks to analyze. A little put off by the new students, Aizu stuck closely to Aizawa and Vlad as they readied themselves for 1v1 and 2v2 spars before the big 8-teamed battle began. It was basically a tournament to see who became the team captains for the team battle. They were paired randomly in teams of 2 and fought until the semifinals, where they fought their partners to see who would go on to the finals. Ultimately, Kaken placed first with Ida in second. The ones who made it to the semifinals were team captains, those being Kaken, Ida, Kendo, Shiozaki, Tsuburaba, and 3 Ketsu students, a fire-wielding girl, a time-manipulating boy, and an odd-looking puppet that reminded Aizu of that one Yakuza guy. Kaken picked his team member first, choosing Kirishima. Ida picked Izuku. The Ketsu boy picked another Ketsu student, one who looked nearly identical to the boy and also had some kind of time manipulation quirk. Kendo picked Monoma. Shiozaki picked Komori. The Ketsu girl picked a guy who could create oils. Tsuburaba took Aoyama, and the puppet kid picked a wind manipulator. In the end, Kaken and Ida's teams had 1 Ketsu kid on them. Kendo and Shiozaki's had 2, and Tsuburaba's had 4. They were given 10 minutes to strategize and familiarize themselves with their team before they had the hour-long team battle royale. Izuku spent much of the prep time flinting from person to person as he gave running commentary on possible strategies and weaknesses in the other team's defenses. His touchy nature did not go unnoticed by the new students, as evident by the way. 2 minutes into the exercise, a few surround Aizu, Jiro, and Momo, laughing and jeering at Aizu, calling him a baby and a hero wannabe, a fruitcake, a girl, like that's an insult. Useless, weak. The tears come before he can stop them, and all the UA students and teachers freeze, before zeroing in on the Ketsu students. Izuku is wrapped up in Azawa's scarf before he can blink, which apparently gives the signal to the students to absolutely annihilate the Ketsu kids. There's no mercy, not even for their own teammates. Vlad's glare, Aizawa's dead-eyed stare, and All Might's vicious smile scares the Ketsu teachers into silence, making them watch the bloodbath helplessly. Not even the crying child in Aizawa's arms could detract from how absolutely terrifying he is. In fact, it only makes him more so. Once the Ketsu kids realized that UA wasn't going easy on them anymore, they tried to surrender before they could be beat to the verge of death, but their cries were ignored by everyone, either because they thought the beating was well-deserved, UA teachers and students, or because they feared the death they would receive should they interfere, Ketsubutsu teachers. Needless to say, 20 minutes into their hour-long exercise, only 40-ish kids remained conscious and standing, none of which were the Ketsu students. All Might called an end to the battle, and Aizawa reluctantly handed the tired green-haired boy to Todoroki before they were swallowed by the mass of UA students. Was that Mei in there? What were Tamaki and Miro doing here? Where's Hado? When did they all appear? That went straight to the 1A dorms. Aizawa let them be, not even questioning what a management course student was doing in there. Something red flashed in the corner of his vision and he studiously ignored the feathers. He calmly called for Recovery Girl, who took her sweet time once Nizu told her of what happened while assuring her that none of the injuries were life-threatening. 2 hours later, the Ketsu people were all packed on their buses and on their way back to their school, and Aizawa, Vlad, and All Might were on their way to the 1A dorms, having been continuously teased with pictures of Aizu cuddled with different people. When they get there, it's not just the students, but also Midnight, Hound Dog, and Ectoplasm hanging out with them and getting their own cuddles. Aizawa has given up questioning why hawk's feathers are floating around, brushing up against random people's cheeks, or being softly held in people's hands. There might have also been a pair of bunny ears popping up every now and then, but Maruko wasn't allowed on campus after the last time she visited Izuku, so he ignored it. They were watching The Princess Bride at the moment. Not what Aizawa would have picked, but whatever. Vlad and All Might had already integrated themselves into the mess of people. He kindly ignored the black mist giving people drinks and snacks. The psycho blonde was already part of his class as far as he was concerned, and the lizard dude wasn't doing any harm where he was squished between Tetsu and Kendo. Shaking his head, he settled himself against the wall and tucked in for a long night. It was nearing 4 in the morning when people started falling asleep, Moana only able to keep them awake for so long. Izuku was the first to crash, laying across Sato, Yanagi, Toga, and Vlad's laps. Toga, Spinner, Ida, and Minoma were soon to follow. Mei, Shinso, Vlad, and Sato were drifting somewhere between awake and asleep, and Kendo, Yamamo, Bakugo, Kaminari, All Might, and Shiozaki were the next to fall asleep. Soon enough, nearly all the kids were asleep. Kurogiri had already warped away both sleeping league members as soon as Izuku migrated to All Might's side, and Aizawa pretended not to see Hawk's Feathers take the sleeping Miruko away about an hour ago. He watched the last few awake people start to clean up the mess and turn off the TV, moving a few of their sleeping counterparts to better positions before falling asleep themselves. Aizawa has to hold back a sigh as he hides his proud smile in his scarf. Noiselessly, he snaps many blackmail pictures for later use. It was a good day in Aizawa's book. A bunch of arrogant Jarkists got beat, and his kid students protected one of their own. A good day indeed. And if he got a few shots of Minoma practically on top of Kamakiri, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and a couch cushion floating, and Bakugo cuddling Shiro and Kirishima, well, no one had to know until he used them. And if Ketsubutsu's first years refused to practice with Yue, well, no one was complaining, no one that mattered, anyway. Shoto was in the waiting room with his mother and siblings, waiting for the family therapist that Izuku and Rei had convinced them all to go to. They'd been waiting for about 20 minutes when the door opened. Everyone turned to look as Dabi stepped into the room. Shoto was already on his feet, ice and fire flickering on his arms when he noticed Aizu hanging off the villain's back. He hesitantly lets his quirk go as Aizu gives him a wide smile, and suddenly, he's remembering something Aizu had mumbled a month ago while half asleep. In his quest to create the best hero, he created a vigilante-turned-villain. Denki was right, Shoto thinks as Daptoya runs a hand through his hair, accidentally showing off his red roots. Hey guys, long time no see? Shoto blinks, really? That's what his first words to us is going to be. Toya. Shoto greets him, casting a glance over at the green bean peeking over his shoulder. I'm presuming Aizu brought you here for the family therapy session? Toya just nods and Shoto mirrors him, sitting back down and adjusting to the sudden warm weight in his lap. Rei and Fuyumi gasp as Natsuo looks between Shoto and Toya. He's the first to speak. I'm sorry, what? Toya looked painfully awkward, far different than the casual indifference he portrayed as Dabi. Well, it's kinda a long story. Basically, after the BSRD pushed too far during training, this happened. He gestured to his body, and I ran away after I was mostly treated in the hospital. I somehow became a vigilante while on the streets, and when I heard the League was planning on taking down All Might, I figured they could kill the number 2 while they were at it, so I joined them. A bunch of shit happened. The bush over there got him arrested before I could do anything, then he found me and here I am. Shoto pursed his lips. Aizu, how? Izuku just grinned and shrugged, snuggling deeper into Sho's lap. Rei carefully got up and looked Toya over before pulling him into a soft hug. Fuyumi was quick to follow. Natsuo looked like he was still trying to catch up, but easily allowed Fuyumi to pull him into the hug too. Soon, the family was sat on the couch, Toya in the middle as he went into more detail on what happened while he was away. Aizu had disappeared only to come back with a large blanket he wrapped around all of them, promptly followed by cuddling whoever looked like they needed it the most. The receptionist couldn't bring herself to tell them to leave, neither could the therapist bring herself to calling them back. And with that, the league lost a member as the Todoroki family regained one. Izuku doesn't know how it happened. He and the class were out for some class bonding time, which really just meant Aizawa wanted them off school grounds so they weren't his responsibility for a few hours. They decided on some pizza and a movie, maybe an arcade on the way back. That was the plan anyway, until the street they were on was overrun with villains, indiscriminately attacking random bystanders. Obviously, they jumped into the fray, or, well, the ones that had their hero licenses did. Kaken and Shoto started herding the civilians away and calling the police an eraser. There were about 40 villains, which usually would have been handled fairly quickly by the heroes in training, but the civilians getting attacked and panicking were their first priority. Along with Kaken and Shoto, Shiro, Uraraka, Tsu, Ida, Jiro, and Tokoyami helped evacuate the citizens. Uraraka, Tsu and Shiro working together to get the people closer to the battle away faster by taking their gravity away and carefully throwing them to the far side where Shiro would catch them and let them down. It was good teamwork and evacuated the block fast enough for very few people to have gotten seriously injured. The police arrived a few minutes after that, setting up a perimeter to keep the bystanders far enough away to give the provisional heroes enough room to stall and fight until pros arrived. Izuku was already tired of this, upset that his afternoon with his class was being ruined and that they involved a bunch of innocent people in their schemes. He looked at the barrier-type opponent he was facing, having already helped a few of his classmates take down 3 of the 8 that were currently being watched by the police, Ida having ferried the knocked-out criminals to where the police were waiting. Yeah, Izuku was getting tired of this. He glanced to his left where Mina was fighting a speed quirk user. Quickly, while she wasn't in a dangerous position, he called, "Pinky, switch." Izuku was suddenly very glad for all the reaction and situational awareness training Aizawa had practically beat into them as Mina spun quickly on her heel and sprayed acid just over Izuku's head as he sprinted past her and tackled the person she had been fighting previously. He went down hard, and actually that's not such a bad idea. He let Ida take the man under him as he redirected Denki to Mina as her acid was only doing so much against the lady's barrier quirk. He once again dives into a tackle on the mutant-type Denki had just been fighting, making sure to cradle the person's neck as they went down. The last thing he needed was for someone to break their neck. He took a little longer to get up from that one, given that the person's crab-like skin was surprisingly soft to hold. Oh, great, now he's in the mood for hugs? But then again, when isn't he? He finds his next target, someone who's trying to sneak up on Yamamo and Sato. Not on his watch, this time when he goes for the tackle, he doesn't put enough force into it to lay them out. Just enough to grab and cling. The man instinctively raises his arms to hold him and in less than 30 seconds he's limp. He goes on to the next one and the next one and the next, and soon enough their backup arrives, but by then they have the situation well in hand, less than a dozen villains still fighting. He hears a snicker from behind him as he's clinging to another villain, a feint. "I told you the Midori effect was real." A girl whispers back, "I thought it was the Izuku effect?" Whatever, all that matters is that it's real. Izuku rolls his eyes at his class's antics, letting his current target fall to the floor softly. He takes a look around, but it looks like everything's just about done, both Eraser and Death Arms having arrived. He blinks, realizing that this isn't actually over. They still had to give their statements, and then Aizawa probably wouldn't let them finish their day because of this. With a sigh, he slumps, Todoroki finding his way over to him and pulling him against his side. "It's okay, Izuku. We can continue our outing tomorrow." Uraraka chimes, smiling wide, face flush with adrenaline. "Yeah." Aizu returns the smile brightly, "I'm sure Aizawa wouldn't mind." By the time they finish up, it's well past the time their movie ended. Aizawa leads them back to the dorms and they break apart for an hour to shower and change, then reconvene in the common room, having agreed to watch a movie before bed. In the end, Aizawa does let them back out the next day, but he comes along to babysit the whole time. Dabi woke up from his nap in one of the bar booths with a weight on him that he can't remember having when he fell asleep, which could only mean that either Toga or Twice decided to sleep on him. He sticks his hand in the person's hair and is about to push them off when he realizes that Toga's hair doesn't feel like that, and Twice always has his mask on. Freaked out, he flares up and lashes out, only to find nothing but air. The person that was just on him had disappeared. Furrowing his brow, Dabi shakes his head and gets up, only to be greeted by a boy he's never seen here before. Keeping his eyes on the kid, he calls out a quick, "Kurogyri? You're seeing this kid, right?" Dabi likes to imagine the bartender raised an eyebrow, but between not being able to see the man and not being able to read him even if he could, he has no proof of it as the man drawls dryly, "Yes, Dabi. That is Izuku. You might remember him from the UA Sports Festival. He placed first in the first and second rounds and lost in the third to the Todoroki boy." The boy smiled, "I didn't lose, it's just that what I won wasn't part of the competition." Dabi snorts, "Then what did you win, brat?" The kid's smile softened, "Shoto and I are friends now. And I feel like our fight allowed him to realize a way for him to take back control of his life, you know?" Dabi noticed a little spark of knowledge the boy shouldn't possess in his eyes, and filed it away for later. Snorting, Dabi stretched a sarcastic grin, "Tried to kill each other on live TV just to become friends. Don't sound right to me, but okay." Izuku ignores his comment, still smiling, "You know, you're really warm and comfortable to sleep on." "Oh. Well, I'm glad you think so," Dabi said with false cheer. "Touch me again and I'll cremate you." Again, Izuku doesn't respond, just continues to smile, then whirls around and launches himself at the person who just came down the stairs. Dabi has 1 second to process the fact that this boy really is just that oblivious when he catches sight of Shigaraki, grumpy from having woken up. Just as he turns away because really, there's only so much he can see before he starts to feel bad, he hears a loud oof and the stumbling steps of someone who did not expect a sudden wait. Dabi blinks before turning back toward them. No matter how tired or out of it Shigaraki was, he never let anything that was thrown at him actually land. But here Shigaraki was back flat against the wall of the stairs, kid in his arms, fingers carefully raised. Shigaraki lets out a groan. "Izuten, why are you here?" The kid pouted, actually pouted, "It's been so long since we've talked. My internship ended and now I can never seem to leave campus by myself. Plus I wanted to meet your new party members. I've heard so much about them, but I've never met them." Dabi blinked, then turned an accusing glare at their leader. "You talked to a hero student about your illegal activities?" Shigaraki ignores them both. "Kurogyri, why didn't you tell me Izuten was here?" "Izuka asked me not to, he said that you need your beauty sleep," came Kurogyri's dry response, the air quotes somehow audible despite the flat tone. Shigaraki stretched a hand up to his neck, but before he could dig his nails in, Izuku grabbed his hand and held it in his like it was completely natural to him. "So, where are the others?" "I already met Dabi, Kurogyri, and Magna. She's really nice by the way, thought I was lost when I came in." Before anyone could respond, there was a high-pitched shriek and Toga flew down the stairs, Izuku catching her with ease, a bright smile on his face. "Himiko. Zu-chan." Togo squealed back, face flushed bright red, but surprisingly not with bloodlust. "Oh my gosh. I haven't seen you in forever. How are you? What happened?" "Well, about a year after we last met, my parents threw me out, so I became a serial killer and then I joined the league. It's been pretty fun. Annoying HNDJB and Patchwork is fun, but Twice is the best. I mean Mange is great too. But Twice is so much fun. You gotta meet him, Izu-chan. Wait here, I'll go get him." She's off before he can reply. He chuckles and shakes his head. She hasn't changed at all. "How do you know Toga?" Shigaraki's reaching for his neck again and Izuku whirls on him, grabbing his hands, with a smile. "Pretty much the same way we officially met. She tried to mug me." "Tried as in she couldn't or tried as in you wouldn't let her?" Dabi asked, because obviously that's the most important part of that exchange. "Well, she did, and then she accidentally stabbed me, which distracted her, then we talked, she gave me back my wallet and we became friends." Dabi and Shigaraki just blinked. This kid is crazy and or suicidal. I'm starting to see a trend. Toga came back down then, 3 people trailing behind her. She was bouncing with excitement as she introduced them. They all immediately got hugs because wow, did these guys need them. Mange came back then and it turned into a full-on party, not. They all sat down and talked, Izuku going from person to person, working his way into their personal space or just straight up going for it like with Shigaraki, Toga, Spinner, and Twice, sometimes. About 2 hours later, everyone was comfortable enough with him that he could absolutely invade their personal space and they wouldn't react, even Kurogyri. By the time Izuku fell asleep between Toga and Shigaraki, the League was ready to kidnap the boy to make sure he stayed with them. They were split. Shigaraki, Toga and Compress wanted to publicize that they were kidnapping the boy. Mange, Dabi, and Spinner didn't want to bring any more attention to themselves while they were preparing their next plan. Twice liked both ideas, and Kurogyri remained ever silent on that front. As they were discussing that over at UA, people were panicking. Nobody had seen Izuku since school let out, when he'd grabbed a to-go smoothie and ran out the door, yelling a bye, to the rest of the students unwinding in the commons. They hadn't been fast enough to ask him where he was going, and they realized he'd left his phone in his room about an hour after calling him repeatedly. They checked all of UA, texted all the heroes Izuku was likely to be with. Nizu even tried searching security cameras for him, but lost him 5 blocks from the gates. After that, all they could do was wait for someone to call them or for Izuku to come back. All the heroes knew to be on the lookout for the boy. Until then, they could and would stress out. When Izuku woke up, he had been passed to Compress, who was asleep. Twice was passed out leaning against them. Toga and Spinner were sprawled on the floor. Mange was gone and so was Shigaraki. Dabi was leaning against the wall, on his phone as Kurogyri moved quietly around the bar, making everyone's dinners. Dabi's eyes flicked up to him when Izuku adjusted in Compress's hold. A small smirk flicked across his burnt lips before he whispered, "It's about 5 in the morning. We've decided to keep you, so forget about you, kid." Izuku tilted his head. "Keep me? Have you ever had me?" He slipped out of Compress's hold without waking the man and quietly made his way over to the bar where Kurogyri already had some food laid out for Izuku's growling stomach. He enjoyed the look of shock on the young man's face when he moved without waking up their most motion-sensitive member. He was about to say more when Shigaraki came slumping down the stairs. He made his way over to the bar, sat in a chair and pulled Izuku onto his lap in record time. Dabi slouched over soon after, sitting a couple chairs over. Everyone ate in silence. "I heard you were going to keep me, Tamura," Izuku started off the conversation after they'd finished eating. In an impressive show of awareness, Shigaraki backtracked with a shrug, "We'd like you to stay, so you're welcome to if you want. You know my goal is to graduate from UA's hero course. I can't do that if they figure out that I'm friends with the people who have and still are trying to take down society and kill All Might. Besides, when he falls, you're going to need someone on that side that will keep the game interesting. After all, Tamura, where's the fun in having a player too if you're just going to team up against the computer?" Shigaraki takes a second before nodding his head. "Playing against the computer is predictable and boring." "Okay, do whatever you want, Izuten." He launches himself into Shigaraki's arms, with a bright smile as Dabi rolls his eyes. The TV in the corner suddenly flickers on and Shigaraki and Kurogyri tense. The Tamura that filters through somehow conveys just how powerful the person on the other side is. Izuku tilts his head in confusion. "Yes, sensei? I presume this is the child you've spoken about?" "Yes, sensei." A grin splits the boy's face. "You talk about me, Tomu?" Dabi slaps a hand over the boy's mouth before he can say something else, but the voice from the TV just chuckles. "I'd like to meet him." "Of course, sensei, right now?" "If you're not doing anything," Shigaraki gestures for Kurogyri to open the gate and Izuku immediately steps through it. Shigaraki almost steps through after the boy when the voice says, "Just the boy, please, Tamura." Shigaraki hesitates for a second before stepping back and the warp closes quickly. "Don't be so tense, Tamura. You'll get him back in one piece, I promise. I just want to talk to him." The TV turns off right after and Dabi gets a feeling that he should be far more worried about the boy than he's willing to admit. "So you're all for one. Do you think that was an upgrade or a downgrade from before?" Izuku says as soon as the man had turned to face him, gesturing to his face with a wince. What a fearless way to start a conversation when he already knows who I am, Ifo thinks with amusement. Are you asking if I was ugly prior to All Might's attempt on my life? Izuku nods, already walking closer to the man as he looked around the computer and medical equipment-filled room. Yep. Ifo chuckles. I was quite handsome before. Izuku just nods. That's what Gran and All Might said too. But then again, I suppose anything would be better than the disfigured potato face you got going on. Really, this kid, there's far too much amusement in AFO's thoughts to even consider punishing the boy. They talk for a bit, hitting most points they wanted to address with the other as Izuku slowly makes his way further into his space, eventually ending up in the man's lap. Back with his classmates in UA, it was early Saturday morning and few people had gotten any quality sleep. Worry over Izuku kept them tossing and turning all night. Logically, they knew the boy could take care of himself. Realistically, there were few, if any, villains who could surprise or overpower Izuku, but they couldn't help but worry over the boy. Kurogiri, meanwhile, was watching Shigaraki wear a trench into his floorboards with his anxious pacing. Granted, it's a better stress reliever than his previous method of scratching his neck until it bleeds and then scratching it some more, so Kurogiri held his tongue as Dabi and the rest tried to distract him. It was nearly 3 hours after Izuku had left that Kurogiri got the signal to warp him back, and to say that they were relieved would be an understatement. Dabi perked up from where he was fiddling with the shot glasses he'd filled and drained nearly an hour ago. Spinner had been successful in distracting Shigaraki with games. Twice and Toga had joined in to race them on Rainbow Road, but they too looked over when they felt the warp gate. Compress was idly talking to, being ignored by, Dabi, but was silenced when Dabi looked up. Magna had been watching over the game tournament, making sure everything was okay. She too looked with the others. It took 2 terrifyingly long minutes for the boy to come out of the portal, walking backward and waving with a smile like he hadn't just finished talking to the biggest bad to ever bad. There was silence for a second after the gate closed, before Toga broke it by squealing and jumping the boy. Zuchan. I knew you'd be okay. Handy and Patches were worrying over you too much. I told you guys. But you do care about me, Tomu. The words were teasing, but his eyes were soft as he looked at the man. Shigaraki's eye twitched before he scowled. I have to make sure my player 2 lives, otherwise the game becomes boring. Izuku's grin turned softer. Thanks for looking after me, Tamura-kun. Shigaraki ignored him. What did you and Sensei talk about? Heroes, vigilantes, villains, civilians, laws, quirks, morals, governments, the past, present, future. You know, the usual things. With that he's grabbed by Toga and pulled to the couch they'd been sitting on prior. The others follow them, fighting over the remaining 2 seats while Kurogiri and Compress pull up a few chairs for themselves, Mange and Spinner, who lost rock paper scissors to Dabi. Izuku was then promptly pulled from Toga's lap and settled into Shigaraki's as everyone started talking again. He would be randomly pulled or moved to others' laps as they talked, not that Izuku minded, all the attention and affection was great. Soon, they collectively agreed not to keep Aizu, and returned him to UA. When Izuku finally got back to UA, it was around 3 in the afternoon. The day after he left, he'd barely gotten 1 foot in the dorm's door when he was suddenly dogpiled. Izuku didn't mind as his classmates and friends talked over themselves to make sure he was okay and worrying about him. He didn't mind until more people started to join in, until someone who was either All Might or quirked Tetsu jumped on top. Then everyone let out a strangled cry and ushered the people on them to get off. It was All Might. Needless to say, everyone slept like a baby that night, having decided on another sleepover in the common room. And if they berated Aizu on leaving for so long without his phone, well, he learned to keep his phone on him at all times to keep his friends from worrying. The door to the bar opened with a long squeal. In stepped a child. Shigaraki looked up from his game as Kurogiri merely keeps an eye on them while cleaning the counter. Get lost, kid, Shigaraki says, red eyes glaring a hole into them. The intruder barely spares him a thought, dismissing him with a simple, I'm not here for you, Manchurian candidate. That leaves Shigaraki simultaneously confused and enraged as the TV turns on, showing a black screen with audio only, in bright blue. Well, if it isn't my little traitor, finally back from you. You're going to uphold our deal, yes? Of course. No one else will ever know. You can even keep your heroic life for now. For now, the kid mocks. I already told you, you can't make me a villain. Or is your memory really that bad, old man? A long static-wise sigh from the TV as Shigaraki itches his neck at the nerve of this kid. Once the heroes find out who you are, they'll brand you as a villain no matter what you say. But they won't find out. How's that old song go? Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead? And I don't plan on dying anytime soon. A dry chuckle, a simple genetics test is all they need to find out, whether I tell them or not. Guess I'll just have to bank on them not being caught then, A moment of silence. I suppose so. Kurajar, if you would. Now, my little traitor, come here. The kid steps through the warp gate without hesitation. As soon as it's gone, All for One asks, so, you finally found a way to copy it? Yeah, it was difficult to isolate the quirk genes from the DNA, and involved quite a bit of science that isn't actually known yet, but we got it done. You and? The kid lets a smile drape across their lips. My science buddies, who else? You're not going to tell me who they are you? Nope. They're too good to let you know about right now. All for One huffs a laugh. Okay, keep your secrets then. Moving on, my mind seemed to have blanked in my old age. Refresh my memory, would you? What were the terms of our deal? I'm to give All Might's quirk to you in exchange. You deal with my bullies and train me. You put me in a position close to All Might, in this case as a student at UA, and I found a way to get close to him and his quirk. You turned my old bullies into Nomu with the exception of one, whom I changed my mind about. Am I missing anything, father? The huckle, oh no. I'm just wondering how you think you're not a villain after everything you've done and agreed to. Because this is a business transaction, nothing more, nothing less. And you're the only one doing anything remotely illegal or immoral. You're stealing someone's quirk. I'm copying someone's quirk. All Might will still be able to use it, to a lesser degree due to his failing body, but he still has it until it's fully passed on to his successor. I always forget how much you love loopholes. Well, get on with it, come here. The man holds out his hand and the kid takes it. By the time they separate, All for One looks far happier than before. You're not going to kill him, are you? A light chuckle. No, he'll die eventually. Why bother wasting effort on a dead man walking? Alright, I guess this is goodbye then, father. I guess so. All for One reaches over, presses a button, and a warp gate opens behind the kid. As they're turning to leave, he says, "Stay safe till we meet again, Izuku." The kid ignores him, walking through the warp gate, past the irritated man-child in the bar and out the door. The heroes were none the wiser that they had had two traitors in their midst within UA. Even when they finally catch the traitor, they had no idea about Izuku's involvement. And no one thought to check All for One's DNA against anyone else's when he was caught. Izuku was going to get away scot-free, not that he did anything wrong anyway. In another universe, Enji had met Izuku a lot earlier than he did in this one. Over there, he was Uncle Enji, Hisashi's brother. Over there he was still an a-hole, still abusive to his kids, still a terrible father and hero, but he never pushed his kids till they were permanently injured, till they ran away. Yes, Toya still had slight burn scars all over his body from where he had tried to outlast Enji's fire. Yes, Shoto still had the burn around his eye from where his mother poured tea on him. Yes, Rei had broken a bit and was institutionalized. Yes, Fumi still ends up trying to take care of them all for a while. And yes, Natsuo still hates Enji. But Toya had been stopped before he could hurt himself too much and was then limited on how much he could push. But Shoto didn't have nearly as many scars and burns on the rest of his body as he could have. But Rei had since been declared stable and moved back in with the rest, Enji being careful of how far he could go now. But Fumi now had help, wasn't shouldering everything alone. But Natsuo also didn't hate him as much as he could have. In this universe, they also had the Midoriyas, both of whom would cuddle and comfort anyone who looked even the slightest bit sad. Though they stayed pretty clear of Enji, who did the same, only able to imagine what Hisashi would do if he were to injure one of them, even if just on accident, it was not something he wanted to see for real. Along with the Midoriyas, They also got the bi-weekly visits of All Might. Enji doesn't know why he shows up, but after the first time he reluctantly allowed the hero to stay, he couldn't get rid of him. It was annoying. Because of that, Midoriya meets All Might far earlier than he usually does, which gives him far more time to acclimate to One for All and learn how to not, break his bones and stuff. Which in turn sets off a chain reaction that somehow ends with Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto all becoming really good friends by middle school. Oh, and there's another difference. Enji allows Shoto to go to an actual middle school instead of homeschooling or online schooling the boy until UA. This leads to Shoto becoming friends with Tenya and Momo. Izuku also befriends a genius inventor by accident and manages to pull all his friends into being her test dummies with him. But that isn't what we're here for. We're here to see how Endahor changed into Enji, who changed into a pretty chill dude. With all the positive and threatening Hisashi people in his life, it's no real wonder how just one disappointed look from Inko had him avoiding actively being an absolute abusive a-hole. But it wasn't until Izuku was old enough to notice all his small tells that things really changed. There was just something about Midoriya hugs that made you feel like you were floating, and Izuku's happened to be the best of the lot. Even his cousin Shoto was no match for him, and that's saying something because he's a pro hero that can get kids to stop crying just by patting them on the back. His hugs made everything else just melt away: worries, anger, fear, stress, everything. It was a good skill to have when aiming to become a hero like he was. Anyway, it was nearing UA's entrance exam for their year, and Izuku could practically see the stress hanging in the air around the Todoroki estate. He could tell that it was mostly due to the stress roiling off Enji, so he ambushed the man. Having long since realized that the man was actively avoiding him and his mother, he tackles the man into a hug, not letting go even when he tenses. After a good 30 minutes, Izuku finally lets go, turning on his heel and walking away, not looking back because he already knows his face is a weird mix of determined and embarrassed. He walks right past where Toya was frozen at the other end of the hallway, carefully ignoring his absolutely stunned face. After that, Izuku gives Enji hugs once a month, maybe twice if it looks like he needs it, and Enji mellows out so much that even his fans are starting to notice the difference as it bleeds into his hero work. And that's the main difference between the two universes. In that one, he hadn't already passed the point of no return by the time Izuku came into his life, and that made all the difference. There's an incident as he's walking to school. Someone is robbing a store, running away with a bag full of money. Their quirk obviously the spring-like legs they have. He doesn't have his hero license yet, but he can't just stand there and watch, so he does something stupid and reckless, and casually stretches out his arm just as they're about to pass him. His arm hits them right across the throat and they go down, choking, bag dropped in favor of cradling their neck. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" As he's asking this, he subtly moves the bag behind a large conveniently placed potted plant with his legs. "That doesn't look very good. Let me call 119 for you." As he's getting his phone out to call, bright red feathers flash by and Izuku snaps his head up to the figures squatting on the ledge of a nearby rooftop. Two pick up the person laying out on the ground, one picks up the bag, and another lifts him up. The first three all head off in the direction of the nearest police station. The one with him on it takes him to the amused man on the roofs. "Guess I can't be the fastest all the time, huh?" Hawks grins, settling Izuku down next to him. That was a smooth takedown. Though hitting the throat is risky, it could cause swelling and then they'd be unable to breathe. "You're in UA, right? Hero course, I'm guessing?" Izuku nods eagerly, staring wide-eyed as feathers come and go from his wings. "Well, keep up the good work. I'll drop you off over there. School's about to start anyway." "Wait, sir. Can I hug you?" Hawks blinks at the admittedly odd request before snorting, "Sure, kid." Aizu tackles him into a hug immediately, almost overbalancing him. Hawks settles an arm around the boy's shoulder and all he can think is this is nice. 2 hours pass before he even knows it. His feathers are still doing his job, but he wasn't paying attention to much else until his phone buzzed. 13 was texting him. "Have you seen Izuku Midoriya?" Followed by a picture of the kid that was snuggled under his wing, more than likely asleep. Carefully, he snapped a picture and sent it off to her with a text. "This green bean?" Almost instantly, he was added to a group chat. He made an educated guess, based on the names of the people, that it was mostly UA teachers and a few other heroes, all of whom were demanding more pictures of the kid. Mentally shrugging, he took a couple more from different angles and sent them before scrolling back through the chat to figure out what it was for. It was literally a chat for keeping track of the kid, Izuku, and for sharing pictures and bragging about cuddles, apparently. Hawks didn't want to say stalkers, but he was thinking it really loudly. But he pushes that off to the side when the adorable kick-ass kid snuggled closer. Some things were just more important. Sasaki was expecting a lot when he agreed to meet All Might's successor. Very few of those expectations were good. He was adamant that this boy could not match up to Mirio in any way, because it was obvious to him that Mirio was the superior choice to become the next symbol of peace. He most definitely was not expecting Mirio to be carrying the boy on his back, laughing and joking together as they stepped out of the elevator. He wasn't expecting the boy to completely look over the tickling device Bubble Girl was strapped to. He wasn't expecting the boy to jump off Mirio's back and barely reach the blonde's shoulders, though given the boy's bushy hair, he was likely even shorter than that. He was not expecting the bright smile the boy gave him. While excited, it was not blinded by hero worship. He led the boy into his office, leaving Bubble Girl to Mirio. As they move, Sasaki pulls him by the wrist to the correct door, Mirio and Bubble Girl following. Sasaki takes a seat and the boy stands almost laxly across from him, his posture loose but his expression one of contained excitement. Sasaki temples his fingers as he leans forward on his desk. "Why did you choose my agency?" "I want to become stronger," Izuku says without hesitation. "I want to be able to save more people, so I have to be stronger." Sasaki sighs, another musclehead hero type. "Do you know what my agency does?" Of course. The Night Eye Agency is among the top informatics agencies without underground heroes on their payroll. You deal in daytime patrols and information gathering. You tend to stay away from big power battles and try to keep a low profile in regards to the public so as to keep your quirk as unknown as possible. The boy lists off easily. "It's what I need to learn to become a stronger hero. The better I can find and analyze information, the better I can save lives." Sasaki blinks at that. "Maybe I was wrong about this one. And what do you know about me?" "You're Sasaki Mirai, hero name. Sir Night Eye, former partner to All Might. Age, your quirk is called Foresight and allows you to see pieces of a person's future as long as you have prior skin contact, like when you grabbed my wrist in the hallway, and eye contact, like when we started this conversation. You're extremely hard to find information on and you like it that way. You foresaw All Might's demise and when he refused to quit hero work, you left and started your own agency to hopefully get rid of that villain before they can get to All Might, which failed. You haven't talked to the man in nearly 6 years, despite both of you wanting to. But since we both know All Might is a wimp, it's unlikely to happen given that you also are a wimp." The boy tilts his head to the side with a small smile. "Did I miss anything?" Sasaki was shook. This 16-year-old boy knew more about him than even his sidekicks did. Swallowing his suddenly dry saliva, he motioned for the other two to leave them. "I guess the only thing left to do is see if you're worthy enough to work here." He picks up the stamp from where it was sitting next to the boy's application paper. "When did that get there?" And showed it to him. "Take this stamp from me in the next 3 minutes and stamp your paper yourself if you want to intern here." The boy just blinked at the sudden change. "I don't care what happens to the room and this is private property so you can use your quirk." "Starting now," Sasaki said as he stood in the middle of the room. The boy, to his credit, did not hesitate long, quickly powering up in flashing green lightning before trying for a direct attack, jumping over Sasaki's head, and failing when he closed his hand over the stamp. The boy quickly flipped around, diving over 2 or 3 times as he tried and failed to grab the piece, Sasaki calling out his moves milliseconds before the boy does them. And then he's surprised when, a whole minute earlier than his foresight told him, before he could even talk, the boy started jumping around the walls like Gran Torino. The attack patterns were the same as what his quirk told him, just being executed earlier than planned. When that still failed to render the boy his objective, he paused, tilting his head, and Sasaki even tried to use his quirk again to see what would be happening. He got the past instead. This had never happened to me before. Before he had the time to truly think on it, the boy came barreling at him, tackling him in a hug that surprised the man. Sudden numbness fell over him, a lightness that Sasaki was unused to. The boy waited half a minute, almost forgetting what he was supposed to be doing, before carefully prying the stamp from his hands and getting up to stamp his paper. The doors burst open, Mirio and Bubble Girl stopping when they noticed Sasaki on the ground, staring at the ceiling, dazed. "Sorry for intruding," Mirio calls as Bubble Girl says, "Are you finished? We heard a commotion." The Boizuku holds up his paper, stamped and all, with a large smile. "This means I'm hired, right, Sir Night-Eye?" Sasaki lets out a strained huff of a laugh as he continues to stare at the ceiling. "Yes." Mirio bursts into a large smile. "Congratulations, Aizu." Bubble Girl wanders in, looking around at the small mess left by Izuku's attacks. "Are you all right, sir?" "I'm fine, Bubble Girl. He blew away all my expectations." Sasaki finally takes his eyes off the ceiling to glance at where Mirio has pulled Izuku into a hug. Bubble Girl left him at his insistence, walking Mirio and Izuku back out, congratulating and hugging the boy as they went. It was less than a day later when Sasaki learned how to function with Izuku's very warm and comforting presence and not let it distract him. Soon after that, Mirio added him and the other two to the group chat, Centipeder having already sworn to protect the boy. Nizu knows he can be long-winded at times. It's his guilty pleasure to draw 15-minute talks into 3-hour lectures. He knows that most humans don't have the attention spans to listen to him fully after the first half hour into his speeches. He also knows that Izuku is usually one of the rare ones that pay attention the whole way through, no matter how absolutely littered it is with useless distractions that just draw the point out. Which is why his latest school assembly on making sure they ate properly had such a surprising end. It was 3 hours, 3 minutes and 24 seconds into his latest lecture. Just to see if anyone was paying attention, he mildly inserted, "Endeavor died due to eating the incorrect amount of nutrients for his body's needs," which nobody reacted to. Usually he'd have seen somebody smirk or heard a small giggle from that, but not even his staff seemed to be paying attention, as some, Aizawa and, surprisingly, Nemuri, were noticeably sleeping. He looked for Izuku, who was more often than not the only one who paid attention to the end, so they could later discuss, gossip and giggle over his absolutely unnecessary additions and near the sadistic pleasure he took from his students' reactions. Locating the boy in a room full of admittedly less noticeable people was quite easy, which is why he cut off his lecture a whole 6 minutes and 37 seconds before he planned, letting everyone leave for their lunches just a bit early. Everyone quietly filed out, bar Aizawa, Nemuri, Izuku, and Kurwaro, who he was cuddled on, and the few unfortunate students who weren't awoken by their classmates. Nizu went to wake those 5 kids up first, leaving his 2 teachers to Yamada to wake and Izuku to Kurwaro for the moment. Once he had the others out, he turned to the 2 remaining students and motioned Kurwaro to follow him. The boy was reluctant, but carefully picked Izuku up and followed Nizu up to his office, where he was told to leave Izuku on the couch. Once Kurwaro left for lunch, Nizu pulled down the soft fluffy blanket and covered the boy with it before slipping in himself and nuzzling in just under the boy's chin. Izuku hummed and brought his arms up to curl around Nizu before falling back to sleep. Nizu was then officially, happily trapped in the warm, comforting cage of Izuku cuddles, and he wouldn't want it any other way. Kirishima watched on, numb from shock, as Monoma unknowingly talked himself into death by Explode-a-Murderch. "Is that attitude why Izuku never hugs you?" Monoma ended his tirade with a smirk, Kiri and Kaminari watching, jaws slack, eyes wide, brains completely stuttering to a halt. "The F do you say, crap copy?" Bakugo exploded, hands reaching to grab the poor, stupid boy in front of them. Before his already sparking hands could land though, a flash of green collided with him, landing him back in his chair with Izuku firmly on his lap, arms around his neck, glaring over his shoulder at Monoma. Bakugo lost most of his anger but held a tenseness of shock or surprise for a long moment before he sneered at Monoma, snarling, "Out of here, mimic monk." Kaminari and Kirishima both let out relieved sighs that they wouldn't be witness to a very loud murder just yet. Izuku stayed with them for the rest of lunch. And if Izuku kept appearing whenever someone with ill will brought up his avoidance of Bakugo, well, Bakugo wasn't going to complain about the hugs and cuddles he got. Nor was he going to acknowledge the little warm and fuzzy feeling he got in his chest whenever Izuku showed up to glare them to embarrassment and social death in his defense. It was a normal Tuesday afternoon for 1A, relaxing in the commons, making food, and completing their assigned work. It was one of those rare days that 1B didn't come over, but other than that, it was a completely average day for them. Until something happened. And of course it had to happen to their chaos-prone cinnamon roll. He was cuddling up with Koda, talking with Siro and Sato when a bright flash of light attracted everyone's attention. In a blink, Aizu was gone and large, muscular man was in his place, in a dirty and torn costume, blood flowing down his face. He immediately jumped off Koda and flashed over to a corner. When he stopped, everyone got a good look at him. Dark green hair in an undercut, tall, well-built, tan skin, a freckled face, bright green eyes, and green and black bodysuit with red accents. There was 2 seconds to absorb this before a much deeper voice said, "Someone call Aizawa." Kaminari did just that, then sent the video he had of it because for some reason he was recording at that very second. Less than a minute passed where they all just looked at each other before Aizawa flew through the door. "Midoriya? Eraser, please use your quirk on me." Aizawa barely hesitated before he did so, but nothing happened. The older Izuku let out a slightly hysterical laugh before breathing deeply and letting it out in a whoosh. "It's okay, Mini-Me can totally hold him." He paused before correcting himself. "Mini-Me can totally dodge him. For a few minutes." "How far away was my backup?" He stares wide-eyed at the floor before taking a large breath and pulling on a blinding smile. "It's fine." Moving on from Mini-Me's possible death, what's this? First year. He looks at Uraraka then Aoyama. "Yeah, first year. You're all so cute and innocent." His smile never once dimmed, as the others tried to catch up with what was happening. "Wait." Bakugo let off an explosion. "You're just going to brush off Deku's possible death? Isn't he you?" "Yeah, but since I'm still here, I'm assuming that he's not dead yet. Time travel's tricky like that, but from previous experiences, I can safely assume that he's alive still. And since erasure didn't work on me, it's something that'll have to be fixed from there. So, don't worry though, they should know the drill by now. Give 2 or 3 hours tops." There was a moment of silence before Izuku continued, "Let this be a lesson for you guys in the future. Never go into big battles without calling for backup and knowing how far away they are." He spotted Shinso staring at him with wide eyes, mouth open, sandwich having fallen from his hands. Izuku gives a little excited squee before appearing in front of him. "Oh my gosh, Toshi. I forgot how cute you were. I never get to see you anymore. Your spirit dad stole you away as soon as you graduated." "Spirit dad?" He ignores the interruption, but Shinso notices the look he sends Aizawa before he flashes away to Tsuyu, visiting each of them before settling down enough for Aizawa to ask if he needs to get medical treatment. He brushes off his concern with a easy, "I've had worse." Aizawa snorts, "Unsurprisingly, that doesn't fill me with confidence in your future, problem child. I just don't want to bother you. Wait. You still have recovery girl, right?" Then, a light shines in Izuku's eyes, before promptly dying with a small wince. "Never mind." Aizawa's eyes turn sympathetic. "Oh, kid." Izuku swiftly changes the subject. "I'm older than you right now, Eraser. I'll be 34 next month. Staying busy too. The future's really different, a whole generation of people who grew up without All Might. The commission is really different now too, a lot of people like it better this way." He takes another look around the younger faces of heroes he knows so well. "Wow, I feel so old now." There's a sad feel under his bright hero smile. "You're 33. What's your skincare routine? I swear I thought you were 25, Max." Mina says, stars in her eyes, Aoyama and Kaminari behind her, eyes focused on him. Izuku scratches the back of his neck. "Regular visits to my doctor to fix up my everything." "Zuku." Shoto trails off, eyes pained. "But it's fine. I mean, my doctor is top of the line. It's like it never even happened." Izuku rushes to reassure them, even pulling his sleeve up to show off his near scarless arm. "See? Very few things end up actually scarring." "Okay, But can we talk about this? Toru's sleeves motion up and down in his direction and they assume she's motioning to all of him. Our cinnamon roll turned into a cinnamon roll. Izuku blushes as the others snicker, Kirishima flashing a brilliant smile. It's so manly, Izu. How do you do it? His blush gets brighter as he looks anywhere but the people watching him. Well, my partners and I usually have competitions when we work out and when we spar, and we're all very competitive, so we all keep fit that way. We've quadrupled my pre-UA workout, but our hero schedules don't have much free time, so we couldn't go higher. He pauses to smile. If you think I'm fit though, my teammates are ripped. Kaken and Shochan grew are well. He somehow proceeded to subatomic levels of blush as he realized what he said, voice little more than a squeak by the end of it. It takes a second to understand what he said as he hides his bright red face in his hands and squeaks out, please forget that, that's not something you need to know. Kaken's going to kill me, oh my god. They take pity on him and instead ask about his pre-UA workout, which makes everyone pale and feel sick just thinking about it when he explains it. They spend another half hour like that until a bright flash appears again and Izu is back, staring wide-eyed in front of him. Uraraka manages to snap him out of it and Izu blushes hard when he notices her before squeaking and turning around to cling to Aizawa and bury his burning face in the man's capture gear. Aizawa snorts at the kids mumbled, why are they all so pretty, and adjusts him so they can leave. All right, you gremlins, it's late, go to sleep, you have school tomorrow. Aizawa leaves them with that, taking his problem child away to sort through his thoughts in peace. Nobody asks what he saw in the future. Whenever it was brought up, he'd go red and stutter even more than he used to. Izuku could never look at Kaken the same way again, and he was just waiting for Uraraka to suddenly gain the muscle definition he'd seen over there. It was a normal Tuesday afternoon for 1A, relaxing in the commons, making food, and completing their assigned work. It was one of those rare days that 1B didn't come over, but other than that, it was a completely average day for them. Until something happened. And of course it had to happen to their chaos-prone cinnamon roll. He was cuddled up with Koda, talking with Siro and Sato when a bright flash of light cut them off. In a blink, the common room was gone, replaced with a mostly empty street. The street itself looked worn, the buildings close to disrepair, patches of brick and concrete broken and missing. A small group of people stood in front of him, one with their arm reaching toward him, glowing faintly. Another looked to be in position to defend while the last held long knives and gave a wicked grin. Izuku was, unfortunately, instantly reminded of Stain, though the thought itself was unwanted as any comparison to the man beyond looks was reaching. He was pulled from his thoughts as the defending person, a vaguely humanoid-shaped rock, gave a laugh reminiscent of tumbling stones and a gratingly rough voice. Good job, Switch. A 15-year-old Deku will be easier to kill than the pro from our time. The one with the arm that was no longer glowing gave a nod as the last one adjusted position, looking like they were about to lunge. Izuku quickly gained his bearings and leapt out of the way of the knives that sank into the asphalt he had just been standing on. The man was faster than Stain, probably some type of speed quirk. Oh, pretty quick for a twerp, though I wouldn't expect anything less from our symbol. Izuku files that bit away for later as he dodges again and again, breaking through sudden walls of rock that erupt from the ground. It continues until he's clipped by one of the pieces of newly destroyed rock, sending him off course and right into the path of one of the knives. Luckily, a small explosion pushes him away enough to just get nicked instead of stabbed. Izuku turns in time to see an older Kaken, looking positively said, older Shoto in the back, also looking angry despite the constant blank look. Ice encases the other two as the last one receives an explosion to the face and is knocked out. The two turn as one to Izuku and crowd around him, Shoto going so far as to ask, "Are you okay, Zuchan?" Izuku blushes brilliantly at the nickname and Shoto has to stifle a chuckle as Kaken scoffs, "Why does this always happen to you, Deku?" Without waiting for an answer Izuku couldn't have given anyway, Kaken just picked him up with one hand and put him on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and all Izuku could do was mentally squeal. Shoto and Kaken hid their smiles as a few sidekicks and police arrived on scene, allowing the two pros, and their de-aged partner, to go. They got to a room. Izuku must have zoned out because he didn't even remember entering a building. Izuku was set almost gently down on a couch as the other two talked. It gave Izuku enough time to actually take in what he was seeing. Kaken looked older, taller and far buffer than Izuku had seen before. There were a few scars along his face and arms that he could see. His expression was ever grouchy and hair was the same as before. His uniform was a little different, but kept the main black and orange color scheme with X's and explosions as a theme. Izuku had to force himself to look away before any more blood decided to take a vacation. Shoto was taller than Kaken, leaner too, but with obvious muscle, face looking as stoic as ever. His hair was long, intricately braided around a bun. His uniform is basically the same as his second version. The only difference he could see was the white along the sides from hip to underarm. A very, very good look for him all in all. Led Yura. She said she'd be here in a few minutes with Tsu. Mei, Eri, and Izawa are headed over here as W-. Shoto was interrupted by a knock on the door which was promptly opened as Kaminari, Shiro, Ashido, and Kirishima pushed their way in, all four looking excited and a little worried. They all had longer hair, with the shortest being Shiro's which stopped at his shoulders, and looked muscular and scarred. Ashido huffed, "Good thing our agencies are close by, you two didn't even call us." Thankfully, Denks was keeping an ear out. Izuku had to blink because what the heck? Were all his classmates hot in the future? His thoughts must have been on his face because Kaken scoffed, or maybe he was just reacting to Mina, and flipped them off, turning back to Shoto to finish what they were talking about. Izuku wanted to listen too, but that hope was sent sailing when the four intruders turned to him and, with a squeal from Mina, they crowded around asking question after question. The next time the door opened, a suit of metal that must have been Ida and a girl that Izuku vaguely recognized as Eri. And, oh, he's crying now. Everyone froze, unsure what to do or what made him cry, but they don't have to wait long before Izuku stutters out a hiccupy Eri through his sobs. Everyone relaxes with a sigh as Eri beams at him, "Deku and I. She's in her 20s already, so full of life and happiness, best friends with Kota, who's now pro-hero Hydrolite. She's now UA's nurse after interning and learning under Recovery Girl for 10 years. More people come in as they talk, Aizawa, Mei, Detective Tsukachi, Shinso, who looks exactly the same as Aizawa did as their teacher but with purple hair, Tsu and Uraraka, holding hands like the two throttlingly sweet couple they are. Eventually, they figure out that the villain's quirk wears off after 4 hours and don't see the need to speed it up. They start bidding him goodbye with hugs and back slaps and head pats and a multitude of other things, some forgetting that he's now short and hugging his face into their chests in a way not all that different from Midnight's usual greeting, cough Uraraka cough. By the time he got to Kaken and Shoto, he was far too red to be healthy if the cheeky grins were any indication. Shoto gave him a hug first, surprisingly, or not, followed by Kaken, who was far gentler than Izuku would have guessed. Even if he had mellowed out after all these years, he had always hugged hard. Izuku could tell that he wasn't quite processing this yet, mainly due to the fact that he was still semi-functioning despite all that's happened and all he's learned and seen. There's a bright flash and they're returned to their proper times. The first thing Deku does once back with his partners is jump on Shinso, giving Aizawa a stink eye the whole time. Eri checks him over and fixes him up as he chats with everyone before they start trickling out. Deku makes sure he gets Shinso's number before letting him leave. Eventually, he's left with Shochan and Kaken and he couldn't be happier, even as Kaken slaps him upside the head, giving a verbal tongue lashing that's more curses and growls than anything understandable, but it gets the job done. Shochan gives him eyes, ones he's hesitant to call puppy dog eyes, but have the same effect. All in all, it wasn't a bad day for Deku, not at all. It wasn't very often that Izuku had nightmares that kept him up, very rarely does something keep him from going back to sleep, but every time, in recent memory, that it happens, Kurogyri is there to help. It was about 3 in the morning, the whole league had gone to bed 2 hours ago for one of their daylight escapades the next day, and Izuku had wandered down to the bar despite it being empty. He'd sat at one of the bar stools and cycled through his quirks, something that always managed to calm him. First were the ones he got from his father, even letting a few less destructive ones out to play for a few moments, soft flashes of multicolored lights floating around the bar area, near inaudible indistinguishable music drifting through, faint comforting smells ever-changing. Then he moved on to the ones he'd gotten from volunteers, mostly older people or terminally ill patients, checking to make sure they were all in their proper places. Last came the ones he'd stolen, from criminals, heroes, and civilians alike, matching quirk with faces he can't remember the names of. Each quirk a bright little star inside him, well over 500 at this point, 7 years into his stay with his father and the League. He was halfway through his second pass when he felt the familiar, fuzzy, cold quirk make its way down to him. He opened his eyes and Kurojuri stood there, his glowing yellow eyes tilted in a way that told Izuku that he was worried. A soft smile made its way onto the boy's face as the mist man puttered about behind the bar, preparing the usual post-nightmare drink, hot chocolate. "Morning, Kuro, I didn't wake you, did I?" "Good morning, young master." "Of course you didn't wake me." He finishes the drinks, giving a hefty topping of whipped cream on both before sitting on the stool next to Aizu. They sit, drinking and talking until the sun starts to rise and Izuku begins to forget what had kept him up. With an abundance of head pats and not quite visible smiles from Kurojiri, Izuku was ushered back up to bed for a few hours. When he comes back down that afternoon to go over the plan with the group one last time before they act on it, he was well rested and lighter, all smiles and jokes. Kurojiri was relieved as Shigaraki and Dabi fought over who would get to act as Aizu's seat. In another room, All for One was watching the monitors with a fond smile, reaffirming that he'd chosen the right successor, and a smaller part of his mind was happy he'd chanced upon the boy's mother all those years ago. Izuku doesn't know why he was drawn to a random building in an admittedly not-so-good part of town, but there he was anyway, walking down a dark, filthy alley at 2 in the morning. He could feel eyes on him, but oddly enough, no one approached him despite his clearly childlike height. He had been expecting at least a mugging attempt. He arrived at the building unhampered and walked in after checking the surroundings. He may be doing stupid things, but he wasn't dumb enough to forget that even one surprise bomb could kill him. Also, he thought he heard a cat, but that's neither here nor there. He walked in on a blonde girl in a school uniform excitedly talking to a brunette boy, also in a school uniform, who seemed to be ignoring her in favor of his DS game. They both looked up when he entered, boy's game giving out a dying sound and girl cut off mid-sentence. She bounced back quickly though, eyes alight with something, a too large smile spread across her face. Her fangs glinted in the low light, as she dashed across the room to him and grabbing his hands in hers. "Hiya. I'm Toga Himiko. What's your name, cutie?" A light blush rose in his cheeks as he took in everything with wide eyes. Hi, Toga-sen. I'm Izuku. You can call me Himiko. All my friends call me Himiko, and you're my friend, right, Aizu-chan?" There was something in her voice that said the wrong answer could be fatal. A bright smile slipped onto his face as he gripped her hands back. "Of course we are, Miko-chan." There was a pause before she squealed a high-pitched, "so cute," and flitted off to where the boy was warily observing them. She glomps herself onto his side with a breathy, "Isn't Aizu-chan so cute, Mustard-chan?" The boy, Mustard, sends a glare at Izuku, his face darkening as a sneer starts to form. Why's a precious UA student gracing us lowlives with his presence? What's a Hero Corps student doing in the slums? Aizu blinked at the pure spite coming off the boy in waves. Even Toga loosened her hold a little. "I feel like there's no way to answer that won't be convoluted by your strong dislike of UA, or my class in particular." There was a long pause after that, Mustard's glare getting darker and darker. "I'd like to be friends with you, though, Mustard-kun." Izuku gave another bright smile, melting the looming tension like butter. Toga slipped off Mustard and dragged the boy toward Aizu before glomping herself onto Izuku this time. Aizu easily accommodated to the surprisingly energetic girl, Mustard scoffed, but lead them further into the building until they came to a room with a few bean bags, a couch only held together by duct tape and a prayer, a TV, some movies and games, and a mini kitchen, a mini fridge, microwave, and sink. He watched Mustard toss himself onto the couch with no regard for the highly likely possibility that it would collapse under him. Aizu chose a bean bag, clustered together with the other two, settling him and Toga into it with little problem. Mustard pulled out his DS again as Toga started talking about which movie would be better to watch or which game they should play. In the end, Mustard got tired of waiting and shoved in Black Panther. If Mustard gradually got closer to Aizu and Toga as the movie played, no one said anything about it. Nor did they acknowledge when he cuddled right into Aizu's other side after the third movie, a gory horror that Toga had picked. They fell asleep to soft singing from some classic Disney movie, Aizu's pick. Aizu wasn't there when they woke up, given that they had slept till nearly noon and Aizu still had school, but they weren't too upset by it, merely hoping to see the boy again soon. Dabi can admit it wasn't his best plan, but he'd come out of much worse, so he wasn't too upset about it. At least, he wasn't until he noticed his very feathered follower. Suppressing his sigh of annoyance, Dabi stopped and waited for the bird brain to catch up. He wasn't waiting long. "What are you doing here?" "Making sure you don't do something stupid," Hawks answered easily, gliding down to stand near the scarred man. "I got a plan, chicken wings, it ain't stupid." Hawks isn't swayed by the sudden flickering blue that lights up far too close to his face. "Oh yeah? What was your plan? Go in, reek sheet, get out?" Pretty bare bones plan. The simple plans are harder to F up. Because they have very little you can F up, with a lot of wiggle room on what constitutes completed. The heat gets a little closer to Hawk's face, but there's hardly a twitch in response from the winged man. Dabi scoffs, "You gonna help or you gonna stand there and look pretty, birdie?" Mischief lights up on Hawk's face with his smile. "You think I'm pretty? I guess you're not too hard on the eyes yourself." Dabi refuses to blink as he absorbs what this himbo bird just said, his fire getting hotter and larger with each second, and he couldn't tell if it was from anger, annoyance, or embarrassment. Before the fire could get too big and uncontrollable, and he started a fight with the demed bird, a green blur appeared and Dabi was met with a familiar weight. From the small oof next to him, he can assume that Izuku took Hawks down with them too. Something he'd never thought he'd think before: asphalt isn't that bad to lay on. Of course, one of Hawk's wings is caught under him, so it wasn't as uncomfortable to lay on as it should have been, and probably was to Bird Boy over there, but that's what he deserves. When it became obvious that Izuku was not going to let them up anytime soon, Hawks adjusted, covering them with his other wing to block out the random bursts of cold wind. It was nice. Izuku was basically a space heater, though Dabi was too. It was still. At some point, Dabi must have drifted off because he opened his eyes to his room back at the hideout, the soft, persistent weight of one of Hawk's wings pressed into his chest. He refused to admit that his chest felt a little tingly as he slowly adjusted so he wouldn't wake the FING chicken nugget when he left. Neither man mentioned it once Hawks woke up, pretending it never happened. Aizu was just happy that he got cuddles. Bonus that Hawks was still alive to give him even more. The class hasn't seen Aizu for a few days. They asked the chat, but Nizu and Aizawa assured them that he was safe and on campus, so they tried not to worry too much. On an unrelated note, Aizawa has been walking around with green fur sticking out of his capture weapon lately, and by the looks of it, he's not even trying to hide the fact that he has a cat in there. Shinso was lucky enough to have been the one Aizawa handed the cat to when the school intruder alarms rang and Shinso internally panicked. This was Aizawa's cat. The cat was warm and fluffy, the fur making him look twice as big as he actually was. He seemed to be a stripped calico but with forest green, light green, and dark tan. He was mostly forest green, like Aiza's hair, with stripes of light green intermixed, and had a large splotch of dark tan on one arm, with stripes of it around the paws and randomly dispersed around the rest of the body. His eyes were nearly the same shade as his fur, and he was already purring. Shinso stared at him with wide eyes. The cat returned his stare, then blinked slowly. Shinso blinked back, and that seemed to settle it for the cat. He slipped out of Shinso's arms and climbed up to curl around Shinso's neck, fluffy tail tickling Shinso's cheek and ear. Shinso was sure his eyes were blown wide by now. This is like Aiza hug on steroids. He didn't think his heart could take much more of this. No wonder Aizawa seemed a lot more lax these last few days. He could feel eyes on him, and he slowly blinked out of his haze to see the whole class watching him. What? His reflexive questions seemed to do almost nothing for most of them. Shoto, Bakugu, and Uraraka seemed to be off in their own little world. Eventually, Mina broke the silence. "Okay, I can't be the only one who thinks that cat looks a lot like Midori, right?" Most of the class responded with numb nods. eyes still wide as Shoto seemed to be the first to snap out of the class-wide daze as he silently raised his phone to snap a picture. The annoying camera shutter sound snapping most of the rest back into cohesive thought. Kaminari shuffled around for a second before saying, "So, who else is pretty peeved that Aizawa hid Midori Nico from us?" Everyone minus Bakugo raised their hands immediately, which was the moment Aizawa conveniently walked back into the room, the whole class turning to him with accusing eyes. He stopped for barely a second before he gave a dead-eyed blink, capture scarf whipping out and back in a flash, disappearing back out the door all in less than a second. Shinso made an enraged noise and soon the whole class was chasing him down hallways, running into and over innocent teachers and students alike. 1B didn't know what they were chasing, but they were soon pulled into the bunch too, other random teachers and students joining in as whoever closest to them explained what was happening. The campus-wide chase ended with Aizawa and Izuniko up in the rafters of one of the gyms as most of the school and even a few heroes who were nearby stood under them, calling and yelling and generally making a ruckus. "Here Midori Nico-chan." Mina and Toru call together, clicking their tongues in the way most animals pay attention to. Fuzzy green ears perk up, bright green eyes popping out of the folds of scarf soon after, a soft little "jim" floated down to them and Koda brightened up considerably. Before anyone could react, the cat jumped out of Aizawa's hold into the air 50 feet above the ground. Everyone immediately lurched forward, eyes wide, hearts in their throats as they all tried to keep the cat from falling to its death. They needn't bother, he disappeared halfway down and reappeared in the invisible girl's arms, purring and rubbing against her chin contently. There was a collective sigh of relief before they all surged forward to see the cat and pet him, crowding around the small group of Toru, Mina, Ojiro, Kirishima, and Yanagi from 1B. Immediately, the four make a blockade around Toru and Izuku as Kirishima and Ida start yelling to back off and give the cat space before he gets scared off. Slowly, their calls start working as the crowds calm down and back up a little. Aizawa is equally impressed by his class and disappointed they took his cat cuddles as they organized the mob into a far less volatile mob and spread the cat cuddles around. The next 3 days are quite a bit calmer, more normal despite the lack of Cuddly Green Boy and abundance of Cuddly Green Cat. Katsuku is given free rein to go wherever he pleases, usually pulling his magic act of randomly appearing, but the staff and students grew accustomed to listening for the faint scritch-scratch of claws on a door so they could open said door for the fluffy kit. It's a nice 3 days, and they can almost forgive Aizawa and Nizu keeping him a secret. Almost. But alas, those days end when Izuku comes through the classroom door that Friday, a boy once more. Except not. The tips of furry green ears can barely be seen through his bush of hair. His pupils just noticeably elongated, his teeth far sharper than usual. All those could almost be ignored, but the large fluffy green tail that waved behind him could not. As soon as he walks through the door, the class zeroes in on him and he freezes, face red, tail fluffed to the max, ears twitching under all that hair. No one says anything, no one moves, they might not even be breathing. Then Ojiro clears his throat and turns to Toru to awkwardly continue whatever conversation they were having before. Slowly the rest of the class takes the hint and does the same, allowing Aizu to slip into his seat just before Aizawa comes in. It's a normal day from there, except Aizu is not bouncing from person to person for cuddles as he usually would. At lunch, he sat between Shoto and Hitoshi, across from Ida, Uraraka, and Tsu. The conversation is tactfully avoiding any mention of his appearance until Shoto shatters that with a blunt, "Can I pet your head?" Talking screeches to a halt in the group, and a few others who were close. Enough to hear, and Uraraka and Hitoshi give him almost identical stop jumping the gun glares. Izuku's hand immediately flies up to his hair, patting it down subconsciously at the question before stuttering out a squeaky, if you w." Shoto slowly reaches his hand up, careful not to move too fast, and pats the middle of his head first, right between his ears, before running his blunt nails against his scalp like he would a cat. Aizu instantly relaxes, almost melting into Shoto's hands, as the other comes up to rub the back of his head in calming circles. Hitoshi gently joins in, fingers scratching around the fluffy green ears, causing Izuku to let out a noise that was most definitely not human, relaxing even more. By the end of lunch, it seems Aizu had worked up enough confidence from his group's petting and cooing that he returned to flitting from person to person. This half-Nico version lasted until the next Friday, and it seems everyone got a visit from either full or half-cat Aizu within that time. Nizu had pictures and videos of nearly every encounter, most of which went directly to the group chat that now included the villains for convenience's sake. Hawks making his feathers fly around to entertain as slightly sparking green cat. All Might fighting a few villains with a cat scarf. Fatgum and Miruko playing with a half-cat. Tamaki with similar ears and tail laying out in the sun with Mirio, Nijire, and half-cat Aizu. Toga chasing a green cat with Spinner chasing her. Kurojiri softly petting said cat as he disappears into a warp gate. Nizu holding and carrying a cat just over half his size. It was 3 in the morning. Aizawa was halfway through his patrol, leaping from roof to roof, checking alleys for activity, keeping his eyes and ears open. He was on high alert due to after effects of a would-be mugger's quirk that wasn't erased with the quirk, but even then, it took him an embarrassingly long time to realize that he was suddenly carrying more weight than before. An endearingly soft giggle made him relax as he registered the dark green in the corner of his vision, a small body clinging to his back. He just gave an exasperated sigh, not bothering to tell the boy off for breaking curfew. With a huff, he said, "Get my phone and text the Insomniacs chat. Tell them you're with me." Not even bothering to get offended that they're still trying to keep track of him, Izuku messaged the chat. How did Aizawa not even feel the boy take his phone? And got immediate questions and requests from Nizu, Shinso. He could see Tokoyami lurking while Kaminari was surprisingly offline. Easily accepting Shinso's request, he snapped a quick selfie with Aizawa just as they jumped another gap and sent it to them. No matter how much Aizawa claimed it didn't happen, there was now photographic proof that he was smiling that night. They get pulled off course by a sudden scream a few buildings away, Aizawa immediately turning in that direction even mid-jump. They find a big, burly guy threatening a pair of ladies for their purses. The man's identity is immediately obvious to Izuku, who's been keeping up with police warrants and such as he always has. That's Kurei-sen, wanted for 5 armed robberies, 15 muggings, 7 aggravated assaults, and 3 attempted murders. His quirk is Wolfman, and he can turn into a very large wolf or half-transform for claws and ears. He doesn't have much actual fighting ability, usually using his strength and quirk to overpower his targets. Izuku gave a speedy breakdown of the man in a low murmur, just loud enough for Aizawa to hear. "Okay kid," Aizawa acknowledged, positioning himself to drop down. "Hold tight." It honestly wasn't much of a fight. For a man whose quirk boasted high sensory perception, it was a disappointingly fast takedown. Aizawa dropped from the roof, angled to hit the man's side, and kicked him away from the women and into the wall. The sound his head made when it made contact with the wall almost caused Izuku to flinch, but the man got back up, a little wobbly, but obviously preparing to duke it out, already transforming. Aizawa didn't let him get that far, erasing his quirk and sending his capture scarf out to slam him into the opposite wall before throwing him into the ground. When he rolled to a stop, he was out cold and Aizawa tied him up while calling the cops to pick him up, turning to the girls to ask if they were okay only to see Izuku already talking to them. They cooed at the boy and thanked the both of them for helping them, assuring them that they were both all right and would wait for the cops to give their statements. With that, Aizawa swung himself back up to the rooftops to keep an eye on them until the cops arrived. Izuku appeared back on his back as the sirens rounded the corner and they went back to his patrol, enjoying the fresh air and the ability to put his analyses to the test. When they got back to UA that morning, Izuku was already asleep and Aizawa didn't feel like going to his own dorm, so he took them toward 1A dorms to cuddle on the couch while most of the rest of the class is out doing morning training or taking a well-deserved break and sleeping in. They nap for a while, studiously ignoring where Aizawa's phone is trying to vibrate itself off the table. The chimes of the text tone long since switched to a simple beep. Aizawa pretends to not notice when Tsuyu joins on his other side, sking up warmth like a leech. Similarly, he doesn't react when Shinso joins as well, actually falling asleep against Izuku easier than he does in his bed. The rest of his key class slowly trickle in over the next few hours, most joining them on the couch or on the floor around it after eating breakfast. Needless to say, This somehow turned into another 1A sleepover, and Aizawa couldn't exactly say he was disliking it, he'd be lying. The class lazed about the common room for most of the day, the more hyperactive ones, Baku Squad, Yura and Toru, playing games quietly while a few others, Ida, Yamamo, Bakugo, Jiro, Sato and Shoji, quietly studied or caught up on their homework. Some, Todoroki, Aoyama, Ojiro, Koji, and Sato, wandered in and out as they did other things. Overall, it was a very relaxing day for everyone in 1A. The room slowly, gradually, in a way that only Izuku can make happen, turned itself into a blanket fort as night began to fall, no one really noticing until Mina pointed it out with an excited squeal. "Oh my Nizu! Are those fairy lights?" She pointed at the multicolored strings of lights hanging from the suddenly too close and oddly patterned ceiling. Shoto mouthing the words, "Oh my ni," with a confused look on his face as a very Aizawa-esque grin spread across Shinso's. Aizawa, for his part, stayed pretending to be asleep so he could hopefully not have to deal with his migraine-inducing class just yet. The class glanced around, and in neat little piles were their pillows, blankets, and a random hero-inspired onesie. Shinso blinked at that, before leaning his head back on Izuku tiredly. "Is this your way of asking for a sleepover?" The class turned to Izuku, who blushed deeply, hiding his face in Aizawa's chest and nodding after a moment. Shinso heaved a sigh before grabbing his pile and heading to his room to change, which sent everyone else in motion to do the same, Kirishima dragging Bakugo behind him with a smile. When the commons was empty, Izuku hesitantly held up another onesie where Aizawa could see it from his half-cracked eye. With a very put-upon sigh, Aizawa levered himself up and disappeared into the bathrooms. The class filed back in. Uraraka was first with a very fluffy and comfy-looking 13 onesie, Sato followed in a lunch rush one, Kirishima was almost crying in his crimson riot onesie, followed by a sulking Bakugo looking like best jeanist. Shinso was the last in his Eraserhead onesie, which Aizawa immediately zeroed in on when he came in himself in a fat gum onesie that looked even more comfortable than his usual sleeping bag. Somewhere along the way, Izuku changed into his Gran Torino onesie, seeing as Toru had an all-might one. Aizawa laid face down on the ground, Shinso doing the same after wrapping himself in Kaminari's yellow blanket with a sheet-eating grin to the wearily watching teacher. Kaminari followed in his gang orca onesie, the rest of the class copying them soon after, laying out around the comfy enclosed space Izuku had somehow made without anyone noticing. And that was how Izuku had convinced the Insomni Squad to actually sleep at a sleepover. Nizu got a few too many pictures of Ojiro in a Nizu onesie. And if other pros received pictures of random, and not so random, people in onesies of them, well, it definitely wasn't Nizu's fault. Hawks adamantly denies that he has a picture of his favorite intern in a onesie of him hidden away on his wallet. Nope, it's not a thing he'd admit to even if it was the cutest goddamn thing he'd ever seen. Really, it was Vlad's own fault. He should know by now that bad-mouthing people never ends well. Izuku has a frankly terrifyingly large hearing radius. It said he could hear a whisper on the other side of campus if it involved one of his people or mention of their names, and saying anything bad within that area is not recommended. So now he was sulking in the teacher's lounge while everyone ignored him as Mike and Midnight battled it out to see who would be getting the couch today. Midnight won, like most days, and swoops in to take her prize, prime position on the couch. Izuku appeared not a minute later and immediately laid in her lap, getting swallowed in Mom Knight's protective arms as she fret over his everything. Aizawa somehow managed to slither his way onto the couch next to them, and Aizu settled his legs over the man's own. 13 also inched her way into the couch space and cooed and fussed over him alongside Midnight. Eventually most of the teachers were sitting on nearby couches or the floor, chatting and relaxing around their favorite student. Mike had decided to lay himself across Aizawa, who then tossed him to the floor without a hint of hesitation or regret. He hit Cementos face first, and Recovery Girl was called in after a few minutes to fix his broken nose and probably concussion. Nizu got it all on video. She joined the pile on the couches, and before they knew it, most were halfway to sleep and it had been dark for hours. Aizawa contemplated skipping patrol but eventually wormed himself off the couch and out to the city. Lunch Rush and Snipe gleefully took his place. It became Yue's first teacher's sleepover. Even if Vlad and Aizawa were missing, hopefully he'll learn his lesson about saying Bakugo was one step away from a villain, or, of course Monoma would fit in well with one, like that's an insult. Gran Torino had texted Yagi half an hour ago that he was on his way to UA so they could have a much-needed talk. To say he was excited for it would be wrong, he was terrified. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do about it now. Once the old man decided on something, it was going to happen one way or another. The only solace he has is that Izuku is with him. When Torino arrived to the gates of UA, Yagi was there to let him in and lead him to the private meeting training room. Izuku's already working out when they get there. Torino looks less annoyed than before and they sit in the bleachers discussing training. Yagi gets smacked on the head many times. By the time they're done talking, Aizu has already taken residence on their laps, laid across Yagi's, head on Torino's. Torino huffs about the kid not getting the proper amounts of sleep, calls Yagi out on being a terrible teacher 1, 2, 3 dozen times, and complains about having a student so bad at anything that's not punching bad guys. Yagi accepts it all with a shy smile as he massages the boy's leg. Eventually, Izuku disappeared, Torino along with him, and Yagi left to finish up his paperwork, adding his old mentor to the group chat as he went. He didn't notice before, but the amount of head slaps decreased greatly after the kid fell asleep there and Torino's grumblings got less and less serious as time went on. It seems even Torino can be calmed by the Aizu effect. Toru is unfortunately very used to being forgotten. It's a hazard of her quirk after all. Most of her family can relate to the struggle of not feeling like the people around them care or remember. It's why her family has rules for interacting with people. Make your voice and gestures expressive, wear enough clothing that people can at least guesstimate what you're doing and where you are, don't feel bad when people avoid looking at you, talk a lot, etc. It's one of the reasons that 1A was such a novel experience. They rarely forgot her after the second week. They made an effort to talk with her. Shinso, Ashido, and Ojiro almost always knew her facial expressions. Midoriya and Aizawa had an uncanny ability to look her directly in the eye more often than not. Nobody avoided her here. It was truly all she could ask for in her friends. That's why when, a few months into the second semester, she was left out of the class shopping trip, she broke down. She thought it would be different here, it really felt better, and they probably didn't mean to forget about her, but it still hurt. It really hurt. She stood in the commons for probably 15 minutes, processing that they really did leave without her. It's been so long since that last happened. Then she snapped out of it, eyes suddenly wet, vision blurry. She ran to her room and felt an overwhelming urge to hide until she felt better. She didn't want to call her mom after telling her all about how amazing her class was at remembering her. Breaths shaky, she slipped out of her dress and shoes, yanking the ribbon from her hair, and ran out of the dorms. It was stupid, yes, running into the surrounding forest without her clothes or her phone, but she wanted to be alone, didn't want anyone to find her until she cried out her disappointment in peace. She settles a decent half-mile from the dorms, curled up against a tree trunk, quietly crying invisible tears for a few minutes until she noticed a warm weight around her. Opening her eyes, she saw a lot of green, Izuku's hair almost blending into the tree leaves and grass. He was curled around her, rocking her lightly back and forth, a soft murmuring and leaves rustling made for a not at all unpleasant din. Once her tears dried and her mind was calmer, he quietly apologized. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that the girls decided to not go with the boys. They rescheduled the trip for an hour after. I'm really sorry I got distracted. They didn't forget about you, I promise. They just thought it'd be better for the girls to go shopping by themselves every once in a while." He kept apologizing, but it all fell into the back of her mind as she processed that they hadn't forgot about her, they just forgot to tell her. That was okay because, knowing Aizu, it wasn't forgotten because she was invisible, but because he was sidetracked with cuddling or sleeping. And that was okay. That was perfectly fine. She felt better with every word he said as he came dangerously close to tears himself. "Shoo, it's fine, Aizu. I don't blame you, it's perfectly reasonable." She tried to calm him now, gently patting his head and shoulder. "But I hurt your feelings." It was an accident." She cut him off, shuffling around so she could hug him back, her mood now far better. "And I totally forgive you, Aizu. You didn't mean to forget and you came to get me as soon as you remembered. It's fine. He opened his mouth and she preemptively cut off any more apologies. So when are the girls leaving? He glanced down at his phone with wide eyes. 10 minutes. Before she could even move to get up, a flash of green left her sitting on her dorm room bed, Aizu at the door, giving hurried sorries before leaving her to get dressed. Maybe this day wasn't so bad after all. And if the girls spoiled her on the trip, well, no one would admit it. Hawks was upset when he first got the order to infiltrate the lave, very upset. He was the number 2 hero for crying out loud. If he were found out in any way it would have devastating consequences not just for him, but the hero industry at large. Like, what drags are the commission on that they think this is a good idea? But whatever, it's not like he can deny them. So he met with Dabi and got pulled into the group while also managing to keep up with his hero work. Only the devil knows how he did it, having long since sold his soul for the ability to complete any commission-ordered tasks, probably. He was 3 weeks into his stay with them at their new base when he started noticing flashes of green everywhere. A streak of green light zooming through the base towards the lounge area as he's leaving, a head of green hair poking out under the covers with Shigaraki or Dabi, bright green eyes following him in the dark, green lightning in the corners of his eyes. He asked Dabi about it, but the man played stupid. He asked Toga, but she just gave him a grin before melting into someone else and disappearing. He even asked Shigaraki, but the man just growled out something vaguely possessive and Hawks dropped it. After that is glimpses of Izuku laying or talking with one of the league. Hawks is confused. Why is a hero student hanging out with villains? Then again, why is a hero hanging out with villains? He watches Izuku make the league dinner one night with Twice helping. Hawks doubts he's ever had chicken katsudon quite that delicious before. He sees Toga flittering about gushing about Aizu-chan's beautiful blood, and decides he doesn't want to know. Finally, after 2 months of seeing the flashes, he sees the whole picture when he finds 2 Izukus standing in the lounge area with the others. Both turn to face him when he lets out a little squawk of surprise and give matching grins, wave with a quick, "Hey Hawks," before turning back to the group. He walks up to them hesitantly as one of the Izukus goes off on a mumble spree before the other picks it up. He's officially in awe. Less than a minute later, another Izuku shows up, tackling Shigaraki in a hug. Idly he glances around the room, seemingly skipping over his 2 clones and stopping on Hawks with a grin. "Oh, hi Hawks." Hawks just blinks, before gesturing to the other 2 and asking quietly, "Is this Toga and Twice's quirk then?" "Yes." And no. One of the 2 answers before pointing to the one next to it. "That's Toga," said Izuku starts melting into a thankfully clothed Toga. They both point to the one in Shigaraki's lap, and that's a clone. Hawks pauses at that before looking down at the bright bundle of green. "So, you're really Aizu?" The boy smiles and nods, turning back to Toga as she melts back into Izuku again. "Why are you here?" Aizu tilts his head at Hawks' question. "Why are you Mr. Number 2 hero?" 5 pairs of eyes turn to look at him as he says in a surprisingly even voice, "I'm switching sides." Aizu blinks slowly with blatant, for Hawks at least, disbelief before saying, just as evenly, "Obviously." "Are you?" Hawks asks hesitantly. Now the eyes turn to Aizu with the same level of intensity as Aizu just shrugs. "No, I'm just here sometimes." "Aizu likes to hang out with us," Shigaraki pipes up, still holding on to his Twice clone of Izuku, and wow, that's really creepy now that he thinks about it, but Aizu doesn't seem to mind. "Oh, okay then." Hawks turns around to go to his room to have a very well-deserved nap. When he wakes up some time later, Izuku is laying with him, under his wing, and he can't tell if this is the real one or not. When he tenses, Aizu whispers just loud enough for him to hear, "It's okay Kigo, go back to sleep." Relived, Aizu's the only one who knows his name. He does as he's told and falls back to sleep, only to wake up alone when his alarm rings for patrol. He sees a lot more of Aizu after that. He never tells the commission, and from what he can tell, Izuku hasn't told the league he's a mole nor the heroes or public that he's turned. It was no secret to most of the bigger villain organizations that Izuku was claimed by the LOV, so it really shouldn't have come as a surprise when the boy shows up to some of their meetings. So Shigaraki didn't understand why these so-called Yakuza were overreacting so much. They were in the middle of their negotiation, subtle threat competition, when they realized that there was one more person in here than there should be. A green-haired boy was sitting cross-legged on the couch with Mimic in his lap, arms wrapped around the doll's body and chin resting on its head. The Yakuza froze, but the League had already gotten used to it and continued to talk. Toga happily skipped over to the boy with a wide smile. "Hey Aizu-chan. Is that comfy?" The boy tiredly nodded, eyes mostly closed as the rest of the Yakuza start to get antsy. "You know what, Aizu-kun? I think Twice needs some cuddles. He hasn't been feeling good," Dabi says, hoping to get the boy away from the murder duck. "I'm fine." Twice insists, before contradicting himself, "I feel like shit." Dabi probably wasn't even finished speaking before Izuku was in Twice's lap, but no one could be sure. The meeting goes on, everyone doing their best to ignore the kid who obviously does not belong there, which is a useless endeavor as Izuku decides to cuddle the FING murder duck. Dabi does his best not to facepalm because, really, this boy has zero self-preservation instincts. Chisaki twitches but, oddly, doesn't feel itchy. The rest of the room is still, the LOV preparing to fight for Aizu. "Odd," he mutters. "Are you quirkless, child?" The room switches from tense to confused as Izuku mumbles that he used to be. Chisaki nods, turning back to continue the meeting, mind in a whirl wondering why he doesn't get hives from this boy's touch. After trying and failing to get Izuku in their deal, they reach an agreement and the LOV leave, leaving Izuku with the murder duck knowing that trying to make the boy do anything is not going to work. Aizu spends a few hours there, moving from person to person and stumbling on a silver-haired girl, who somehow disappears right on camera while Izuku is with Rappa. Needless to say, Chisaki scrambles to find a way to synthesize what remained of their stock of Aries blood while the Midoriyas welcomed a shy little girl into their home, and later into Aizawa's. It was an off day for Kugo. Usually he didn't mind the way people looked at him. The way they avoided him in the streets as he went on patrol or stared at him as he passed. Usually. But as he said, today was an off day. It started when he woke up, something not sitting right as he went about his morning routine. When he saw the papers, he realized why he was feeling so off. Front page was a picture of him on patrol with the people around him giving him far too much space, looking skittish or disgusted. The header was, "Top 10 heroes that look more like villains." Nothing new for him, but still, it threw him off all the same. He was scheduled to speak with some of the hero course kids at UA in the afternoon, so he decided to try and calm himself with a trip to the aquarium. There were a few school trips scheduled that morning and the aquarium employees let him stop by and give tours or answer questions. Again, things weren't much different today. Teachers led the kids around him or stayed on the opposite side of the room from him. Most of the kids shied away from him anyway due to his appearance and height. The few kids that didn't mind him were caught and corralled back with the others by their teachers. There were also some parents and older teens here and there. The only ones to approach him were an elderly couple and he led them around the aquarium, answering questions and naming the fish they pointed to. Two of the children snuck away from their teacher just long enough to ask him for a picture which he happily gave before being rather forcefully removed from his side by a panicky teacher. So, yeah, his day was normal, but it hit different for some reason he couldn't name. By the time he got to UA, he was having trouble smiling, which, granted, many wouldn't be able to tell because of his facial structure, but he still knew and it threw him off even more. He was found at the gates by the green-haired boy that broke himself in the sports festival and Eraserhead. The boy lit up as soon as he saw Kugo, bouncing on his toes and smiling widely with excitement. As he neared, the boy introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku and enthusiastically asked for a picture and his signature. Kugo was a little in shock. Most people weren't this happy to see him, which Midoriya seemingly picked up on as he launched into a summarized retelling of his whole hero career with analysis on his quirk and other things that started to blur together as the boy picked up speed on his mutterings. He glanced at Eraserhead in silent question, but the man was focused on the boy, failing to either hide his fond smile or notice it. He interrupted the boy's mumbling and posed for a picture with him that Eraserhead reluctantly took, signing the notebook that was handed to him from out of nowhere. As they walked to the gym, Midoriya continued talking. It was hard to keep up at first, but Kugo was slowly adapting to it, so he was surprised when the boy stopped talking for longer than a second. He was even more surprised when the boy asked, after a full minute of walking in now awkward silence, "Are you sad today, Gang Orca-san?" No one said anything as Kugo mentally processed that Eraser was side-eyeing him as Midoriya kept his eyes on their path. Eventually, Eraser asked for him, "Why do you say that, Izuku?" That's another thing that made him pause. Eraser called his student by his given name. "What?" "Well, it's just you're not smiling today, Gang Orca-san. It's rare not to see you smile. Did something happen?" Kugo blinked. This kid could tell when he was smiling? Nothing more than usual, Midoriya-kun. There was a few moments of quiet as they continued. Walking, who knew the UA campus was so big? Before the boy said, "Just because it's normal for you doesn't mean that it's all right or that you should ignore how it makes you feel." There was silence again before Midoriya continued, considerably slower and softer than before. "See, I read this really bigoted news article this morning that mentioned you. There were also some Hero Watch posts people reblogged about avoiding a certain aquarium." There was a pause as Midoriya let that sink in. "You may be used to it or ignore it, but it still hurts you. You shouldn't push off your feelings about things, even if you think you can't change them." Midoriya stopped and finally turned to look at him. "So, Gang Orca-san, are you sad?" Kugo felt a little slack-jawed at the boy in front of him, green eyes shining with something. He huffed a small laugh. "Yeah, kid, I am." The boy nodded and pulled out his phone. "Hi, Ryukyu-san. Would you like to come to UA and watch our training? Cheiko-chan and Tsu-chan would love to see you again." Kugo glanced over at Eraserhead again, but the man was, yet again, watching the boy fondly, so he figured that it was something the boy did often. He'd never heard about the boy from the other heroes. When Midoriya turned around again, he reached out and grabbed Kugo's hand, and with a flash of green and a feeling of vertigo, they were no longer at UA. Kugo looked around what seemed to be a quaint living room. A gentle-looking green-haired woman looked up from the kitchen like this was an everyday occurrence. Then again, maybe pro heroes popping up in your house was an everyday occurrence for her with Midoriya as her son. "Oh dear. Izuku got you, did he? Would you like some tea, Gang Orca-san?" she asked, going back to making what looked like katsudon. "Ah, yes, please, Midoriya-san," Kugo said when nothing else seemed to be appropriate. She came over a few minutes later with a tea tray and offered the couch to him. Carefully, he sat down, making sure he didn't put too much weight on the rather comfortable chair, but surprisingly, the couch didn't even creak as it easily took all his weight. Midoriya-san gave a gentle smile. "Izuku kept breaking ours when he first got his quirk to work, so we bought furniture that could hold up. Would you like green or Earl Grey tea?" "Green, please, Midoriya-san." "Thank you." "Oh, it's no trouble at all, and call me Inko, dear." She waved off his protests as she poured their drinks and sat back in her own chair. "Then I insist you call me Kugo," he replied, sinking a little more into the far too comfortable couch. She gave a little laugh. "Very well, Kugo-san. Now, if I remember correctly, Izuku was raving about you co-teaching their hero lessons today. Why does he think it necessary for you to take the day off?" Well, he asked me if I was sad." Kugo shifted. It's not unusual for him to talk about his feelings, but usually it's with his therapist and not random green-haired do-gooders. "And are you?" Nothing in her tone or expression was judgmental or gave the impression that she was disappointed or anything beyond curious and calm. "Yes," he admitted quietly. "Oh dear. Would you like to talk about it?" She offered kindly. And so he did. And at some point, she had migrated over to his side and was giving him a side hug and rubbing his back as she listened and gave comments when needed. He felt better by the time the Midoriya boy came back, this time with a few people in tow and walking through the door instead of appearing. Ryukyu didn't spare him more than a passing glance as she gave Inko-san a large hug, the dual-haired and blonde angry boys waiting their turns. Kugo was added to the Zuka Finder chat and joined monthly dinners with the Midoriyas and whatever other heroes and kids Izuku had roped into it. The reporter of that morning's article was quietly sued, and every news agency was told in no uncertain terms that things like that wouldn't be allowed anymore. No one disgraces or judges a hero just on the basis of their looks or quirks without having to pay for it. And if you did, you'd best watch out. Midoriya was coming for your jobs. Izuku honestly did not know how it happened. All he knew was one minute he was following Present Mike on patrol and the next he was in an alley, standing on top of an admittedly sketchy dude with a girl thanking him over and over. It was just Tsukachi's luck that this case was assigned to him instead of a low-level officer. He will admit, though, that this was one of the easier, cut and dry, cases he got from Midoriya, so he couldn't complain all that much. The story essentially went like this. Haruka Mika was walking home from school when she was grabbed off the street and cornered in the alley by the repeat offender Takahashi Anki. The man tried to mug her, flashing a knife and demanding her bag. Haruku's quirk, Hoyo, the ability to make someone want to hug her, flared for a moment before she could control it. Takahashi obviously felt the urge to hug her and rightfully assumed it was her quirk. Takahashi then taunted, "Is that your quirk? That's sad. It's gonna take more than hugs to save you." At which point, a flash of green light, now being attributed to Midoriya's arrival, appeared and flattened Takahashi. Midoriya then pulled Haruku into a hug to calm her down and waited for police to arrive. During that time, Present Mike, Midoriya's monitor hero, only noticed he was missing after the police cars drove past him. Sometimes, Tsukachi really wonders if Midoriya had an original quirk of being summoned by the word hugs, but that was neither here nor there. It's a nice, normal day for Shinso. He got 3 hours of sleep last night, he watched Kaminari trip down the stairs, he had 3 cups of highly caffeinated coffee, and now he's chilling in the nest with Aizu during break. They were watching a horror movie, definitely not to get inspiration for their pranks. Why would you think that? Curled up under the piles of blankets and pillows, Aizu noting down ideas as the movie progresses. It was all very relaxed and average in a way that only Aizu can make people appreciate. He should have known it wouldn't last. It was at that point in the movie where the main character was finally thinking with an ounce of their brain, and the jump scares were getting more frequent, when they both heard a faint scuffling noise and passed it off as something from the movie. Until they heard it again, louder, closer. They both turned their heads very slowly towards the entrance of their nest and waited, Aizu anxiously sparking green, their hearts nearly pounding out of their chests. Shinso took a deep breath in preparation as they felt it near closer, feeling Aizu's hand grip his shirt. Just as Aizu was shifting into position to fight or run and Shinso readied his throat to scream, something bright freaking yellow and thankfully familiar wiggled into view. They both let out sighs of relief, Aizu falling back onto his pile of blankets, hands still tangled in Shinso's shirt, as Aizawa wormed his way fully into their little room. "Aizawa-sensei? How did you know about this place?" Shinso asked breathlessly, trying to calm his racing heart as their teacher settled his sleeping bag-encased body next to their piles. With the most deadpan expression, minus the little quirk of the lip Aizawa would deny, he answered, "I followed you here, problem children. I guess we will be working on awareness and stealth for the next few days, huh?" As soon as he finished talking, he face-planted and they could clearly see that he was already asleep. Soon, Aizawa's jelly packs appear in the fridge and the boys are left to wonder what the man does for Nizu that makes the rat stalks them. Then, they come back from their holiday break only to find that their nest has been renovated. Everything is bigger. The ceiling is now high enough for Aizawa to almost stand up in, the space is wider as well, with certain areas sectioned off. There's a queen-sized bed now, the TV is bigger than what either of the boys have at home, there's more blankets and pillows, the not-so-mini fridge is now a regular-sized fridge. One of the sections has Aizu's little reading nook with wall-to-wall bookcases, a nice lamp, and fluffy beanbag chairs. Another section is positively filled with everything soft. It looks like something you can go to sleep happy in and never wake up. Their movie and game case is at least twice as large with a whole bunch of new releases and classics. Nizu pops by every now and again as they get used to their new nest. All in all, having Aizawa find them might have been a blessing in disguise. Izuku was, for once, alone. He needed space and air, some alone time, so he had decided to take a break from homework and studying with the class. He was walking aimlessly through the old park near his house that he and Kaken used to go to all the time. He wasn't expecting one of Kaken's old friends to be there as well. The one with the fingers that could elongate. He probably should have expected it, though this was where they used to beat him up more often than not. The boy seemed to have only gotten worse since middle school. But Deku! Izuku tried to ignore how the tone almost made him flinch. I'm surprised Yue took your useless, quirkless butt. Ah, Izuku thought. Distractedly, he didn't even watch the sports festival, did he? He wouldn't be calling me quirkless if he had seen it. The boy continued, oblivious to Izuku's thoughts. Are you even still there? Did they realize their mistake yet? Expel you like the worthless trash you are? Or are they letting you stay out of pity? Do they think that if they expel you, you'll go and kill yourself? Would you? Izuku can't breathe. He doesn't know why. He was used to this. Tears leak from his eyes unbidden as his throat closes up on itself. He tries to focus on forcing air into his lungs, but each second is burning torture and he's numb all of a sudden. His ears ring and he can feel his heart pounding against his ribs. He doesn't notice as the boy continues to talk down to him, telling him a hero doesn't cry and that a Deku like him doesn't deserve to be a hero. He doesn't even notice when the boy pushes him over, knees suddenly too weak to hold him up. His mind is a constant pounding alarm of panic, pain, pain. He doesn't notice the boy stop talking, nor the people who appear. He hardly registers the soft words in his ear telling him to breathe as the boy starts yelling. Doing his best to follow what the soothing words tell him, his vision slowly clears until he can make out a hazy gray blob in front of him. By the time he's blinked away his tears, the boy has stopped yelling and the blob has become Nizu. He looks around in a panic, trying to understand what happened, only to find Vlad King and Kanzu, another lesser-known hero, talking to Kaken's old friend. Lunch Rush hanging awkwardly behind Izuku and Nizu, unsure what to do as Cementos half-heartedly holds back more than half the hero course from attacking the boy outright. Izuku is almost certain he's gone and passed out and this whole thing is a dream when Kaken angrily yells, Fingers! Back the F off Deku. He's better than you'll ever even hope to be, extra. This leads to a half-hour-long PRD where Izuku is in a daze as his classmates and teachers verbally slay the boy on everything from his fashion sense to his near-useless quirk to his shitty personality. At which point, Kanza decides to step in and inform the boy of his absolutely flawed view of quirks and their worth. Niza then proceeds to chirp that he's broken quite a few laws and that, with so many witnesses, there was no way he'd not end up with this on his permanent record and if he had any say in it he'd be facing time in juvie. The police arrived soon after that to take the boy and everyone went about the rest of their day, Izuku now firmly at the center of his group of classmates. If the boy was recommended therapy and counseling before he could return to school, well, Tsukachi definitely had nothing to do with it. And if a certain middle school ceases to be a week later, well, no one that mattered really minded. Midnight swears, she was not looking for Izuku. It was not her day for cuddles, she knows that. But when Snipe texts the chat saying he lost the boy, she couldn't just not search for him, it would go against her job as a hero, right? To be perfectly fair though, she was not expecting to find him in the UA greenhouses, she didn't even know they had greenhouses. The green of his hair blended in almost perfectly with whatever plants he was laying in. He looked perfectly content in his little spot of sunlight-fueled warmth, ignoring the fact that he and his uniform would likely get dirty from this nap. Oh well, not her problem. She silently squealed as she took a half-dozen pictures and spammed the group chat. Inko truly loved her son and every eccentric trait he had, so when she found him in what has become a normal sleeping position for him, well, she didn't do much more than shake her head with a smile and send a picture to the chat. Honestly, that boy should know better than to fall asleep in his chair by now. He always wakes up with hip pain and a messy floor from where his legs sent everything off the desk. How her boy manages to always fall to the ground and kick his legs up onto the desk and chair without waking up is beyond her, but she, and many others, adore it all the same. Power Loader was walking down the hall to the staff room when he abruptly stopped and backed up a few steps. Turning slowly toward the windows, he could feel the exact moment his soul tried to leave his body. Because there, on a window ledge barely wide enough for most people's hands, 10 stories above the ground, slept the one and only Midoriya Izuku. He immediately messaged the chat and almost sighed in relief when Aizawa replied instantly that he'd get the reckless boy. His heart was trying to beat its way out of his chest as he waited for the tired man to rescue Izuku and his legs nearly gave out from under him when he caught sight of Aizawa's capture scarf gently wrapping itself around the boy and navigating him through an open window. Niza decided to put small railings around each window that could open, not wanting a repeat of that incident. Ashido's squeal brought Toru and Aoyama to the laundry room where they were witness to a frankly adorable sight. Midori had curled up on top of a dryer that was gently rocking and giving off just enough heat to be soothing. Truly, this was almost on par with when the boy had snuck into a basket of freshly dried clothes and fell asleep in the comforting heat. Aizawa was about to head to the dorms to make sure all the little demons were going to sleep and still alive. He'd just finished grading the heroics essays he'd assigned, and honestly, the fact that some of these students were still passing amazed him. He made the smart move to avoid the elevators, because Mike was no doubt camping them to ambush him, and instead used the back stairs. He was not expecting to run into anyone, but he thanked whatever gods decided to have pity on him when he laid eyes on the sleeping greenette, laid cat-like across the stair railing. It most definitely did not seem like the most comfortable place to sleep, but then again, Aizawa had no right to talk given that he slept practically anywhere he could. He pocketed his phone, unaware of when he even got it out, now filled with half a dozen more pictures. If it wasn't so bad for his back, I'd let him stay there. He really looks like a cat. Shaking off his thoughts, he gently picked up his problem child and, after waiting for him to settle into his hold, left for the dorms. Nizu can honestly say he was not expecting to find Izuku in his office before school even opened. He definitely did not squeak when he walked into his office 2 hours before school started to find the greenette hanging halfway out of the vent, completely passed out. He held back his chuckle as he went about his day as normal, because really, was this even abnormal at this point? Snipe was used to looking up, being a pro hero and a sniper. He was not used to finding something during his habitual looks. He was most definitely not used to seeing a child in the rafters of one of the school gyms, though really he should get used to it. He had a feeling it wouldn't be the last time he saw this specific child in odd places given how often the group chat is filled with pictures of the boy in unusual places. 13 noticed when he stopped and for some reason took out her phone. The shutter sound went off, followed by his phone vibrating in his pocket, then promptly exploding with messages. She cooed with the others over the truly cat-like way the boy was sleeping in the rafters, and honestly, he couldn't blame them, it was cute. Tokoyami was conversing quietly with Dark Shadow, Shoto, and Shinso while walking to the commons when his foot hit something soft that groaned. Slowly, all 4 of them looked down to see Aizu, passed out, face down on the floor. Shinso was the first to react with a quiet mood, before promptly coping the greenette. The other 3 looked at each other before Shoto shrugged and followed Shinso. Dark Shadow chittered and laid across all of them, trying to pull Tokoyami in with them. Tokoyami did the sensible thing and took a picture to post to the chat so others could see what ridiculous things he has to put up with. Yagi and Yamada were taking their lunch outside today due to the nice weather and sunshine. It was warm and quiet, and when the bushes rattled, they were not expecting to see a familiar scarred hand flopping out. Upon closer inspection, after coughing blood and giving a high-pitched squeak, it was not just a hand, there was an arm too. And that was attached to a body which was attached to a bush of green hair. And, oh, they had just found Izuku's latest napping location. They both immediately forgot about their lunches in favor of snapping picture after picture of the awkwardly contorted sleeping boy hiding so far in the bushes he was shadowed by the leaves. Needless to say, they finished their lunches during classes instead, but no one could really blame them. Uraraka was doing her very best to rile up Ida in the least obvious ways possible. She still had an image to maintain after all, so she was not paying as much attention to her surroundings as she should have been. Therefore, it should not be held against her when she screamed upon seeing Izuku halfway out the 3rd-story window. It wasn't until Ida started berating him that she noticed Aizu was asleep. She obviously had to help, so she activated her quirk and floated up to him, climbing into the window and carefully pulling him back through. After she had left him floating a few feet into the hallway, she went back to close the window, only to realize that there was no window to close. There was no glass at all. Where did it go? No matter, she turned to deliver Aizu down to the commons to sleep on the couch in a cuddle pile. It's been a week since the sports festival. 1A and 1B were a day away from going to their week-long internships, finishing what packing and preparations they needed before bed. So literally no one was ready for the pinged message from Kaminari that linked an article and absolutely no context. George Lopez, www.smallmightdatareports.com reports stats and data that show why Endeavor is less than number 2. Jazz hands. Oh, what's this? Attention to detail. It's too late for that, please stop Toru. ACID. Oh. Is this Small Might's new report on Endahor? The perfect scathing review of a burning dumpster fire? Where he drags the man's heroic capabilities. Kendo knows karate. It really is good that someone decided to bring to light the less than stellar track record of Japan's number 2. ACID. It's a good read, a bit long BC it's Small Might, but worth it. Every sentence that isn't a stat is a burn so hot recovery girl couldn't heal it even if she wanted to. It gave me life. Deut fortvine. The Lord approves. Ice is hot. I approve. Yelling. This is 40 pages. Ashido and Kaminari read this but can't read Cementos' 5-page short story? To you. As much as I hate to say this present Mike, I'd also rather read 40 pages of T dragging an abysmal hero than 5 pages of modern lit. Yelling. Robot Dad. It is nearing 10 p.m. We have to be at the train station early tomorrow. Everyone please go to sleep. I have also read this report and as much as I dislike the tone behind it, I cannot argue the facts it contains. Rockin', it's so manly. Small Might is a legend. Social media was abuzz with it as well. Hashtag Small Might, hashtag Nix number 2, and hashtag SM Analysis Report were all trending by morning. Endeavor's lawyers and PR team had tried to have the article taken down many times for every little thing they could, but the writer hadn't done anything illegal so nothing could be done. A new article was posted that night which Kaminari again linked in the group chat. George Lopez, www.smallmightdatareports.com reports evidence of forced censorship by Endeavor campaign. Not only did they fail in covering Endeavors but they added gas to the fire. Cat's coffee and comments, is this karma? Ice is hot. Can confirm, this is definitely karma. Quirk snatched. I can honestly say, this is not what I was expecting from this chat at 2 in the morning. But either way, it's late. You have internships tomorrow. Go to sleep. Sparkles, sparkles, sparkles. Someone as dashing and glamorous as I needs my Samuel debut. If you enjoy, but you look great already. There's not much room for improvement there. My soul dark as shadows. You do shine very bright. There is very little darkness in you. Shadows, dark as my soul. What a mad banquet of darkness. Bloodbender, I'm only going to say this once. So I can sleep. In the morning, hashtag Nix number 2, hashtag Jail Endeavor 2237 and hashtag End Endeavor were trending all over. People were looking into other things the man could have covered up. There was no word from Small Might for the rest of the month. Rumors had spread that they had been taken to court for their articles by Endeavor's legal team, suing for defamation and slander. But the articles never came down so people assumed that if that was true, Small Might was winning. The next Endeavor article was posted near the end of the next month. There had been other articles between the last Endeavor one and this one but they were about other heroes. Todoroki linked it this time. Ice is hot. www.smallmightdatareports.com reports reasons Endeavor's legal team hate no they can't do anything about it. Power Medin dangerous. This is 50 pages of legal loopholes and subtle digs at Endeavor's legal team and it honestly scares me. You'll float too. I aspire to cause this much chaos. Smiley face. There are you. It's a very interesting read, hints at the legal team doing illegal stuff to try and cover for Endeavor's illegal actions. Tape me up. I wonder if that will be Small Might's next article dragging Endahor? How much longer do you think it will take before the man is booted from the top 10 or gets his license taken away? Collision XP. Any amount of time passed now is too effing long. Goddess. Sadly, I have to agree with Bakugo. Shadows, dark as my soul. What a mad banquet of darkness. Quirk snatched. The faculty had been informed that we should not be condoning the ridicule and exposure of a fellow pro-hero. Fortunately for you all, I do not see you ridiculing nor exposing any pro that I care to defend, so carry on. Yelling, that's not what the board meant and you know it. Endeavor may not be a good hero, but he's still a pro yo. Quirk snatched. It's come to my attention that Endeavor is still apparently a hero, so if you are going to badmouth him, please do so on another channel or server without any pros. Bloodbending. I think you were supposed to tell them to stop, not move it to another channel. Quirk snatched. That would be illogical and a waste of my time. They wouldn't listen to that anyway. And so a new channel is made to the UA first year hero course server where only the students could see it, aptly titled Rostendahor. The next article comes out and it's surprisingly Kuwaro who posts it. My soul, dark as shadows. www.smallmightdatareports.com reports every illegal thing Endeavor has done and whether he got away with it or not. Chart. George Lopez, HOLYSHIT. DKRU. Just a heads up to people who are going to click the link, it will take a long time to load. It's a 76-page long chart of all of Endahor's crimes, sorted into whether he got away with it or not, what his punishment was, with linked evidence and further articles explaining each case. Goddess, I am starting to worry for Smallmate. How do they find the time to do all this? Are they taking care of themselves? Thirsty, how do they find all this evidence? Robot Dad. Indeed, if they obtain this information through illegal means, they would be considered a vigilante and could be jailed or fined. Ice is hot. Most of what I've read so far is public information. It's just that no one bothers to go looking for it. Everything else can be accessed by anyone who knows where to look in a legal manner. To it, I find it suspicious that no one else has ever not looked into this, Caro. With how much there is and how easily one can access it according to Shoto. Cat's Coffee and Comments. Sounds like Endeavor's being protected by more than just his PR and legal team. Smells like a conspiracy to me. Haru. Well, with what the Hero Commission is and has done to Hawks, I wouldn't put it past them to cover up Endeavor's wrongdoings. George Lopez. Wait, what are they doing to Hawks? Shadows, dark as my soul. Taru is offline. Collision expirity. Shitty effing Deku running away. What haven't they done to the effing chicken? Shadows, dark as my soul. What do you mean? Collision expirity. I mean he's effing 22, number 3 effing hero. Youngest hero ever and youngest hero to reach top 10, 5. And he never attended a FING hero school. Had his own agency at what the F, do you think they did to him? Hell, no one knows his real name. Deutfordvine, no one knows All Might's real name. Either. Collision expioli. Yes, dumb and there's a reason for that. Just like there's a reason no one knows Hawks. Daru is online. Daru, All Might does it because he has things he needs to protect. Hawks does it because the HPSC has things they need to protect. Namely where Hawks came from, how he ended up in their hands, why no one saw him before he debuted after he was scouted early on. Ice is hot. That does sound suspicious. Rat God, I ask that you not give any more information to them Midoriya. That is a very sensitive topic at the moment. Daru, right, my apologies. Rat God, as for the rest of you, please put Hawks out of your mind for the time being. Maybe focus on the fact that Endeavor is going to trial for all the crimes Small Might has brought to light. He'll float too good. He deserves it. Goddess, do you think Small Might takes suggestions? MT Lady probably gets chocolates from construction companies every time she's in a fight. I'm surprised she hasn't accidentally killed more people than she has. Kendo knows karate. That's a good point. She does tend to cause more physical damage to the surrounding areas than the villains she fights do. Iron Man. It's not manly to cause civilian deaths and structural damage that can be prevented. Bro. Bro. Cat's Coffee and Comments. What are the chances that he'll get his license taken away during the trial? Are you? Slim to none. At most he'll have to pay a couple billion in damages and have his name and rep dragged through the mud. I think it only needs one more push, don't you, Shoto? Ice is hot. Indeed. Cat's Coffee and Comments. Are you two going to share your thoughts to us mere mortals? Ice is hot. I'm going to talk to Small Might. ACID. Oh? You know who it is? Collision EXP. Where the F? Do you think the BS got all that info on Endashit? George Lopez. So you've been holding out on us? Ice is hot is offline. Karyu. A lot of people have been holding out on you, for instance. Jiro knows what Snipe looks like under his mask. Kendo really does know karate and other martial arts. Toshi has 5 cats, Aizawa has 11. Kaken knows Jessel. Nizu knows everything except who Small Might is and it drives him crazy. Rat God. That's quite enough chaos. Izuku. Kiryu. Thumbs up. Shadows, dark as my soul. Revelry in the dark. Most everyone was gone from the dorms, being a nice Sunday. Most were at the mall or park, a few others with their families. Izuku was lying out in the common room, typing away at his laptop, feet in Shoto's lap. Small Might had posted quite a few reports in the last few months on both MT Lady and Death Arms as well as a few other lesser-known heroes detailing their excessive use of force and its negative impact on the civilian population, among other things. He was set to post a new one tonight. He just had to finish up the editing on both the video and transcript as well as the article he'd added. This should be his last Endeavor article before the man is finished for good. What are y'all doing? Shoto looked up at Ciro's question, not realizing the boy had never left with the rest. Watching, he answered deadpan. Watching what? Shoto gestured to Izuku and they all fell into a comfortable silence, Izuku's typing being the only noise. Eventually, Ciro sits by Aizu, gently adjusting the boy so his head was on Ciro's lap. Aizu didn't even spare the attention to notice, so focused on his computer screen. After a few more minutes of continuous clacking noise, Ciro pipes up, "Did we have homework I wasn't aware of?" Shoto shakes his head, watching as a few of their classmates start trickling quietly into the dorms. This is just a side project of his he's been working on for a while. At the vague answer, Ciro tilts his head to get a peek at what Aizu is typing. He's almost thrown off by the amount of words on the page, but remembers this is Izuku and Aizu doesn't do anything halfway. The boy is typing so fast that Ciro has to pick out a sentence he just typed just to be able to read it even partially before it reached the top of the screen. That even if Endeavor's training methods were in any way legal or moral, which they are most certainly not as they violate at least 8 laws, forcing a 5-year-old to train for something they do not even know if they want to do yet is. Ciro blinks at that, looking back at Shoto who looks as calm as he usually does, if not with a slight upquirk in his mouth. He looks back at the screen. Driving his wife to a mental and emotional breaking point, not mentioning the obvious and poorly hidden quirk marriage he arranged, is a blatant show of abuse and neglect, mentally, physically, and emotionally. Forcing her into a mental hospital that is being paid to keep her there, not help her get better, and refusing to let one of their children see her is. Again, Ciro blinks, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He digs out his phone and messages the group chat. "Tape me up, guys. I think Aizu is Small Might." Several people are typing. Rockhard. What? Goddess, that is highly probable now that I think of it. Chest with teeth. I wouldn't put it past him. ACID. Evidence? Catscoffian comments. I can see it. Rockhard. Why do you say that, Ciro bro? Tape me up. I'm sitting here watching him type up FENG essay level document on Endeavor. It's scary how fast he's typing. He didn't even notice when I sat next to him. Or moved him. Animals are better. Exploding head, exploding head, exploding head. Sweet tooth, that is terrifying to think about. Scales, happy face. Tai, chest with teeth. And 39 others reacted with face screaming in fear. Quirk snatched. You are all disappointments. Problem child wasn't even trying to hide what he was doing. And y'all still missed it. George Lobes y'all. Take me up y'all. Welding is better. Y'all. Just hands, y'all. Twister champ, y'all. Is he supposed to be here? Kendo knows karate. /unders. I am everywhere. So that we can expect a new Small Might report out soon? Ice is hot. Yes, Tokage, he said he should be done by tonight. Several people are typing. Say, of course you knew. Invisible helpers. Have you known this whole time, Shot? Ice is hot. Indeed. He approached me after the sports festival about exposing my SPRM donor. Told me about his side hobby as Small Might. And you know the rest. Say, wait. If you knew then. At Collision Expilly. Did you know? Several people are typing. Bro. George Lopez. OMG. Did you? Tape me up. Betrayal. Jazz hands. Blood red feathers. It's been a while. I don't think he's online. Several people are typing. George Lopez. Hawks. Shadows. Dark as my soul. What a mad banquet of darkness. You'll float too, Hawks. Goddess, I was unaware any pro other than Nizu and Aizawa was in this chat. Robot Dad, this chat is only for UA Hero Core students. I must politely ask that you leave at once. Kendo knows karate, how did you get in here? Blood red feathers. I think Aiza let me in one day. I'm not sure how he got my info though. Ice is hot, that does sound like him. You'll float too. Blood red feathers. I love all of your users BTW. Several people are typing. Collision expilo. Stop blowing up my phone, god damn it. What the F do you extras want? Several people are typing. Issy, did you know Small Might was Izuku this whole time? George Lopez, take me up, and two others reacted with backhand index pointing up. Collision expilo. It's none of your goddamn business what I know about the nerd or not. Collision. Are you? I just posted it, so if you guys want to check it out. www.smallmightdatareports.com reports why Endeavor does not deserve to be a hero husband or father. Deutfodvine, dear Lord, Goddess, and you were all right with the world knowing all of this about you and your family, Shoto? Was your family okay with it? Did they even know? Ice is hot. My siblings were aware. Natsu has been wanting to do much the same thing for a while now. And Fumi was okay with it as long as there was a large chance that it would work. I have not been able to see my mother, nor have they been able to tell her about what has been going on, but they assured me that she would have supported it. Keys, now that I know it's Aiza doing this, it's all the more terrifying. Tape me up, you have another brother? Who's a villain? Rat God. Shoto, I think it would be wise to set up an appointment with Hound Dog. Sisat, very well. Can Aizu come with me? Rat God, if you want him there and think he will be helpful to you. Isisat, I do. Aizu? To you, I don't mind. 2 days later, Endeavor has his hero license placed on hold as his court hearings proceed. Custody of his children has been given to Fumi, who shared custody of Shoto with UA, and he'd been released on bail. Everything is very hush-hush. Endeavor and his agency makes 0 public appearances or statements. The other sidekicks and interns continue business as usual, just without the raging dumpster fire leading them. Most of Class A and some of Class B had decided to go to the mall for gift shopping since Christmas was so close. They even got Bakugo, Shoto, and Shinso to come along too. They split into groups when they arrive, making sure that no one was completely alone after what happened with Aiza last time. Shoto, Aizu, Shinso, Ida, and Uraraka had decided to group together, none too keen to leave Aizu again, and they headed toward one section of the mall as the other groups went in other directions. As they did, Aiza got distracted with an All Might hoodie hanging in a shop window, causing both Ida and Uraraka to walk on without them as Shinso and Shoto had almost run into him when he stopped. Shinso was quick to get the others' attentions before they could be completely separated, and Aizu looked sheepish as they came rushing back. Uraraka ended up grabbing his arm and linking her other one with Ida's. Shinso smirked at the boy's blushes and took Aiza's other arm, dragging Shoto into the chain as well. And that's how they passed most of their morning, a few people switching out with different groups so they could get presents for everyone without anyone seeing what was meant for them. Shoto had just been returned to Aizu and Uraraka when they spotted an unfortunately familiar face in the crowd. And no, it was not Shigaraki or another villain. That would be too nice for fate to allow. Enji Todoroki was stalking through the crowds, everyone giving him a wide berth as the man passed, highly recognizable even without his signature fire mustache and beard. And boy, did he look angry about something. Shoto immediately tensed beside them while Izuku and Uraraka unconsciously slide in front as if to unsuccessfully block him from view, which happened to be what brought Endeavor's attention to them. His face twisted even more, letting out a loud, angry "Ew," before moving faster toward them, civilians scrambling to get out of his way. It managed to catch some of the class's attention, and they all hurried over to the area that was getting noticeably hotter by the second. Aizu stepped forward as Ashido, Ojiro, and Shoji slipped into their protective bubble around Shoto. Enji, Aizu said, voice dripping contempt and authority in a way most of their class had forgotten he could. You've a restraining order and aren't allowed to be within 500 meters of Shoto. Please leave before I call the police. the temperature spiked. Shoto is my dash. He's not your anything. Please leave, and please stop using your quirk, as public quirk use is illegal for someone without a license, like you. Kirishima, Tetsu, Kaminari, and Ida had come up by that time, Ida already calling the police as Kaminari messaged the group chat, Aizawa and Nizu responding immediately along with most of those that didn't come to the mall and a few that did. The temperature rose again. Enough people had their phones out and recording that Izuku didn't have to worry about not having evidence if Endeavor is stupid enough to try to fight them. Which is a good thing, as it turns out, because Endeavor is stupid enough to fight them. He jets out a lance of fire that Shota arrived just in time to stop, at which point both Uraraka and Izuku have had enough and launch themselves at the man. As they move to fight him, the rest of the classes finally arrive and set up a perimeter to help try and keep the civilians who ended up watching safe. Izuku distracts Endeavor enough for Uraraka to tag him and float him up a few stories, but the man is a pro, so he quickly adjusts, but not quick enough to stop Izuku from flying at him and kicking him into the ground, with the help of Hananuki softening it enough to not shatter upon impact and make a huge mess. With Endeavor now subdued, the police arrive, quickly cuffing Enji and leading him away once Hananuki let him out of the ground. Statements are taken, but as everyone who participated had their provisional licenses, and Endeavor had attacked first, they were just let off with an official warning and unofficial praise at not severely damaging anything or anyone and still subduing the man. And that is how Izuku took down the number 2 hero, Endeavor, both from his position and physically. This was also how the class learned not to touch Izuku's laptop, as he had files upon files of blackmail and sources and evidence on heroes, politicians, CEOs, criminals, and everything in between. After all, since Izuku was Small Might, he had to have the resources and evidence to back up his reports. They also learned really quick that his notebooks were terrifying and off limits. He had 30 of those? It was one of those days where Izuku really hadn't been around much, which was slightly unusual for a Saturday like today, but no one thought much of it. Momo, Shoto, Eijiro, and Tenya were going to a gala, some fancy charity gala that was being hosted by the ever-famous and enigmatic Yamatani Company's elusive CEO, Akatani Hisashi. Yuga had been invited to go as well, but had overworked himself in training the day before and regretfully couldn't go with them. They had all dressed in their finest, Momo in a beautiful sleek black to silver ombre dress that she could easily rip the skirt off of to move more comfortably in should the need arise. Shoto was wearing a monochrome suit of black and pewter with a marbled tie. Eijiro, who was invited due to his mother's vast network of influence, was in a black suit with red shirt and fire-patterned bow tie. Tenya was in a midnight blue suit with light blue shirt and tie that matched his hair. Obviously, as the younger adults tend to do at these parties, they stayed together, not quite in the corner, but not quite in a position that others were likely to bother them, the most socially acceptable middle ground. The position alone told everyone that they were here out of obligation and didn't really want to be bothered, and Shoto's default glare kept any of the braver ones away if that failed. Eijiro's mom and Tenya's brother and parents had already dropped by to visit them, and now that the gala was in full swing, they were looking around for anyone they knew or playing I Spy, Shoto and Eijiro, as they waited for something interesting to happen. Shoto suddenly stopped mid-sentence, getting the attention of their little group as they looked for what could throw him off. In the middle of the crowd stood their host in a well-fitted black and red gold suit that made him stand out amongst the rest of the colorfully dressed attendees. And right beside him was a boy in a black and emerald green suit, dark green hair slicked back and a pleasant smile on his face. A face that looked remarkably similar both to the man standing next to him and their own classmate Izuku Midoriya. It wasn't until the boy looked over to them and a shocked expression crossed his face that they realized that that was Izuku. He was quickly pulled back into whatever conversation he was having with people Momo and Tenya recognized as CEOs of other top companies, and they were talking to him, not his apparent father, with expressions that suggested they were talking business. They watched as the greenet said something to the men and he and his father turned away before disappearing into another ballroom. They jumped when half a second later, Izuku was draped across Shoto and Tenya's shoulders. "Dad didn't tell me you guys were coming." "Izuku!" they called simultaneously, glomping onto the boy. He chuckled, hugging them back. Actually, it's Akatani Mikumo right now. My parents wanted to keep my private and business lives as separate as possible. Where'd your freckles go? Shoto asked, hand brushing the greened spot-free cheeks. Ah, I covered them so it's harder to connect Deku to Akatani. My dad does it too. After all, we have lives outside of business. There was silence as they absorbed that before Ijiro said, "Isn't he the CEO? I thought their lives revolved around their business." Izuku tilted his head then shrugged, "Well yeah, but it's called Yamatani for a reason. Dad may be the CEO, but Yamaguchi is the CFO, and just between us, that's a far more important role. Yama-san eats, sleeps, and breathes business. If he didn't have a personality reminiscent of Kaken, he's have been CEO. Unfortunately, he's not a people person and would be a PR nightmare, so my dad accepted the position." "You say that like he didn't want it," Momo comments delicately. Again Izuku just shrugs, "He's not really a business person. It's why there's rarely any appearances from him, and why he started bringing me to these." "Mikumo," a deep voice from behind them greeted. They all turn around, to be met with the black-haired man in the red-gold suit who wore a somewhat tired smile. "Dad, have you met my friends yet?" "No, I haven't." The man spares them a strained and apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry kids, I'm going to have to borrow my son for a minute." The happy smile dropped from Izuku's face, becoming serious. "Oh? Is someone picking fights? Please tell me it's Endeavor again." A wicked smile spread at his father's nod. "Okay guys, I'm going to go verbally eviscerate someone, I'll be right back." He and his father start walking off. They make it a few steps before Shoto follows, the rest following soon after. Oh, and what a verbal smackdown it was, leaving Endeavor flaming and speechless. Shoto got the whole thing on video, along with quite a few other attendees and press. Needless to say, the group chat quite liked it, and quite liked Izuku's new look. It was proposed by Mina, Kaminari, Toru, and Uraraka that the Baku squad and the Deku squad play Among Us for no reason other than that they wanted to see it. The Deku squad was quick to agree, even if Shoto didn't know what the game was, and Bakugo was convinced with a quick flash of puppy dog eyes from Kirishima and Midoriya. The first few games was to get Shoto and Ida acquainted with the game scenes as how they'd never played it before. They decided on the Skeld map, and Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka, and Kirishima screen shared with TVs down in the lounge for the others to watch. The first game started, and almost immediately, Uraraka was shot by purple. Shoto seemed completely ignorant of the fact that his task partner had stopped following him. Then Kirishima came across Siro's body and reported it. Where was it, shitty hair? Siro's body was down in storage by the leaf trash thing. Yura seems to also be dead, Midoriya says sadly. Who was last with her? She was following me into weapons, Shoto answers, voice blank. She didn't come into O2 with me. Why didn't you double back to find your missing crewmate? I saw Shinso following behind her, so I figured that she decided to follow him instead. Shoto answered Ida's almost accusation with little fanfare. Toshi? Midoriya asks quietly. I don't know what Shoto's talking about. I went to medbay to do my scan. Doesn't sound like something Shochan would lie about. Who went to storage this round? I did, obviously. Kirishima called. I was doing gas and just went back for my second one. Ashido went next. I did wires in storage and went to electrical after. There was a second of quiet before Midoriya asks, Kaminari? Were you in storage at all? I don't think so. I was in reactor and engines. Are you sure? Where were you, Aizu? Shinso asks suddenly. Security, that's why I was wondering, because I saw Kami go down into storage. We have 10 seconds left to vote. Ida called, making everyone panic. Most decided to skip, but Bakugo and Ashido voted on Kaminari while Shoto voted for Shinso. And so the game continued. Midoriya quickly finished all his tasks as Bakugo decided to watch cams. Uraraka was following around Shinso in her ghost form as she had also completed all her tasks last round. Kirishima and Ashido apparently decided to group up with Kaminari as Ida and Shoto also decided to become task buddies. Then lights went out and in the confusion, Ashido died just as Bakugo met up with them. Kirishima reports it first. Bakubro? Did you just kill Mina? He scoffs. Don't ask such a stupid question, shitty hair. Obviously Pikachu over there killed Raccoon Eyes. Where were you last round, Kakin? I went from admin to electrical to reactor last round. And this round? I was watching cams. Was this a fresh kill? Yeah, I saw the blood splatter as I walked into electrical. Yeah, Kiri and I were with her the entire round. You three are rather quiet. Where were you guys? Shoto and I were completing our tasks together. I was in Shields, headed to the cafeteria because I hadn't seen anyone in a while, Shinso answered. Can anyone confirm that? We did see Shinso split off from the group towards the beginning of the round. Kaminari's quirk would let him kill easily in an electrical room. Shoto mumbles, already voting. There's silence as everyone tries and fails to find where that sentence belongs in the context of the game. I believe the killer this round is obvious, Midoriya says, quickly voting for Kaminari. Others start voting as well, even as Kaminari tries to defend himself, but eventually gives up and votes for himself as well. Next round starts and Kirishima tries to follow Bakugo but is quickly left behind, being killed in the corner of engines by Purple. Midoriya has decided to follow Shoto this round, Ida soon splitting off for the last of his tasks. When O2 is called, Midoriya and Shoto are already in admin and Midoriya quickly goes over to the keyboard while Shoto finishes his task. When he comes back, Shoto is dead. Midoriya, were you not just with Shoto? Ida asks as soon as he sees who is dead. Yeah, I was. We were in admin and he was doing a task when O2 was called, so I went over and did O2, and when I came back, he was dead. I don't know, man. Seems kinda sus. Where were you for the other kills? Midoriya blinks at Shinso's question. I was in Cam's first round, and speed running my tasks second round. Where were you? Medbay first round, doing my tasks this and last round. What about you, Bakugo? Didn't Kirishima follow you at the beginning? That is true. Ida backs him up. I was doing my tasks. I didn't see shitty hair since the cafeteria. I don't know. Midoriya seems really sus. No one can account for him first two rounds, and this round his partner is killed. Shinso drawls, placing his vote. Bakugo is quick to vote Midoriya as the boy tries to defend himself, asking if anyone can confirm Shinso's whereabouts at all, but by then Ida had already reluctantly voted and Midoriya sighed in defeat as he voted to skip. Midoriya is thrown off the ship and the next round starts. Shinso follows Ida and kills him as soon as his kill cooldown is gone, winning the game for him and Kaminari. They hang around in the lobby for a minute talking over themselves as they described what happened from their ends and apologized and what not before starting the next game. When the round starts, Midoriya makes a point to stand next to card scan and watch who comes to complete it. It turns out to be everyone but Ida, but he's given the benefit of the doubt because he's a new player. Uraraka loses her task partner when lights are called, Shinso running into a wall and falling behind. Bakugo calls in his body not 3 seconds later. What? Shinso? But he was just with me. And where the F were you, round face? Headed to electrical from Shields. Everyone else? Kami, Siro, Mina and I were all near weapons headed to electrical. Kirishima says, clearing the others. Aizu, Ida and I were near reactor. Shoto answers, deadpan before asking, where were you, Bakugo? Medbay. What task were you doing in Shields, round face? The shield one. Uraraka answers like it's obvious. Ida, can you list your tasks? Ida started at Midoriya's question. Oh, certainly. I had, garbage in cafeteria and storage, and the leaf thing in O2. The medbay sample and wires. Uraraka, Siro, Kaminari, Bakugo, and Midoriya all vote. Kirishima? Mina? Who are you going to vote for? Shoto. How did you all already pick? It's kinda obvious if you're familiar with the game. That's why I'm wondering why Mina and Kiri aren't voting? Midoriya chuckles nervously at Shoto's question. Well, he's new to the game, maybe he just read it wrong or assumed? Kirishima tries to defend Ida as Mina puts in her vote. Shoto and Ida vote at the same time, and Kirishima seems to give up at that point, voting to skip. Ida is kicked off the ship and next round starts. Bakugo is the next to die during a reactor meltdown. Shoto finds the body and reports it. Bakubro. Kirishima asks sadly, where was he? The top of reactor. Okay, well, I can vouch for Shinso and Uraraka, we were all running from Nav. Kami and Mina were both running with me. Kirishima echoed Midoriya. Zero? Where were you? I was hiding out in admin. For votes come in rapid fire as Mina hisses. Sounds very essy. Zero. Could you answer with a statement or does it have to be a question? Shinso comments dryly. Why didn't you run to reactor? Zero seems a bit embarrassed at Midoriya's question. I didn't want to die? Two others vote, and then it's down to Zero, who decides to vote for himself. Zero is thrown off and the next round starts. Uraraka dies in comms first. Most of the tasks are complete by now and O2 is called. Kaminari dies on the way to admin and is almost immediately called by Midoriya. So, Kaminawo, was this a double kill? Oh shoot, Uraraka is dead too. Who was with who? I was with Shoto, Midoriya asks. I was pretty much alone, I saw Mina a few times, Kirishima says. I was alone too. Where was everyone right before I reported? I was in 02, doing the keypad thing, Kirishima answers. I wasn't headed to O2, Mina answers, from Nav. Midoriya hums before voting to skip. Kirishima and Mina voting as well. Shoto had already voted before they'd even known what happened. 3 votes to skip, 1 vote for Mina. No one is killed. Next round lights are called and Shoto is killed in a stack kill. Oh my god. Aizu, did you just kill him? Mina calls, near hysterical. What? I was doing lights. Midoriya matches her tone. Well, I doubt Kiri would do it. He had so many chances to kill me last few rounds. Shoto voted you last round. And then he's dead this round, very esses. Mina, very esses. Oh, is that why you killed him? So you could pin the blame on me? Kirishima. Please vote Mina. It's obvious it's her. Midoriya near begs. I don't know man, she had a lot of chances to kill me before, plus I was with her for some of the kills. Kirishima says awkwardly. What? If you vote for me Kiri, I won't give you any hugs. But, Kirishima votes. 1 for Mina, 1 for Midoriya, 1 to skip, no one is killed. Next round, Mina follows Midoriya and kills him as soon as the kill count is down, winning the game for her and Ida, somehow. What? Mina, I trusted you. How did you do it? She gave a little hum to Kirishima that they took to mean that she wouldn't tell them and moved on to the next game. Next game starts with a reactor meltdown, an emergency meeting being called right after. Shoto didn't card swipe. Mina calls as soon as the meeting starts. There was a second to process, then Shoto answers expressionlessly, I was eating soba. Yeah Mina, you would deny a hungry man his soba? Kaminari asks, trying to hold in his laughter. Everyone skips and the round starts with the lights going out. Zero and Midoriya are double killed in reactor, then O2 is called. Mina dies and Kirishima reports it. Mina's dead in weapons. Dunce Face and I were in Nav. Shinso, Shoto and I were in electrical. Ida mirrors Bakugo. Where were you, Uraraka? Cafeteria, headed to admin. She answers with a wince, already knowing people were going to vote her. Sure enough, Uraraka was thrown off the ship and the next round began. Ida is killed and Bakugo watches as Kirishima stands awkwardly right next to him. He tries to leave, but Shoto pops out of a vent and quickly kills him. Game is over and Bakugo rages as Kirishima thanks Shoto for helping him, saying he forgot about kill cooldown. Next game is slow, everyone starting to get antsy now, leaving rooms when someone else enters. Emergency meeting is called a minute into it, not even one section of the task bar filled yet. Zero keeps following me and it's freaking me out. Zero? Midoriya asks, blinking at Mina's odd reaction, why were you following Mina? Because I don't want to be alone, man. Well, it's freaking her out, so stop soy sauce face. Yeah man, you can follow me this round. With that, everyone votes to skip and the round continues, Zero following Kaminari around. Shinso and Shoto go off together, Bakugo and Kirishima partnering while Midoriya and Ida partner as well. Reactor is called and Kaminari dies. Then Shoto dies, Bakugo and Kirishima running across his body and reporting it. Icy Hot Fucker was dead in upper engines. Yeah man, I can vouch for Baku bro, he never left my side. I can also vouch for Izuku, Ida inserts. That's good and all, but Kaminari is also dead. There was quite at Midoriya's observation before Mina says, I knew it. Zero Ubisudi. Wabbit. It wasn't me. We got split up when Reactor was called. Yeah, very believable, Uraraka drawls. I swear I did not kill Kaminari. Oh, so you're saying you killed Shoto? For people voted. No. I'm saying I didn't kill anyone. 3 more votes and Zero lets out a sigh as he votes to skip. You're gonna regret this. Shinso and Zero voted to skip, the others voted on Zero. Zero was kicked off the ship. Next round starts with a reactor call and Uraraka is killed in a corner as Mina hits emergency meeting. Anyone else find it sus that Shinso voted to skip last round? A few mumbled agreements before Ida points out, Uraraka is dead. Toshi, why didn't you go to reactor? I was in weapons. I'm pretty sure I saw Yura going that way too. At Mina's counter, 5 people voted. With a huff, Shinso refused to vote and they waited for the timer to count down. Shinso was thrown off the ship and the next round started. After half a minute, O2 was called and Mina was killed. Bakugo and Midoriya had won the game. Everyone was in shock, not knowing that the two could get along long enough to work together that well. The next game started and Zero follows people around until an emergency meeting is called and Mina starts them off. Zero's following me again. Guys? Ida's dead. Oh. Zero was following me until Ida passed us, then he turned to follow Ida. Shoto reported in a bland voice. Well, I'm down to vote soy sauce face off just for being creepy, Bakugo says as he places his vote. This feels like a Mina play, Shoto says, also placing his vote. The heck's a Mina play? It just feels like something she would do. The others vote, 2 for Mina, 1 for Shoto, 6 for Zero. Zero is kicked off the ship. Next round starts with Kaminari killing Bakugo right in front of Mina and Kirishima. Kirishima reports it before anyone else can die. Kaminari just killed Bakubro right in front of me and Mina. No. Kirishima killed Bakugo in front of us. They argue back and forth a little until Midoriya comes in. Mina? Yeah, it was totally Kirishima. Shoto, Shinso and Uraraka place their votes, Kirishima and Kaminari already having done so. Mina votes soon after and Midoriya soon after that. 5 votes Kaminari, 2 votes Kirishima. Kaminari is kicked from the ship. Next round starts with an emergency meeting where 5 people vote for Mina without even talking. Mina gives a sigh and votes for herself as well. The crewmates win the game. Last game before curfew. Ida reminds them before the last game can start. It's going pretty slow at first, until Uraraka and Midoriya double kill Kirishima and Zero in medbay. And vent to electrical together. Then they head to admin and hang round there until the bodies are reported by Bakugo. Shitty hair and tape arms were killed in medbay. I can vouch for Baku bro. I was with Shinso most of the time, though we split off in electrical, Shoto comments. Yura and I were together the whole time. True, I did see you two in admin toward the end, Ida backs them up. So, we're down to Mina and Ida who were alone? Did anyone see Mina at all this round? There are a round of no's to Midoriya's question, followed by people putting in their votes. 4 votes for Mina, 3 for Midoriya, 1 for Shinso. Mina is thrown off the ship. Next round starts with a reactor meltdown to which only 3 people show up for, followed by the lights going out, which no one even tries to fix. Ida and Shoto are killed along the way and Bakugo ignores their bodies both times until Kaminari reports them. I think it was Ida in the storage room. Shoto and Ida are dead this round, but there was enough time for one person to kill twice, so I don't think it was a double kill. I think we got one out with Mina. Midoriya explains, trying to think his way out of the position he can already feel himself in. Shoto did say he had split off with Toshi last round in the electrical, which does vent to medbay. He places his vote and hopes. That is true, and I don't remember seeing Shinso at all this round. Anyone else? Bakugo scoffs at Uraraka's comment. It's FNG Deku. It's gotta be Aizu, Shinso adds. Even Shoto voted for him last round. I thought Shoto voted for you last round, Shinso. Midoriya interrupts before Uraraka and Shinso can get into a fight. What do you say, Kaminari? Oh, I don't know, I was kinda just doing my tasks. Uraraka places her vote, followed by Shinso and Bakugo. Kaminari waits until there is only 10 seconds left on the clock before places his. 2 for Shinso, 1 to skip, 2 for Midoriya. No one is tossed from the ship and next round starts. It lasts a whole 2 minutes, tasks are almost complete, then Kaminari is killed and Uraraka and Midoriya win. I couldn't find anyone. Uraraka screams, I thought we were going to lose. And that's how everyone learned how good a liar most of the Deku squad were, as well as how well Midoriya could team up with everyone including Bakugo. I don't know if I ever finished the chapter this is referencing. Inko was well used to her son's unique brand of normal, but ever since she was added to the UA staff's group chat, which has since just become a chat about Izuku, she's been taking pictures to send to them. Truly, it's about time someone other than her notice and love her little green bean. She was going to encourage it all she could. So, since Izuku decided to come home for the weekend, she was going to take all the pictures. First was the picture she took of him falling in the entryway trying to get his shoes off, followed by him staring up the ceiling with his puppy dog eyes already filled with tears and a quivering lip. Then the absolutely elated expression when he saw her, eyes and smile bright and beaming. Then she sent a selfie with the two of them hugging. Over the next few hours she would sporadically send more pictures of Izuku doing random things including cleaning his room, reading a book, watching an All Might movie, and doing some quick analysis. When dinner time came, she posted 4 photos of Izuku at the table, one of his face when he found out they were eating katsudon, another of his smile and tears after the first bite, another with his cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk, and the last of his puppy dog eyes silently asking for seconds. Some where Gang Orca had dropped by for their weekly tea session and Aizu had taken it upon himself to cuddle the living daylights out of the hero. There was one where he fell asleep in Orca's lap, and one where he was animatedly talking to the man, another where he was posed in Orca's usual pose, a blushing Gang Orca in the corner of the shot. She also posted a few pictures from one of her old scrapbooks, most of when he was a baby or toddler, some featured Katsuki as well. The most popular one by far was the one of him at 4 dressed up in his All Might onesie posed in his heroic stance. There were plenty more where those came from, but having only those 2 days with him, she spent most of it enjoying his company rather than taking pictures like she had planned.